Coming in. Beautiful day. Yep, not yet. Hey, I've been seeing the Zionist stuff all over, but what's that mean? Zionism, is that a religion, like a form of Judaism? Oh no, it's not a religion, it's a political movement. Became an organized movement in the 1890s with major financial backing from the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds? Yeah, you know, the control banking, world government, secretive global control family. Those Rothschilds? Yep, those Rothschilds. Specifically, it was Edmund D. Rothschild that helped launch Zionism. So it's not the same thing as Judaism? No. What Zionism is runs in opposition to actual Judaism, which technically makes Zionism anti-Semitic when you think about it. But I don't think you're supposed to think about it because that creates problems for powerful people. Okay, so actual Judaism is not Zionism. Correct. Zionism violates the values of Judaism, so they're not the same and kind of very different. I thought Judaism and Zionism just went together. That's confusing. I think it's meant to be confusing. I thought Zionism was biblical. No, it's a political ideology from the 1890s. Judaism is the biblical one. Rothschilds, Zionism. So you're saying it's the same Rothschilds that most of us think control governments around the world? Yeah, same name, same bloodline. Huh. How would the Rothschilds control the U.S.? You ever hear of Israel? What do the Rothschilds have to do with Israel? They helped create it. They played a very pivotal role in the early development of the Zionist community in Palestine and the eventual creation of the State of Israel. So you think the Rothschilds might have some influence and control over something that they created? Yeah. Maybe. Huh, weird. So why are all the Zionists wanting this war with Iran? Well, what would you say is at the heart of all corrupt power? Well, I'd say the desire to accumulate more power and control at the expense of human welfare. I would agree. I don't know about that. I've been hearing a lot of Zionists on interviews lately. Lindsey Graham's doing a lot of them, saying we have to do the war with Iran to protect Israel because God wants us to. What have all parties throughout all religious wars and all of history said was their motive for killing and destruction? God wanted them to. And what about opposing sides in the same religious war? God wanted them to. Both of them. Yeah. Do you think God's schizophrenic? Probably not. Or do you think evil would use the name of God to justify corrupt actions? I suppose it might. But I follow some Zionists online and they don't seem like they have evil intent.
Yeah, they don't have evil intent.
Twice, 3 times, 4 times. You have a rare opportunity to see the most powerful people in Israel in interrogation rooms dealing with questions that were never been asked. What did you give? What did you get? How many times you met him? And you see people in the most tense part of their life.
All right, so this is Miriam Adelson. She's about to speak in Jewish, and this, she basically says that if this gets out, she'll be killed.
Get me a Cohiba Benegate cigar. That's what he asked for. $1,100 US per box of 10. Wow.
מה שתרצו ניתן, אבל לא יהיה משהו שהוא פלילי עכשיו, אני לא... בדיוק, זאת השאלה, אם יש משהו, אנחנו בודקים עבירות פלילי. היה שם סוג של תעשייה שעד היום... שעוסקת במה? שעוסקת בוא נקרא לזה מתנות יקרות ערך, שאתם בכלל לא בכיוון, משהו אחר.
An industry of high-valued gifts that you can't even imagine.
ממי למי? בלי להגיד מה המתנות ונדבר על תקופות. מיליונרים כבדים לשר וביבי.
Netanyahu, he keeps surrounding, almost in every part in the world, someone like a sugar daddy. Everything you need that is not supported by the country, he will do it for you. But when those guys has interest in Israel, business interest or some other interest, then it became very, very problematic.
השאלה הראשונה שמבטאת כלפיך זה אם קיבלת איזושהי טובת הנאה אתה או מי מבני משפחתך בעשור האחרון מאנשי עסקים, בעלי הון.
אם קיבלתי טובת הנאה, קיבלתי דברים מחברים קרובים, ידידים קרובים, כגון סיגרים, דברים מהסוג הזה, אבל רק בידידים קרובים. זה לא טובת הנאה להבנתי, ככה נאמר לי לאורך השנים גם על ידי יועצים.
בוא תתאר לנו בבקשה מי זה הידידים הקרובים שאתה מגדיר אותם בידידים קרובים? ומה קיבלת מהם?
חברים מאוד קרובים, שאני מכיר אותם הרבה שנים. יש כמה וכמה כאלה.
שאלה היא מי?
Pensions, they seem like genuinely good people supporting what they think is good. Yep, I agree. So why would good people support something evil? Well, because of weaponized morality. Huh? Weaponized morality. It's when evil movements convince good people that the good thing to do is the bad thing. But they use lies, deception, and manipulation to convince people that the bad thing is the good thing. Weaponized morality. I don't know about that. Like, has that ever happened before? Do you know why German citizens turned in their neighbors? Well, probably because they just wanted to do something really bad and evil. No, they were told that's the good thing to do. Oh, yeah. Get this deadly shot to protect everyone around you. It's the right thing to do. Or you have to burn down buildings in downtown Portland because that's the right thing to do. Or we have to censor speech online because that's the right thing to do. And here we are. Most of them aren't bad people. They're good people that fell for it. Yeah, you know, I used to believe that whole climate crisis thing. Yeah, I fell for that one too. Yeah, people can just be stupid sometimes. But man, I get what you're saying with all this. But I just think if you look at the Bible and with the end times prophecy and Israel being God's chosen people, it just makes me think that what's going on with the war with Iran, there just might be something biblical to that. You're referring.
Yo soy Jacinto el Grande. ¡Toma! Si serás imbécil, Jacinto. Todos mis antepasados son judíos. ¿Ah, sí? Pues mira lo que tengo. ¡Heil Hitler!
To dispensationalism, not the Bible. Dispensationalism doesn't come from the Bible. It's a radicalized literal interpretation of the Bible that comes from the Scofield Reference Bible, not the Bible. And what's that? It's a book written and published in 1909 by a guy named C.I. Scofield in order to spread Zionism. And they got it to be very influential over Christianity with its new, well, made-up interpretations of the Bible. It's got a strong emphasis on literal Israel being God's chosen people, and it strongly pushes prophecy and end-time interpretations that aren't present in traditional biblical interpretations, but are very important pieces of Zionist propaganda. Well, what kind of new interpretations did this Scofield guy introduce? Well, before him, almost everyone saw Israel and church to be the same thing, as in God's chosen people are the ones that go to church.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse and transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000 square feet.
Oh, yeah! Makes sense. But Scofield comes along and draws a big distinction between the two, separating them, making it so Israel no longer includes churchgoers, and therefore churchgoers are not God's chosen people. So according to him, just people in literal Israel are God's chosen people. Oh, like God is racist against everyone who's not from the state of Israel. Well, according to Scofield and Zionists, yes. And with the massive liberties he took with his new interpretations, it made the formation of the State of Israel in 1948 sound like biblical prophecy. Well, maybe God was speaking through Scofield, and Scofield was able to interpret God's word better than God knew how to speak it. Yeah, maybe. But Scofield was an alcoholic, a literal criminal, and he abandoned his wife and child. So it could be possible that God was working through him. Oh, his work was also funded by wealthy Zionists, too. So yeah, I mean, it could be he was motivated by God, or it could be he was motivated by the money he was paid by Zionists to write what he wrote in order to spread Zionism. But yeah, I don't know. I just assumed it was from the Bible. Rothschild, Scofield. I never knew where Zionism came from. Yeah, I don't think they want you to know. What if the Rothschilds are truly doing the work of the Lord, and therefore Zionism is God's way? Do you know that Rothschilds are all over the Epstein files? Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. In an email, Epstein said, and I quote, "I represent the Rothschilds family." And there's a lot of other mentions too. So you don't think Epstein was doing the Lord's work either? Oh, but
I can't work many hours because of my anxiety.
You have anxiety?
Yes, I do.
What causes anxiety for you?
Lots of things.
Like what, for an example?
Anything that doesn't agree with me, basically, or see things the way I do, and see the good in things. That I just think that society is lost and just a bunch of hateful bullies.
He's turning you into a woman.
I am not a woman, Jesse.
Yeah, you act like one because you're afraid. You're beta.
No, you're a beta.
No, you're a beta, Michael.
No,
beta.
You are a beta. I am a normal man. You're a beta man.
No, you're not normal. I could think of many words to call you. Normal is not one.
journalist since 2016. She was a staff writer and senior investigator reporter for Minpress News. She's a contributing editor for Unlimited Hangout and author of the book One Nation Under Blackmail, about the connection between the U.S. intelligence services, organized crime, and Jeffrey Epstein. Welcome back to the show, Whitney Webb. Hi, Whitney.
Hey, great to be here. Thanks for having me.
So you have a new, at Unlimited Hangout, you have this new art itself has done much more than attract massive AI data centers to the state, meaning Ohio. As this investigation will show, Wexner and his closest allies, Epstein among them, worked to create a model for the takeover of local governments via public-private partnerships, starting first in New Albany, beginning in the late 1980s. It has since spread to cover the entire state of Ohio via a network of public-private partnerships Wexner helped create. This system has allowed Wexner to use billions of dollars of Ohio taxpayer money with little to no public scrutiny to finance what can only be described as a massive welfare system for corporations. Among the system's current biggest beneficiaries are Wexner's New Albany company, as well as massive big tech corporations with important ties to Jeffrey Epstein's, for example, Amazon and Google. Meanwhile, regular Ohioans are seeing their power bills jump, provoking an affordability crisis in the state, while funding for public schools, libraries, and healthcare is cut dramatically, all to keep the corporate welfare engine designed by Wexner running full tilt. Wow.
Caucasian life, Silicon Valley has been a whimsical candy land of office ping pong, fuchsia nap pods, and surprisingly boring threesomes with the Winklevoss twins behind the kombucha tap. But lately, the big swinging pendulum of tech culture has swung noticeably back in a significantly more hardo direction. I should know, because they post about it all the time.
Been going harder than ever, I don't have time to sit and relax.
In San Francisco, you're very high status if you work very hard.
My day usually kicks off around 4:30 in the morning.
I literally just pulled a couple of 12-hour stays.
All the companies I was interviewing with were like, we work 7 days a week in office, or like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.
SF tech workers are working Saturdays.
In a typical week, I work pretty much every waking hour. 92 hours per week. I'm either sleeping or around the people that I work with.
Well, some of us have the balls to sleep with the people we work with. But I digress. So what happened? What compelled this new generation of baby-faced nerds to suddenly start grinding their dicks off? It's time to take a look-see.
Oh, so tell people, how did this all come about? How did this start? Why is it in Ohio and why isn't it in Silicon Valley? And what does Jeffrey Epstein have to do with this?
Well, it's in Ohio and it involves Epstein precisely because of Leslie Wexner. Leslie Wexner has been based in Ohio for a very long time. He's the state's richest man. And as people should know by now, he was Epstein's main benefactor for many, many years. Up until Wexner says 2007, but of course the recent releases show that they continued chummily talking after that date. And around in the late 1980s or so, Wexner decided to basically create what would become his own personal fiefdom in New Albany, Ohio. It was originally just, sprawling farmland, and he, with his longtime crony, John Kessler, decided to basically turn this into Wexnerville, for lack of a better term. And so essentially what they did is, it pops up in a few different documents, as I note in the article, but there were basically what seemed like bribery attempts to get zoning laws changed so he could build this city or town in New Albany. And one of the documents this appears in also alleges that Wexner is linked to organized crime. It was produced originally by the Columbus Police Department. Because New Albany is basically now like a de facto suburb of Columbus. It's in that same regional area, which is the Ohio's capital, and Wexner's extremely influential there. And so essentially over time, New Albany became a public-private partnership, where the New Albany Company is in a public-private governing partnership with the local government, the city of New Albany. And later he got Wexner lobbied to get the law changed even more so it could be a de facto private government that's independent within Ohio, can tax citizens, issue bonds, controls it in a way that the local, regional government cannot. Which is kind of crazy in and of itself. But beyond that, the New Albany company has become one of the main drivers in attracting data centers to Ohio.
If you're looking for a job at a high-flying tech startup today, it won't be uncommon to find descriptions demanding you work 12-plus hour days, 6 or 7 days a week. This is a noticeable shift from the tech culture of the open office scene, a 10-year period during the Obama years when Silicon Valley-type companies were dominated by the stupidest office amenities that could be conjured by the great millennial brain.
Facebook has the classic Silicon Valley office style. There are games to give your brain a rest from programming, or you can ripstick and work on a knotty coding problem at the same time.
We have open climbing time that's free for employees or interns.
So the state is currently 4th in the country for most data centers. It has, I think, 193, but over 120 of those are like in New Albany, in the New Albany area, where that real estate is sold to those companies that are courted to that area, by the New Albany company that Wexner controls. So he's been making bank off of all of this. And the way that these companies are courted are through these other public-private partnerships, the model of which Wexner created initially in Columbus, but now it's spread to every region of the state, where taxpayer money is used to create these large incentive packages to court these companies over there, even though 75% of them would have relocated anyway. But it's an insane amount of taxpayer subsidies that's being funneled to these people through this network that Wexner created. And as I note in the article, I mean, we can get into some of the specifics, but the corruption is absolutely off the charts. I mean, it's very crazy. It's like Banana Republic kind of stuff.
To get laid off by some crisscross applesauce 20-something inside of the Android mascot play place.
A big turning point was the day that Elon Musk took over Twitter, now known as X, and declared this was going to be a hardcore work environment, and anyone who didn't want to sleep under their desk could just quit now.
Margaret O'Mara is a professor and historian of Silicon Valley, and the man that she is referring to is Elon Reeve Musk, a South African internet personality born in 1971.
That kind of gave permission for other companies to swing away from a kind of kinder, gentler capitalism, let's call it, and say, yeah, if we're going to really really compete, let's get down to basics. Let's work on developing and shipping product, and that's going to require a lot of hard work.
Indeed, when it comes to what some young startup employees have called the Great Lock-in, Elon may actually have just been the last straw to, how you say, gag the camel. But it's not just Musk that's got these keyboard warriors sweating it out.
There's another dynamic going on in San Francisco too called escaping the permanent underclass. And it's this idea that the gains of the AI boom are going to go to a top few and everybody else is going to live in virtual serfdom.
Raya Jetta is a reporter for the San Francisco Standard covering tech culture in Silicon Valley who introduced me to some very chill-sounding ideas.
Some tech founders I meet are kind of like, I need to work really hard right now so I can escape the permanent underclass, and they truly believe that that's the direction the world is going in.
Now, I don't know if any of you folks have heard of something called AI, but it's a technological development that is causing the great people of San Francisco to go bat fucking insane. There's a belief spreading across certain sects of the valley that once AI gets smart enough, it will divide the world into two groups: a permanent underclass of unemployed people who have had their jobs taken over by artificial intelligence, and a small group of super rich people who built the one super AI to rule them all for the rest of time. And while all this sounds like a shitty YA novel set to turn into an even shittier movie, there are admittedly some objective reasons an anxious young software engineer might come to this conclusion, like how
going in Ohio, and you have these, venture capitalists and other people, coming in and basically buying politicians and using it to privatize major aspects of Ohio regional and state governments. A lot of these people are directly linked to people like the current Vice President J.D. Vance, who was an Ohio senator, or the guy who's currently running for governor of Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy. And those particular guys are part of this crowd of, if you want to call them accelerationists, or fans of the quote unquote dark enlightenment. They're interested in privatizing government entirely, and then having it be ruled by a CEO dictator, which is basically the model proffered by Curtis Yarvin, who is cozy with all of these people. So that effort to basically privatize government in Ohio, it was started by Wexner and Epstein. And as far as the Epstein connection, when Ghislaine Maxwell was interviewed by Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, she said that Epstein ran New Albany. And as I note in the article, Epstein is all over New Albany, and his billionaire investment company had a branch operating there, and it seems to be the same entity that was actually the Wexner investment company, or the New Albany property company, which the Wexner Foundation admitted was a Wexner-related role that Epstein was involved in, which in itself, just flies in the face of the whole narrative that's been put forth for how Wexner doesn't really have anything to do with anything bad Epstein ever did. Wexner just runs Ohio. He had members and probably, has a lot of influence over the national governance as well. He was redacted in the Epstein files at first as an alleged co-conspirator. He had members of Congress come to his house to depose him. None of that is normal. And anyway, sorry, I've been rambling for a while.
No, keep going. No, it's just so. There's so many things, but so this is basically just Leslie Wexner buying politicians and then privatizing the government. And does it exist a city where you said that he basically got the laws changed so he can run it?
Right now, the big tech kahunas keep firing people and blaming the layoffs on advances in artificial intelligence, while dozens of AI startups are turning their founders into billionaires.
You're constantly being fed the narrative by these big companies like Microsoft saying we're replacing a bunch of our early to mid-level engineers with AI.
When I started my record label,
Shit. Sayo Quick. Well, he's a software engineer and startup founder in New York City who started his career working long hours at a tech startup.
You're thinking,
job done. Do you risk coming across as cringe? Yes. VCs cringe a lot of the time? Also, yes.
Folks, you ever wonder if there's more out there? If there's more to this life than just work and friends and the touch of a loved. That's Philippians 4:13. But your pay at patreon.com/goodwork. Mwah. If you're a burgeoning tech startup, you want hardworking employees. That's Philippians 4:13. But you also want $100 million bestowed upon you by the pantheon of Silicon Valley gods known as venture capitalists. And that's one of the reasons LinkedIn and X are flooded with companies, founders, and engineers trying to publicize that they'll do nothing except drink Celsius and vibe code until they've excreted the next software unicorn. And while this might seem pretty hardcore to those who grew up around Google cuddle puddles, it actually harkens back to the founding era of Silicon Valley.
One historical parallel comes with the semiconductor industry in the 60s and 70s, the original industry that put the silicon into Silicon Valley. These companies like Intel, Fairchild Semiconductor, AMD, some ones that are still making chips today. Those were notoriously hardworking places. It was noticed whose car was the first in the parking lot in the day and the last one to leave at night. The people who ran those companies, many of them went on to found some of the marquee venture capital firms in Silicon Valley. And VCs are really set the tone for the culture. And
he got New Albany. The law changed to New Albany specifically so he could run it. But the model he created started off in Columbus, and now it's popped up in every major regional area of Ohio. So what he did initially is in the early 2000s, he made this public-private partnership called the Columbus Partnership, which later gave birth to various other entities, including what is now One Columbus and the Smart City Columbus, which is trying to turn Columbus into a test city for smart cities nationwide.
No.
But One Columbus is basically the privatized version, or it's semi-private, but it's run by the private sector and its investors, which include like JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wexner's The Limited, all these big corporations. And it basically replaced the Regional Economic Development Authority. It privatized it. Right. And so then you have all these different public-private partnerships of the same model crop up later. And then you have one created in 2011 at the state level, called Jobs Ohio. And Jobs Ohio is an extremely controversial organization, as it should be, because it's extremely egregious. So basically, this venture capitalist who's super cozy with Reid Hoffman of LinkedIn fame and also perhaps Epstein infamy, if you will, named Mark Kwame, paid former Governor John Kasich's campaign like over $1 million. And basically when Kasich got in, he put Kwame in charge of this corporation he created called Jobs Ohio that privatized the entire state's economic development authority. Wow. And so basically what Jobs Ohio did, it's a private corporation, and then it took control of what was formerly the state liquor tax. So the state liquor tax in Ohio, instead of going into the public coffers, is funneled into this private corporation that, because it's a private corporation, doesn't have to show the public at all how it spends its money. And they're basically the main engine now nationally, and then in conjunction with these regional public-private partnerships, funneling taxpayer money to these corporations. And what I noted in the article, which was co-authored with Mark Goodwin, by the way, are funneled into these, big incentives for these companies to relocate. And they're extremely controversial in part too, because the data centers have made power bills in Ohio just shoot through the roof. After publishing this article, I've been contacted by numerous people from Ohio who have said their power bills are, close to $700 a month for single family homes. And that represents a huge jump from when a lot of these data centers became operational, and most of them are in the Columbus area, but they're building more. And that same Mark Kwame guy that I mentioned a second ago, who helped create Jobs Ohio, he has a new sovereign wealth fund, as he calls it, for the state of Ohio that is funneling money into Wexner-connected initiatives and also into J.D. Vance's venture capital firm, Narya Capital. And some of these deals that he has invested in, like he invested in a property that is being developed by the New Albany company, which is again Wexner controlled, and they're putting a giant data center in Sunbury, Ohio, even though locals don't want it, and they're just going to shove it through anyway, which is pretty much what they've been doing throughout the state. And you
do a real thing, you want to do some symbolic bullshit.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, while you're doing that, the real people go and get their blown off in a fucking war. And by the way, ISIS and America are friends now, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yo, I think I saw people on this show go, hey, there's hidden ISIS terror cells in America still. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Okay. So the president, who's from the beheading video of Daniel Pearl, that fucking president of Syria, the Trump
president of Syria now, yeah.
He's changed his name.
That was his past, though. I mean,
he name change. He's like Diddy. He changed his name or Bill.
Right.
And I'm watching him at Petraeus.
You can't judge everyone by their past.
Well, I can judge if sure. No, yes, you can. What are you talking about? I mean, literally, you could.
He's a new man. Okay?
I mean, the judgment doesn't necessarily capital offense. It's just I'm judging you as like, hey, I don't think it's cool that you cut that guy's head off.
He was a teenager when he did that. You
know what? Maybe I'm letting best be the enemy of good. You're right, Danny.
I did some shitty things when I was a teenager.
I'm just thinking, because whenever I heard that IED dick thing, and I'm very affected by I don't know if you subscribe to Dick News as I do, but I was very upset by it. Because I'm just thinking that like a war for nothing, you didn't know to sit on your helmet yet. And then I'm watching Petraeus sit down with his asshole. You find it pretty easy. Petraeus sitting with Jelani, whatever, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. He's in both of them.
With the new head of Syria?
Yeah, the new president that we installed from ISIS. If I say this to someone who is like an Atlantic Council type of fucking, and there's one in particular I'm thinking of, they go, well, they won the war. That's a strange thing for you to say about ISIS. Aren't they anti-Semitic?
A little odd.
So, yeah, so I want you to lick this guy's fucking balls. I'm just like, dude, no, I never went to the military and my dick's fine. And it upset the shit out of me seeing that. So I just imagine if my dick was blown off, I'd feel extra mad.
Yeah. Find the picture. Petraeus with the head of Syria, the ISIS guy. What do you make? What do you make of this whole fucking report that just came out, where 15 different people in the military came out and said that they said Trump's appointed by Jesus Christ to bring back the Messiah?
That's old shit, dude.
That was like last week.
Shit. Oh, there's a new. I mean, it's an old idea, but it's a new.
It's an old idea, right? But this whole report with all these people in the military, like 14 different branches of the military.
How's this news to people that they thought? Don't you remember in Iraq they were writing the shithead from what's his fucking name? His auntie or his mom runs Amway, and Eric Prince.
Yeah.
Remember his mercenary outfit? It was like he changed it to like G or something, but it used to be They were writing scriptures on the bullets. Remember all that bullshit from the Iraq War? I do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, that was George W. Bush years.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. There's still
that's
something still
messianic.
going.
So that's just Christian Zionist horseshit from like slobbering Noahides.
Yeah.
Well, you texted me about Chabad, right?
Shabbat. Yeah, the Shabbat network.
Boy, it's so wrong how you're saying it, but I'm going to say it that way. Fuck them. Chabad, which is an intel fucking bullshit, not a religious thing. It's just like the Mooney. I look at it as the Jewish Moonies, is what I look at it as. Hey, shout out to Jong Jun.
What was it called? Chabad what? What was the
Lubavitch?
Chabad Lubavitch. Yeah.
So if you know anybody who's like, well, it's Florida, you Muslim Jews here, but like some of my ex-girlfriend is Jewish, right? And she would explain, they try to make you, I would ask my friend, or Shafir I'd ask, who went to yeshiva. He was like, I guess they try to make you more Jewish. And everybody like doesn't know what they do. I think Cars for Kids was them. Do you remember 1877 Cars for Kids? And all the joke, and you know, this is like, you wouldn't look into it back in the day, but it'd just be like, what, should they give kids cars? What is this? And it was a Chabad in Lakewood, New Jersey. Just you're donating to their fucking.
And they're Hasidics, right?
Yeah, but so as far as I know, ultra Orthodox, which is not a Dragon Ball Z thing, as I thought initially. I thought it was like the final form of Orthodox. It's not. I think
I was hoping it was.
I know. Dude. But I think it's just that they don't fight in the IDF. They think the modern state of Israel, even though they live there, is a blasphemy against God, which if you want to be technical and follow the religion, it is. But I'm not telling you got to believe that. I'm just telling you that's what the fucking things, that's your own lore. But so they wanted to marginalize them. So they call them ultra Orthodox. And then you got Chabad, who's like, hey, it doesn't matter if you're Zionist or not. We're all Jews. Do you see the Intel PSYOP bridging the gap? And then you've got it's like an extension of, I don't know, the same way the Moonies are. The Moonies are a heavy CIA designed thing to be a bulwark against like communism and, you know, all those bad things. So that's why you use these religions as networks. Jehovah's Witness, when I was in, right? In certain countries.
You were in the Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah, it tells like 20 something.
No shit.
It tells 20. Yeah. I always say cult, and you know, people just think that means something bad, but I just meant whenever I call something a cult, I mean it's like a religion where you have to do it. Like if you have to actually do your thing, that's called a cult. That's how I use it
for sure.
But they don't get involved in politics and they don't vote, and you can't join the military. I agree with all that. I agree with every part of that. So credit to them for making me not believe in the system early. And not getting me attached to fucking like Christmas and shit. I don't care. Usually people.
You don't celebrate Christmas?
Well, I mean, now if I'm with people that do it, I have to do it. I don't care. I'm a real neutral on it. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But it's a nice feeling because you watch.
Well, you don't have kids, right?
No,
so you're not. You don't have to opt into it.
Well, I don't know.
When you have kids, it's
cat
kind
and dog. I feel like I'm expected to be like a parent to them, and I didn't ask for this. Am I wrong? She got me attached to her old pet. Her
What
pets
is
are
it?
almost dead,
Is
and
this-
I'm attaching them.
Is this pipe real or is that just a prop?
Just a prop. I
Oh,
stole it
okay.
from Scott Horton. Scott Horton doesn't use a pipe as a prop, but he does always have a pipe. And I was like, I'm going to steal that, use it as a prop. And then Michael Malice,
Scott Horton, the geopolitics guy?
Yeah.
We were just looking at videos of him the other day.
Scott's fucking smart, dude.
Dude,
His
that
books
guy's
are great.
super fucking smart.
We got, no argument, but we were like yelling. But he's like a dude like me, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But because I don't know, and it's baffling, but he don't think 9/11, he thinks 9/11 is the one thing that's not a false flag thing that they did.
Oh, really?
And I still fully understand why. It has something to do with he has a blind spot for anything religious. This is what he
Is
said
he
to
from
me.
New York?
I don't know, but I mean, a guy's fucking. His books are real good. He gave me 2 of his books. Like,
I noticed the most people I know that are like from New York, like New Yorkers, they're the ones that have a blind spot for the 9/11 thing. Like they can see every other
okay,
conspiracy.
I definitely did. So I'm friends with Jason Burmis now, but I didn't know him back in the day. But he made Loose Change, okay, right after 9/11.
Oh shit!
I never watched Loose Change back then, and I didn't. And I asked Mark Norman, you know that comic Mark Norman?
Oh yeah.
When he was in Austin, I was like, dude, do you remember? But I swear I didn't know this, and I was in New York for this, and I remember how it was right after too. But I didn't know Building 7 was a third building until like maybe like a year and a half ago. The whole time, and I remember like, and if someone, so that's what he was probably talking about. But after that shit happened, you wouldn't have been able to hear nobody telling you no facts.
You have, I mean, it's actually a huge campaign issue now in Ohio because it's so controversial. But instead of actually listening to citizens, the Ohio State Legislature instead decided to pass a law creating a commission that will dispel inaccurate myths about data centers in Ohio. So people are just more comfortable with it, I guess.
Your job depends on reliable tools. That's why Harbor Freight is committed to offering quality tools.
So it sounds very dystopian. It sounds like Ohio is being turned into the.
Would love to hear. Okay, so it's insurance fraud, the changing of global trade from New York to like Milan or wherever the fuck in these specific areas in Europe. It was also to cover up Building 7, which housed all the personal documents of all the SEC investigations. That's why the SEC fell apart after George Bush going into Obama. All that illegal shit that Saudi Arabia, Romania, France, and all those guys were doing. That was a cover up for that. It also allowed the FBI to create a new department inside of the FBI, which gave it access. So by 9/11 happened, the FBI got higher clearance. And by proxy of that, they were able to get a hold of all of the early paperwork of the portable nuclear reactors. And then you also had the Secret Service. The Secret Service also had an office in that building that housed specific information about investigations connected to counterfeit monies. Because you remember at the time, counterfeit money was really becoming a problem. And then after that, we ended up changing our money. So the whole 9/11 thing was a conglomerate, is an amalgamation. Like when they killed JFK, it was amalgamation of scenarios that they tidy up in a nice bow to cause. This is what Pharaoh has always done. Pharaoh is perfect at Pharaoh is a masterclass monopolist at death. And central banks are Pharaoh. Switzerland is Pharaoh. Austria is Pharaoh. Aiken is Pharaoh. Paris is Pharaoh. And they run on a system that is wholly their own and has nothing to do with our day-to-day lives. Like our laws and all these country laws are a burden on their activities.
You know, the prototype of a techno state. Is that overstating it?
No, I don't think so. I think they're trying to privatize the whole government in the same way that it has been promoted by people like Curtis Yarvin and Peter Thiel, who of course are pretty cozy with people like JD Vance. And what the Dark Enlightenment entails, and the best description of this that I can direct people to is Ian Davis's book, The Technocratic Dark State, which is about all of these people. The goal is basically to privatize the entire government and have it run by these sovereign corporations. So instead of the public sector, you would basically be, a client of the sovereign corporation, which would be ruled by a CEO who functions as a dictator.
So no, I had Steve Bannon on the show last year, and he talked about how these guys like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and the rest of them wanted to create a techno-feudal state. And I didn't even really know what he was saying back then when he was, I'm like, what? This seems outrageous and like over the top. But of course, I was wrong and he was right because it's happening. And it's happening in places, of all places, Ohio, which is the last place in the world I would think something like this would be happening. But there it is.
Well, it's under the thumb of a really evil oligarch that basically financed the most famous sex trafficker in American history.
That would be, yeah. So can you talk about Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in this whole kind of project in Ohio?
Yeah, sure. So basically, Epstein was intimately involved in the New Albany project, if you will, this effort to create a master planned city versus a public-private partnership, and then basically.
All right, in these master plan cities, they try to do it with the water issue. Babe, what was that? Flint, Michigan. All right. So Flint, Michigan, they did it with the water. In Las Vegas, they tried to do it when they tried to kill Mohammed bin Salman during that Las Vegas incident. They tried to do it in Atlanta, Georgia, when they attacked the airports. And that one guy was like spec opsing police. It's like a state's version of COG, the continuity of government. And what they do is they make modern day bishoprics. And bishoprics are city states. And you keep having these fallouts happen, like in Las Vegas, or not in Las Vegas, but New Mexico, where like, where the hell? Maricopa County in Arizona, where John McCain is from. They try to kind of do all that stuff there. Erica Kirk and the Army and TPUSA, that one Zionist dude, the other French Zionist dude. They try to do these bishoprics, and what they do is you have a city you have an administrator, and that administrator controls the police, the mayor, waterworks, the railroad, the communal railroad in the regions, if you have one. It's like Tennessee Valley Authority or Disney's city in Florida, or Virginia Power. Like they're trying to, and so the only one who's apparently been doing this the correct way is Elon Musk, because he created the Star City, Texas, or whatever the fuck it's called, and he did it in a fashion to where he's setting up in his area like a whole. He's doing it the right way and not trying to do this ancient way of running city states, bishoprics.
basically de facto privatize it under the control of this company, which he was intimately involved with. And there's a lot of different data points regarding that cross pollination that I note in the piece. For example, Epstein courted top people from the New Albany company to help him design his island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. He had people from New Albany manage his properties, including in the USVI and Zorro Ranch, which of course had been of major interest in the sex trafficking scandal. But New Albany somehow has gotten pretty much no scrutiny, even though you have Ghislaine Maxwell under oath saying that Epstein ran it. And he was clearly very involved in the company and had a lot of his financial businesses based there. But what's interesting too is that Epstein's involvement in New Albany overlaps with efforts by him via the Edge Foundation to court the CEOs and founders of a lot of the very same big tech companies that have now installed themselves all over New Albany, which is quite interesting. So
Shopify.com/Danny Jones. Dude, it's never been more, the hyper normalization has never been more real than right now.
I didn't know what that meant. I heard you say it on a podcast and I looked it up.
No, I was texting you about it a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry.
Yeah, no, there was a Soviet writer who wrote about this in the 80s during the Soviet Union, where it was like everybody knew, the politicians and the people of the Soviet Union all knew they were living in a fake world. Everything was collapsing. Society was collapsing.
Yeah, right.
They all knew nothing was real, and the politicians knew that the citizens knew that nothing was real, and this was all just some, allegory.
You're supposed to be cool with it. That's the whole
thing.
thing.
And it was like they were just faking they were trying to ignore the reality of it and just like live their lives day to day to try to like get through the day. And that's exactly what it's becoming more and more that here every day, because everybody knows, all the politicians and the leaders have to know that we all know. In fact, they're probably releasing these files so it gets more hyper normalized.
Of course they are. And guess what happens after that? What happened in the Soviet Union? A bunch of vicious, despicable oligarchs took over the country and stole all their shit.
Yeah.
Until Putin shook them down. Right? Until a strong guy said, you have to give back that. That's why when they go Putin cracks down freedoms, they never mean for the people that live in a country. They mean for oligarchs of that country that they're friends with.
Right.
That's what they mean. Why the fuck would I care about Putin at all? Why are they trying to reboot him like he's we had Saddam Hussein when I was a kid. Here was our Thanoses. We had Saddam, Osama bin Laden. Now there was so Saddam's just like a Loki, phase 1 Marvel compared to Osama bin Laden, who was like, I am inevitable. Oh, by the way, another fucking Mark David Chapman, Sirhan, program fucking slave, I promise you.
Bin Laden?
I think so, yeah. I think so. He's from a rich family. Just like the guy that shot Reagan when H.W. was vice president, right? And then John Hinckley Jr., who I sometimes confuse with Mark David Chapman. I might have just done it now.
John Hinckley, he's the guy who shot
Reagan.
He just got out of prison, right?
Yeah,
he's got a whole YouTube channel now.
Oh, so does and he's from a good family. I believe they're Sinclair Oil, but the Bushes bailed their family out after that happened. Now, Reagan, my guess is he didn't do something they wanted him to do, and so they did an attempt with a fucking wind-up toy. All these families, John Hinckley Jr. I'm just speculating as a respected astronaut and judge, and and now Korean Jesus. Thank you for coronating me, Korean gun Jesus. Could there be a more free-to-play video game themed guy?
I think we're going to start a new religion here today.
What's that? Oh, yeah, but what is it called? Herpenetics. I tried it. It didn't really take off. It's
I don't know. Derpenetics.
Okay, so
this is John Hinckley's YouTube channel.
Look at this old MK Ultra slave rattling around.
Look, he's doing videos.
So you know what they do in these families, right? The high up family, like the Bushes. I used to make a joke about this that I'm sure W got chased naked through the woods by Dick Cheney and his friends.
I haven't heard this.
Oh, I just say it as a joke, but I think it did happen actually.
Oh, really?
Dude, we need see, if you want to be a leader, I don't know how much of a leader you are, okay? But let me tell you some leader talk.
Okay.
See,
I want to be a leader.
Your ability to withstand huge amounts of cortisol is genetically very important for this position, And look, only a few people are psychopaths. I mean, they're a minority and they're completely in control of the entire earth, but it's how can we guarantee their kids to take over their legacy of these narcissist psychopaths will in turn be secondary or sociopaths?
Yeah.
Well, with vicious satanic ritual abuse. That's how. And by the way, if you have enough people focused on the right thing, that shit works. So that's how you get to contact a non-human entity, and then you make deals, and that's how shit works. Now, let's say the spiritual aspect, as Scott Horton would say, is like, what? Shut up. Okay. But these people think that. And the reason I wanted to find out about it was I was looking up alien bullshit about the tall whites, and I kept getting all this crossover with SRA. And I'm like, that's a strange. Why is it? And then there's a lot of similarities. It's like you get kidnapped at, you ever get grabbed up by aliens?
No, not yet.
No, I haven't. Are you saying not yet?
Yeah, not yet. It could happen.
Would you, if you saw one of them big heads over you trying to extract your semen, dude, would you like, because you know their mouth slit? You have UFO people, you know that doesn't go to, doesn't go to anything. It's like a vestigial, what's that?
The mouth?
Yeah, the grays, those little robot grays, it doesn't go anywhere. They don't speak, right?
Right.
But
they telepathically
just a
talk to
pocket
you.
in their little stupid big heads.
I guess. I don't know. Never
okay, you got
dissected
5 seconds. Not even 5 seconds, dude, because the speed of thought. You got to wake up, see that big head, and just grab its head and start fucking mouth. You go, come in.
As I noted in 2015's Baphomet, The Temple Mystery Unveiled, co-written with Alexander Rivera, the Oxford English Dictionary says that the first appearance of the name Baphomet in English text was in the Classical Journal, Volume 5, published in 1812, in an article by Charles Villers called Some Account of the Researches of the German Literati on the Subject of Ancient Literature and History. A French scholar referred to only as Monsieur Lentz is quoted from an essay of his entitled On the Goddess of Paphos as Represented on Ancient Monuments and on the Baphomet. This referred to a goddess worshipped in the coastal city of Paphos on the island of Cyprus, where the Templars were stationed. Idols of the goddess were used as landmarkers, just as statues of Hermes, the Greek wisdom god, were also used in ancient times. These images of the goddess had gradually combined with and then transmuted into images of Hermes himself. Monsieur Lentz suggested that the name of these markers, Mete, got fused with that of Paphos to form Paphometa and thus Baphomet. Jules Michelet referred to Francois Just-Marie Raynward's The Templars, Tragedy in 5 Acts, 1805, regarding the origin of the word. Monsieur Raynard considers the word Baphomet in these 2 depositions as an alteration of that of Muhammad, mentioned by the first Templar witness, and sees in it a desire on the part of the examiners to confirm the charges of a good understanding with the Saracens, so generally reported of the Templars. In their depositions, the Templars admit nothing more serious than that they have felt alarm, that they have fancied that they saw a devil's head, a moth's head, that in these ceremonies they have seen the devil himself under the shape of a cat, or of a woman. The word moth appears to originate in French as a way of spelling this alleged alteration of Muhammad, the name of the Muslim prophet, which supposedly morphed into the word Baphomet. Variations seen in print also include Mafez and Mafumet, according to the Bulletin de la Société Académique de Lyon, Volume 21, 1876. In the book The View of the State of Europe During the Middle Ages by Henry Hallam, published in 1818, the author concurs that the word is, quote, an early French corruption of Muhammad. This goes along with the reports mentioned by Raynard and Michelet that the Templars were suspected at the time of their trials of having been secret converts to Islam and secret friends of their supposed enemies, the Saracens. In one night's confession, he mentioned that he had been taught to exclaim the word Yalla during the blasphemous ceremonies, which he said was, quote, a word of the Saracens. Also, according to the online etymology dictionary, Muhammad was used in the Middle Ages as a generic word for idol. While editing the English translation of Joseph von Hammer-Purgstall's Mysterium Baphometis Revelatum, I also found that he had mentioned a similar variation on Baphomet's name, spelled here with an S instead of an F or PH. Gosseron de Montparnasse, which said, quote, "Their superior showed him an idol, bearded and made in the likeness of Baphomet. It is a terrible figure which resembles a devil, saying in the French, Maus, an idol that was in the form of a human head with a big beard." It occurred to me that this word is very similar to Maus, the German word for mouse. This made me think about the fact that Mickey Mouse is one of the most popular fictional characters in the world, and the silhouette of his head is among the most recognizable corporate logos ever designed. Although it is an extremely simple design, Disney Corp is very litigious towards anyone who attempts to utilize this symbol, which is why they sued electro musician Deadmau5 for also using a logo featuring the black head of a mouse with 2 large ears. It seems that according to Disney, any unauthorized use of 3 circles combined is infringing on their copyright if the circle on the bottom is larger than the others. They don't even have to be perfect circles. Ever since I first saw it, the Deadmau5 logo has brought to mind the icon of the Death's Head, a glyph featuring a human head often with 2 thigh bones shown beneath. It was used by the Templars on their gravestones, most likely as a reference to the Baphomet, and later became incorporated into the Jolly Roger flag flown by pirates. It was also used in alchemy to symbolize the state of putrefaction, and by the Nazi SS to make them seem fearsome. Amazingly, in the German language, not only does Maus mean mouse, but with an E added on the end, it can be either a verb for the act of catching a mouse, a verb meaning to pinch, or an adjective that means stone dead. When an R is added, it becomes the noun for a pinch, and also designates the point of a knife. This may be significant, for the Knights Templar took their initiation oaths with the point of a sword pointed at their breast, the tip touching the skin to make an impression. The purpose of this was to remind them of how they would be murdered if they revealed the Order's secrets to anybody. Those secrets included the kidnapping, drugging, torturing, and murdering of children for their rituals. As it turns out, Deadmau5 may very well know about these implicit connections between the word mouse, the Death's Head, and Baphomet, for he calls himself Goat Lord on Twitter, and has been photographed many times wearing a t-shirt emblazoned with a full figure of Baphomet. He performs on stage in a cube-shaped structure he calls, quote, the Mousetrap. The Mouse-Baphomet connection might have ended there for me had I not thought about the chocolate mousse in the film Rosemary's Baby, used by the satanic cult in the film as a vector to surreptitiously intoxicate Rosemary with something to make her sleep while she's being raped by Satan in a ritual. The mousse is made by Rosemary's neighbor, Minnie Castevet, who, along with her husband Roman Castevet, acts on behalf of the cult as Rosemary's handler, initiating Rosemary's husband Guy into the cult and manipulating Rosemary into unwittingly being impregnated with the Antichrist. The mousse is delivered to Rosemary and Guy by Minnie as a gift while they are having a romantic dinner at home. Rosemary, who can taste the contaminant in the dessert, complains of a, quote, undertaste, and sneakily dumps the remainder of her mousse in her napkin when Guy isn't looking. The connection between this scene and not only the mouse, Maus, Baphomet symbolism, but specifically Mickey Mouse, is underscored by the fact that the character's name, Minnie, is the same as that of Mickey Mouse's wife, and that Minnie specifically pronounces the word moose as mouse. With her overly rouged cheeks, occasionally sporting a black and white polka dot do-rag tied into a bow on the top of her head, Mrs. Castevet even resembles Minnie Mouse. During the sex ritual, Guy
and harvest his semen, motherfucker. I think about that all day, dude.
Is that what you would do? You're already prepared for it.
That's how
if you wake
that's
up,
why they don't grab me, dude, because I think about that most of my day. I want, if I'm being honest, I want them to try it. I want to test myself against their big heads, show them Earthman physics.
You think you get hard with a fucking alien standing right over you like that on a cold ass table?
It's not that. It's the hardness of knowing that I just really, they didn't anticipate that one.
You want to file free? Hit it.
Hardee's Barbecue Pulled Pork Frisco Burger is back and just $5.99 in the app. Got that appetite appeal? Absolutely.
I'm like Captain Kirk, but like way better than that. Right? Like Captain Kirk, that's like how he would get out of it if he was cooler and like me.
Right.
He would fuck their mouth slit. I was like, we can't fuck, dude. So they can read your mind. They know.
Yeah, they know exactly what you're gonna do.
They know I want them to get me.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I would look this shit up.
That's why they're not gonna fuck with you.
And yeah, I guess. Who knows? The thing that was so weird to me is these abduction stories. And it's always like, why don't you abduct? Because after they get done graping you, they go. They tell you not to pollute, and don't pollute. Like, there's the environmental message from the aliens.
Right.
Oh, Earth you've got to stop nuclear war. Like, what? Did you just grape me and now you're talking about, you are advanced. I didn't know nukes were bad. Thanks, aliens.
What do you think that shit is, though? Do you think that shit's real? Like, all the people that talk about it, like,
no, I'm sure that the grape portion of it is very real. As to what was doing that, who knows?
Have you ever heard of David Huggins?
Yeah, why have I heard? I have, yes.
He's my favorite alien abductee. My favorite alien abductee. He lives in Hoboken, New Jersey. He's like 95 years old.
Is that the guy who paints the pictures?
Yes.
Yeah. So
the aliens with the giant tits that he lost his virginity to an alien.
Yeah. Oh, that guy. Okay, so
there's an amazing documentary called Love and Saucers.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
So all this, dude. There is some like wild connection overlap with
So he's got like 3 alien love children with this alien lady.
Yeah. So, dude, since we know mind control is real and hypnosis is real, you could breed people for whatever your purposes you want and be whoever you want.
That the term slipping a Mickey is used to describe the poisoning of someone's drink in order to cause this very same effect, analogous to the more modern term roofie. It originated with the famed use of chloral hydrate on unsuspecting customers by saloon owner Mickey Finn, who was accused of robbing his comatose poisoned patrons in Chicago in the 1890s. The director of Rosemary's Baby, Roman Polanski, used the same tactic years later on the 13-year-old girl that he famously raped in a hot tub at a party, leading to his exile from the United States. Note that the leader of the satanic cult portrayed in the film is also named Roman, and that Polanski's pregnant wife ended up being murdered by another satanic cult, the Manson family, while he was out of town.
All right, so this is, remember, Joe Rogan's parents were hanging out with all of these, I don't know, early San Francisco transhumanists, and Manson failed the first time he tried to kill that one bitch who was pregnant. And remember, she was a princess, and she was an heir to an empire, and he failed. And you also remember some of the notes that Charles Manson had written. It's like, if you fail, try again. If you fail, try again. If you fail, try again. And I never believed Manson was in prison, in my opinion. But yeah, this is the atmosphere at the time.
That gang also drugged victims to take advantage of them, and the leader of that group used drugs to control the minds of the members. That the poisoned moose in Rosemary's Baby is meant to connect symbolically with the image of an actual mouse is driven home with repeated mentions of a, quote, mouse bite during Rosemary's feverish dream she has that night while she's being raped. She sees a nurse who says to her, "I'm sorry you're not feeling well," to which Rosemary replies, "It's just the mouse bite." The nurse then responds, "We just see you." This implies that the mouse bite, the moose, somehow prevented her from connecting to God through the religion that she was raised in, resulting in the demon-induced trance state. The hidden symbolism behind the words mouse and moose fit oh so subtly with what is going on in the story. Mouse bites, of course, can not only be quite painful, but are prone to infection, and sometimes communicate potentially fatal diseases such as hantavirus. Mousse is an old French word meaning froth or scum, and shares common roots with the English word mushroom. Of course, intoxication is always toxic to some extent. Rosemary only ate a mouse-sized portion of her dessert, though. At one point, she even screamed out loud, "This is no dream. This is really happening." The next morning, she woke up and remembered a dream of being raped by, quote, something inhuman. The creator of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, was employed as a consultant for the film by Polanski to make the scene as authentic as possible.
And remember, Joe Rogan used to hang out with Anton LaVey's son. They were friends. Marilyn Manson was friends with them. All these big people are connected to the same group of army folks that like Erica Kirk is tied to.
In other words, the movie depicts things that a satanic witch coven would actually do. Indeed, the tactic of using drugs such as chloroform to incapacitate and then kidnap a new recruit for the initiation ceremony is one said to be used by the Astrum Argentum occult order. And it is what the Skull and Bones fraternity at Yale was depicted as doing in the film The Skulls. Minute doses of poison. Wherever he A.K. Huysman's novel La Basse, when one of his characters, Karhe, tells his friends about a Catholic priest who secretly worships the devil. Quote, wherever he travels, Doker takes along with him some white mice which he keeps in cages. He feeds them on consecrated hosts and on pastes impregnated with minute doses of poison. When these unfortunate rodents are saturated, he holds them over a chalice and, with a sharp instrument, pricks them here and there. The blood, which is collected in a vase, is employed by him to strike down his enemies. From time to time he employs a formula invented by a society of Satanists called the Re-Theurgist Optimates, of whom I have spoken before, and he prepares a mixture comprised of flour, meat, the wafer of the Eucharist, mercury, animal semen, human blood, acetate of morphine, and aspic oil. More recently, according to Gavinji, he has taken to producing an even more venomous concoction. Fish are stuffed with communion wafers and gradually graded toxins. These toxins are selected from among those which induce madness or cause tetanus when absorbed through the pores of the skin. Then, when these fishes are thoroughly permeated with these sacrilegious substances, Doker removes them from the water, leaves them to rot, and then distills them in such a manner that a single drop of essential oil he so extracts is enough to make a man go mad. A case of bewitchment by means of the veniniferous blood of mice occurred in Chalons-sur-Marne in 1879, and true enough, a canon did belong to this satanic cult. When asked to explain, quote, how it is possible to poison a man at a distance this way, Karhe reveals, the magician employs a medium, a woman who is known in such circles as, quote, a flying spirit. These women are somnambulists who, when hypnotized, can transport themselves wherever you like. In this way, you can use them to transmit the magic potions to the designated person even if he is hundreds of miles away. Those who are stricken in such a manner have seen no one, and they go mad or die without suspecting the benefice. Later, the main character in the story, Durtal, thinks to himself, is the idea of a larva, some flying spirit, any less extraordinary than that of a microbe traveling immense distances in order to secretly poison you? Why shouldn't the Earth's atmosphere be chock-a-block with elemental spirits as well as bacteria? So it seems to me we now have multiple reasons why giving someone, quote, the mouse, could have developed into a secret code for poisoning someone, made use of with multiple variations by several secret societies and crime syndicates, most connected to Satanism. The term might apply to this act when performed for various reasons, either to murder or hex the victim, or to render them unconscious so that they can be victimized, or to kidnap them for initiation into a secret order which they may have, as in the case of Astrum Argentum, voluntarily agreed to join, perhaps without knowing that this would result in being kidnapped. Mouse could also be used to refer to substances given to lower the defenses of the initiate/victim, to make it easier to program his or her mind with hypnosis. Add to this the term Mouseburger, introduced by Helen Gurley Brown, founder of Cosmopolitan magazine, to refer to the use of subtle psychological manipulation to dominate people whilst appearing to play a subordinate role. The fact that Moz also means to pinch, a pinch, at knife point, or the point of a knife, may explain why we refer to a drink that has been surreptitiously contaminated with drugs as having been, quote, spiked. Also, another way of delivering the drug to the victim is with the use of a poison dart. Then consider the fact that Disney's trademarked mouse logo of 3 black circles resembles the club symbol used on a deck of playing cards, and that these were initially called basto in Spanish or bastoni in Italian, meaning a cudgel. Besides poison, another way to render a person incapacitated is to club them over the head. This is what happened to Hiram Abif in the Masonic ritual. The blow supposedly kills him, but later in the rite he is resurrected, proving that it was non-lethal, just like a slipped Mickey.
I'm not saying it's aliens or like demon. I'm not. Who is they called? The Collins Elite? That Giorgiani.
That's Giorgiani's thing. Yeah.
Well, no, that's the book Final Events by what's his name? I'm forgetting. Forget his fucking name. But anyway,
Nick Redfern.
By Nick Redfern, and it's interesting. It came out around 2007 or something. It came out in the George W. Times, and they realized the aliens are demons, right? I'm just really overly summarizing. I would say it's worth listening to because I think it figures into this bullshit going on now. So
they're saying aliens are demons.
So when I heard Jason Giorgiani first explain it, and he's a New York guy who's very not, like he does not understand Christianity at all. Even though I love his work, I think he's got a lot of interesting shit in it.
He's also got a lot of cold takes.
Yeah, no, dude, he just helped me like connect dots I would have never connected.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And he was great. I had a good time having him on my show.
Yeah, he's super fucking smart.
Him and I have Nathaniel Gillis on. Nathaniel Gillis, my fans call him Smart Shane.
Smart Shane?
He's a demonologist, and him and Steve Mera have a podcast that they have very interesting shit on.
He's a demonologist.
Yeah, and by the way,
this name sounds so familiar. What's his first name?
Nathaniel Gillis. Him and Steve Mera. Yeah, so him and Steve Mera were on my show together, but I had him on before. But the reason I'm bringing all these guys up in tandem.
Oh, yeah, I know this guy.
Okay, and this other guy I had on my show, R.A., I can't remember, he's Gary Wayne's writing partner. But anyway, plasma physics figures into this, okay?
Okay.
What I like about his shit, he's got a thing called necronetics or something he's working on that's about, the way he puts it's a very interesting way to think about it that you don't hear people put it, because it's always either alien or demon.
Right.
The Collins Elite book is about that. By the way, Collins, so everybody knows, that's a converso name of Cohen. Do you know that?
No.
Yeah, the Cohen Elite. Cohenim are Levites. That's an important tribe to be from. The Levites, that's the priestly tribe.
Yeah, and the Cohens are the Baals, high priests. They wore the cool little chest piece with like all the 9 different gems on them.
Of course, now that I have mentioned this, you will immediately think of the Mickey Mouse Club, where the magic words used to perform tricks are always Miska, Muska, Mickey Mouse. As the sorcerer's apprentice and the figurehead of the Magic Kingdom, Mickey presumably knows a great deal about the practice of magic. The Mickey Mouse Club has been responsible for bringing us a high percentage of our culture's popular music stars over the last several decades. These stars start out as actors on Disney's TV shows, then later become pop music sirens, enticing the youth of the world towards the wide-open gates of hell as they spin out their train-wreck lives on the public stage for all to see, exhibiting all of the classic traits of sexual abuse and mind control victimhood along the way. Some relevant information connecting Satanism and mind control to both Disney cartoon films, and Mickey Mouse in particular, were mentioned in my 2005 book, Mind-Controlled Sex Slaves in the CIA. Summarizing my interview with professed mind control victim Kathy O'Brien, I wrote, according to Kathy, she was controlled with a form of neuro-linguistic programming used on many monarch slaves, which involved the use of themes from Wizard of Oz and various Disney children's films. She was taught to go into another dimension, quote, over the rainbow whenever the pain of the abuse became too much to bear, and to identify with Cinderella when her father assigned her a strict daily regimen of household chores, which was part of her slave programming. The hallucinogenic and multidimensional themes of Alice in Wonderland were also quite extensively used. This was done not just to Kathy, but to all her brothers and sisters as well, who were all being used in the program. As she writes in her book, my brother, now 37, remains psychologically locked into those traumatic childhood years and is obsessed with Disney themes and productions to this day. His house is decorated in Disney memorabilia, he wears Disney clothes, listens to my father's instructions on a Disney telephone, and maintains When You Wish Upon a Star as his favorite song.
Work off Disney adults, which is what most Americans are. Siberian Civil War shit, ain't it? General butt naked eating a kid's heart.
General butt naked, yeah.
Yeah, and so jerk off Disney adults, which is what most Americans are, who would still vote. If you still think after all this that it's real, if you still think that, you're a fucking Disney adult. That's the most charitable way I can describe you.
That's a
if you
great
think
take.
left and right are real, you are a fucktard cow, and they're letting you know they're going to harvest every fucking part of you and your fucking kids.
Which has locked his... and he wears Disney, psychologically locked into those traumatic childhood years, and is obsessed with Disney themes and productions to this day. His house is decorated in Disney memorabilia, he wears Disney clothes, listens to my father's instructions on a Disney telephone, and maintains When You Wish Upon a Star as his favorite song, which has locked his children into the same theme. Interestingly, the Disney programming claim is one made by almost every, quote, recovered MKUltra monarch slave, although it's difficult to determine whether these claims began to surface before or after the publication of Kathy's book. For example,
that you're a fucking Disney adult. That's the most charitable way I can describe you.
That's a
if you
great
think
take.
left and right are real, you are a fucktard cow, and they're letting you know they're going to harvest every fucking part of you and your fucking kids. And they're going to make a sandwich out of your kids with your own tit milk. That's what they're going to do to you, you dumb fuck. Who am I talking to? There's only two claws.
That's a great fucking take, man. I recently started taking a mushroom that shows up in...
a number of them say that they were taken to Tinker Air Force Base in Oklahoma, where they were placed in electrified, quote, Tinkerbell cages, and tortured into creating child alters that would, like Peter Pan, never grow up.
You'll see that the eating cycle of the rodents will become more intense. They'll work harder and fight harder to get food that sometimes will be where they expect it and sometimes it will not. We'll teach them that the food is always behind the red door. And when they have that well learned, we'll take the food away and put it behind the white door. And when they learn that, we'll switch again and again and again. To what end?
Another direct...
That is true. Maybe that's why fucking Putin has been in charge for so long. Maybe it's these dictatorships who have one leader just for decades.
Hey, how about if they voted Putin in and then he just did whatever Israel tells him to do all the time?
Right.
Fucking shut the fuck. We have never had democracy. We had a republic at one point. If you had any good history teacher, they're like, we're not really a democracy, we're representative republic. Mm-hmm. In fact, they call it direct democracy, but that's just democracy. With that fuck. I guess maybe it's not. Let's say it was elites. Mm-hmm. What does populism mean?
What does populism mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
It means it's what the people want.
Okay, so why is that a pejorative?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It was invented as that. It was invented to insult people. What's the book? What's the Matter with Kansas? That's the one Jimmy read that got him because.
What's the Matter with Kansas?
He wrote that and he wrote Listen Liberal. After nobody could believe, I don't know who, whatever won. And it was all about how the entire working class got ruined. The guy who wrote, I'm forgetting his name, but Listen Liberal's the book. Mm-hmm. And he had just written What's the Matter with Kansas, which is during the Iraq War, the second Iraq War. He still pops up on like news shows online and TV, but not as much on your CNNs and whatever because they don't like populism because it's elitism.
Right.
So this is the only thing I disagree with Jason Giorgiani on. because he went to that fucking fancy Epstein school. I don't think he was doing something with Epstein, but just because he went to that, the attitude of a lot of people are cattle is not a good. I don't agree with that. I think that's real fucked up. Even though I just called a bunch of people cattle into the air. You don't have to be. They purposely try to make you like that. They need you to not think too much,
right?
And nobody has to. Literally, you don't have to kill nobody. You just have to literally never lie for business reasons ever again. Can you? That's all you got to do, and the whole thing ends. Oh, hold on.
The problem.
Connection between Mickey Mouse and the satanic ritual abuse subject is Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, who I described in my book as, quote, a former Green Beret and senior U.S. military intelligence officer once involved in the study of psyops, or psychological warfare. He wrote an extensive essay with Colonel Paul E. Valalay, a Fox News Channel analyst, called From Psyop to Mind War, The Psychology of Victory. In this essay, the authors advocated the use of propaganda, subliminal messages, air ionization, and ELF waves to induce specific states of mind, both domestically and abroad, in order to manipulate public opinion. Another interesting fact about Michael Aquino, he just happens to be the leader and founder of the Temple of Set, a splinter group of the Church of Satan, in which Aquino was once a high-ranking member. The Temple of Set now has a number of chapters that operate on military bases. Interestingly, this group's rituals often involve Nazi symbols and rhetoric. Aquino once even performed a satanic working at Heinrich Himmler's castle of Wewelsburg while in Germany on, quote, official NATO business. Predictably, this has caused no shortage of controversy to surround Michael Aquino. In the late 1980s, a satanic ritual abuse scandal broke out at a daycare center on the Presidio military base in San Francisco, where Aquino was stationed. The children accused Aquino, as well as a Baptist minister named Gary Hambright, who was indicted but not convicted. These kids claimed that the people who molested them were part of a, quote, devil worship club, and were able to describe the inside of Aquino's house, where the abuse was said to have taken place. Other children identified Aquino by his nickname, Mickey. His one-time associate Anton LaVey claimed that Aquino's nickname was actually Mickey because his peculiar haircut made him look like Mickey Mouse. Although Aquino was never indicted and the charges against Hambright were dropped, several of the children contracted STDs, proving that someone had abused them. Later, after Hambright died of AIDS, the U.S. Army wrote to the children's parents, urging them to get their children tested for HIV. While it is true that Aquino's affected and embellished widow's peak resembles the shape of the black peak between Mickey's ears, this is to be expected from a publicly known leader of a Satanist group, as this feature has long been associated with dark characters. From the demon Mephistopheles in Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, the name probably related to mephitic, meaning foul-smelling, another possible connection with moth, to modern depictions of devils, vampires, and warlocks, all have a widow's peak either formed with their hair or with a black hood draped over the head. LaVey himself wore such a hood during rituals, but why does Mickey Mouse have a widow's peak? Indeed, have you ever seen in nature a mouse with a face that was a totally different color from the rest of its body? I have seen mice with less fur around their noses so that their skin was showing through more in that area, but certainly not around the eyes like Mickey. I have never once seen a black mouse with a white or pink flesh-colored face. We assume that anthropomorphized cartoon animals are created with a great deal of artistic license when it comes to their anatomy. Nonetheless, the mind is always searching for meaning, for rhyme and reason. So when we wonder why Donald Duck wears a hat and shirt but no pants, or why Mickey can have Pluto as a pet but treat Goofy as a peer, we might also wonder about the intent behind the design of Mickey's face. To me, it looks like he's wearing a mask and a hood similar to those worn at Venetian balls, as featured in Eyes Wide Shut. I'm certainly not the only one to think so. Walt Disney himself saw that Mickey's face lent itself to the look of a gas mask, and he personally designed a child-sized gas mask fitted with Mickey Mouse ears to make chemical attacks less frightening for kids. These masks were actually put into production by the U.S. government and can now be found in military museums. There may even be one at the Walt Disney Family Museum, which is located, oddly enough, at the Presidio Army Base in San Francisco, where Satanist Lieutenant Colonel Michael Mickey Mouse Aquino was accused of raping children in satanic rituals. Perhaps more than any other children's cartoon character, Mickey Mouse has been used for culture jamming purposes, and just to be menacing, by altering his features into something scary. These representations are easy enough to find, and there are hundreds of variations. Marilyn Manson, a member of the Church of Satan who also has the initials MM in his stage name, and who named himself after the Satanist who had Roman Polanski's wife murdered, famously went on tour once wearing an evil Mickey Mouse costume. Recently, Satanist, rap artist, and Marilyn Manson acolyte Lil Uzi Vert spent a fortune on a diamond-encrusted necklace featuring a representation of Marilyn Manson in this guise.
Vert might have 3 million Instagram followers, but he only follows one account, and that's Marilyn Manson. So to say that the shock rocker has been an inspiration to the rapper would be an understatement.
Regarding Mickey Mouse's widow's peak, I presume it is meant to imply the shape of the letter M, but with the line formed by his snout and mandibles, when you look at him straight on, it also kind of looks like the capital letter B on its side. Is this B/M a hidden reference to Baphomet? The widow's peak feature of some people's hair is supposedly so named because it resembles what was once a common feature of the hat that would hold the veil of widow's weeds, traditional mourning garments for widows. This connects it to the veil of Isis, the most famous widow of the Egyptian pantheon, for whom the Freemasons identify themselves as the widow's sons. Isis is, in many ways, analogous to Cybele, whom Hammer Purgstall saw Baphomet as a representation of. Isis, called Ishtar by the Babylonians, was also the queen of prostitutes. The tithes that were given to her temples gave her worshippers the right to utilize the, quote, sacred prostitutes who were obliged to serve her in this manner. Amazingly, the terrorist group ISIS now controls thousands of women that they have kidnapped and forced into sexual slavery. As I have shown in the past, they now freely post videos on YouTube and Instagram selling people, and selling access to sites where, it is implied, patrons will find footage of men, women, and children being tortured, raped, and murdered. Several of these YouTube advertisements make open reference to mind control techniques perfected by the CIA's MKUltra experiments, and use as their insignia a cartoon face with a creepy smile and an injured eyeball poking through a leather bondage mask, taken from the anime show Tokyo Ghoul. This show is all about a race of cannibalistic, semi-human monsters hiding within the human population, preying on them in secret, while the government shields them from public awareness. Considering the well-documented connections between ISIS and the CIA, as well as the US military, the symbolism is apt. Returning once more to the subject of the mouse, and the possible connection with the use by Satanists of consecrated communion wafers, it is worth revisiting what I wrote in my book Hocus Pocus, The Magical Power of St. Peter, regarding the origin of the word Mass as used in the Church. Quote, "The origin of the word Mass, like the ritual itself, can be found in the rites of the cult of Mithras. The Catholic Eucharist, in which bread and wine is ritually consumed, is done in commemoration of the last meal that was shared by Jesus and his disciples. Likewise, in the mystery religion of Mithraism, a ritual involving the consumption of bread and wine was celebrated in commemoration of the last meal that the legendary Mithras is said to have shared with the sun god Helios before ascending to the highest realm. The bread in the Mithraic ritual was called the Mizd, a word reminiscent of the name of the Persian god Ahura Mazda in the Zoroastrian religion, sometimes spelled Ormuzd or Ormus. The word Mazd is the probable origin for the title of the Catholic ritual known as Mass, in which the Eucharist is consumed. The word is probably also related to the Jewish name for unleavened bread, matzah, which they consume ritually every Passover. The Mithraic Mizd was a small round cake embossed with an equilateral cross on top. It was identical in size, shape, and ornament to the...
So, about the masks, Frank Sinatra, who was, tied to everyone that you know, he actually talks about in this interview right here, practicing how to sing through a mask.
A bunch of women with hats and flower baskets. And I wasn't shooting that day, but I went over to see what was happening. And by God, this whole stage turned around and it became...
I don't want to play too much because it's CNN, but in this interview, he speaks about singing through masks from 1988, I think. And this is after all the drama that he had with all the rapes and everything connected to him, which was quite interesting. So, yeah.
I mean, it's
Thomas Frank. Yes, thank you.
That name sounds familiar. The world that we live in, this fake reality that we live in. Yeah, if you want to get anything done, you have to play by the rules, though. And if you don't play by the rules,
what am I going to get done that won't serve the ultimate goal of the fucking? Let's call it. I mean, I don't know who's in charge. Let's call him Satan. What am I supposed to do? What do you mean get anything done? You're not going to get anything done unless the devil does a cost-benefit analysis.
Right. That's the thing, though. That's the thing about humans, that they'll just take the easiest route to power or to whatever their goal, to money.
Well, some will, but 70% will not. 70% of people can't pull the trigger, and that's why we have kindergarten. That's a fact. Most of the soldiers weren't pulling the trigger. Do you know that?
No.
And the Prussian school, the Prussian miracle, where, what's his name? I don't know if it's Leopold. I don't remember which guy. It's not Leopold, it's Belgian. Whatever Prussian king, he came up. So basically, age 6 is when you have like that third brainwave generally that discerns reality on your own without mommy and daddy.
Mm-hmm.
So kindergarten was to get you away from your parents earlier so that in case we need you to be a killer, you're going to be a killer when we want you to.
Where did you fucking learn this?
John Taylor Gatto. Well, Richard Grove. Yeah, Richard Grove's, I call him my rabbi, Richard Grove. That guy put me on to a lot of good shit. Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley, which explains the entire century of whatever. And it's Bill Clinton's mentor at Georgetown and blah, blah. And he wrote this book about the conspiracy, about the NWO, not as a guy exposing it. Keep that in mind. A guy who was he a real H.G. Wells motherfucker who's on board. Okay. So he couldn't understand why they didn't want him telling everyone. And he got oppressed for writing his book. And the book is, I didn't read it, by the way. I read Tragedy and Hope 101 that Richard Grove also sent me, which is the important parts in what I'm going to have to read it, go back and read it, because I'll bet I'll find stuff other people can find. But
Yeah.
Carol Quigley, dude, nothing's hidden. You just got to go.
Yeah.
Nothing's working. It's like what's not organized is the files on the organized crime that they do.
Yeah.
But everything else, you can find it.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Like, it's great for us to talk about. I mean, it's super crazy for us to talk about, and people love listening to it, and people go, oh my God, this is fucking crazy. This is the most sick, sinister shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, well, guess nothing will change. Back to work.
Why don't you change? Yo,
no one will. No one does. No one ever has.
Change is a real broad word. I mean, you could just maybe not be. I don't mean you.
I mean, like, I wish I could do something about it. But
yeah, well, here's the thing that I do, which is not very much, but dude, I can't tolerate if someone parrots that fucking we fight them over there, so we don't fight them here. Those those nursery rhymes they teach you when they go on a mass satanic blood sacrifice adventure. They teach you these stupid. I'm not saying none of them, and I'll mock you if you do say them to me, and I'll be a problem to be around if I hear it. Okay, but I all my friends that have jobs where they go, we had to go to this I haven't had a real job in a long time, dude. Okay, I mean, okay, being an astronaut and of course the Korean Jesus,
right,
Junior,
and a judge,
as well as a judge. I mean, it's kind of built into being Korean Jesus, but. I don't have to do a job where I got to go to, back when it was the DEI time, sit and take a class on how my whiteness is the cause of. I had people sending me their materials from jobs back in the day of what they had to sit through. And where do you think we get clown world from? Clown, by the way, is a derogatory term for a CIA person. So clown world is CIA world. Get it? Yeah. That's what clown world always has been. And if you go in that Fort Bragg commercial that Jackson Hinkle showed me a long time ago, was really disturbing about their PSYOP division. The commercials about how they're doing what you're seeing around you now. They make it like it's going to be our enemies who face it, but you're the enemy.
Is this on the internet? We can watch it?
Yeah.
Fort Bragg commercial?
Yeah, Fort Bragg PSYOP division commercial. You never seen it? You
No.
probably have seen it. There's 2 of them. You should look at both of them. But a lot of problems coming out of Fort Bragg. I don't know if you heard.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing to brag about.
I've seen some stories come out about Fort Bragg.
I like how Fort Huachuca When I have Alex on my show, I have that because I hurt his feelings. Because I said I assumed he was being made to do things like because it was
Alex who
Jones.
Oh,
I love that guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm gonna have him on to talk about it because I didn't even know he heard I said that, and I was like, I love that dude. Why I don't know, but Fort Huachuca. Remember Candace says about Fort Huachuca, and people got really. It was very bizarre watching the people get like mad. Where I'm like, let's say she has it wrong about Fort Huachuca. Fuck that fort. Who gives a shit? Why are you acting like this? How dare you smear that fort's name? Shut the fuck up. Fuck that fort. Fort Huachuca. Fuck that fort.
Fort Huachuca.
Anyway.
Communion wafers now used in Catholic Mass, which are small discs of unleavened bread with a cross on top. At the Last Supper, Jesus told his disciples to drink wine and eat bread, quote, in remembrance of him. He also said that the bread was his flesh and that the wine was his blood. So by consuming them, Catholics believe they are becoming one with Jesus, who is himself one with God the Father. Thus, the Eucharist is a sacrificial rite as well, a recreation of the ritual sacrifice of Jesus to God on the cross, laid upon the altar. It is also a way of internalizing the Holy Spirit. It is because the bread represents the body of the sacrifice that Catholics call it the, quote, host, which is derived from the Latin word hostia, meaning sacrificial victim. It also denotes someone who is being held prisoner, which is where we get the English word hostage. Before his execution, of course, Jesus was held captive, but there may be another hidden meaning as well. In the Judaic rites that were once performed in the tabernacle by the ancient priesthood of Aaron, burnt offerings would be sacrificed to the Lord, whose spirit would come down as a tongue made of fire to consume them from the altar. This is why, during the Catholic rite of the Eucharist, the wine and bread are placed inside of a box or vessel on the altar that is called a, quote, tabernacle. The priests of the Israelites were able to call the Spirit of God from heaven using his secret name, so that he personally would consume the sacrifice within the sacred space of the tabernacle. Likewise, Catholics believe that a priest actually has the authority to call Jesus down from heaven and, within the sacred space of their tabernacle, cause him to physically incarnate into the bread and wine. Then God, vicariously, through the priest and congregation, consumes the sacrifice of his Son. Thus, the priest and congregation are essentially sharing a meal with Jesus and God, just as the disciples did at the Last Supper. As the priest and congregation consume the bread and wine, the Holy Spirit enters into them. The idea that a priest or magician can cause a spirit to enter into a physical object is an ancient one. The simplest way to think of it is to think of the Arabic legends of the genie and the lamp. A spirit can be invoked into a vessel and then controlled by the owner of the vessel, who can demand that the spirit performs miracles. This notion that the spiritual vessel can be an item of food or drink, which then causes the spirit to incarnate in the person who consumes it, is also ancient. This occurs in the Gospel of John, chapter 13, verses 26 through 27, where Jesus invokes Satan into a piece of bread and then gives it to Judas to eat. Judas then becomes possessed by Satan and proceeds to betray Jesus. Invoking a spirit into a vessel and then forcing it to perform miracles is indeed one of the most basic practices of witchcraft. It is no surprise then that many Protestant churches and other non-Catholic Christian groups do not celebrate the Eucharist, as they believe it to be dangerously close to the practice of witchcraft, which is expressly forbidden in the Bible. In fact, the term Jack-in-the-Box was originally a derogatory term used by non-Catholics to refer to the host inside of the tabernacle. Jack has for centuries been a slang term for a spirit or a demon. The term Jack-in-the-Box was used by those who believed that it was a demonic spirit and not Jesus that was being invoked into the communion wafer. Likewise, the term hocus pocus, slang for magic and sorcery, is derived from the Latin words used by a priest to miraculously effect the transubstantiation of the host. Hoc est corpus Jesu Christi. This is the body of Jesus Christ. Then, from hocus pocus, we also get hokum, hokey, and hoax. So what we have here is a confluence of imagery. Mice, Disney, Baphomet, the Templars, the Catholic Church, initiation into Satanism, drugging people without their knowledge, holding people against their will, slavery, prostitution, rape, murder, and mind control, all rolled up in the thwack of a cudgel, the prick of a poisoned dart, or the pinch of a spiked consumable, used as bait, just like cheese in a mousetrap. Don't you wonder if Kate Spade's husband Andy was aware of any of these connections when he stepped out of his house for the first time after his wife's suicide, wearing a mask featuring the face of one of the mice from the Disney film The
You remember, this is David Spade's sister who was found on a doorknob. And he's this guy right here, are tied to the Seagrams people, the Guinness people, the Gatlin gun family, and all that. And I mean, a lot of these children who are brought up, like what Kurt Metzger was saying about them hunting George Bush in the field naked. They probably did the same thing to him, like in the Black Forest, which unfortunately the Rothschilds had to sell. Why did the Rothschilds sell their Black Forest property to conglomerates that control all of the cardboard of the world? There's something about cardboard.
Rescuers about saving a kidnapped child. Did his brother David know about it when he dressed as a mouse eating a slice of pizza for Halloween in 2015? Tried to think of what, if any, occult significance there might be to the three circles of the Mickey Mouse head Disney logo. I thought of all the typical things, the Trinity and such. I've already mentioned the club connection that I found. Then I thought about the three circles that are used to represent the three gold balls, which are themselves the emblem of St. Nicholas. They stand for the 3 bags of gold that, according to the hagiography of Nicholas, were used by the saint to ransom the lives of 3 children. There are various versions of this myth.
If you remember about Nicholas, he was a rapist. So there are stories that basically said that he would go around and buy children from struggling families and prominent families. And these were the early initiates, like the Benedictine monks and the Cistercians and all that, where especially if your husband, let's just say, was out on the Crusades and you're going through some turmoil, and you remember while the male was out on the Crusades, the wife was beholden to their priest or their religious hierarchy. And a lot of the deals that were made with these early religious zealots that spread all the way to Ireland, made their way to the Rhine rivers, the Seine rivers, the Po Valley, and all that. They were all taking children, all of them. And they would buy your children for gold that was clipped, or gold that, like shitty gold from the Holy Roman Empire that was disintegrating by devaluing their money by adding copper and tin and shit like that to it.
In one, the gold is given to the father of 3 girls to use for their dowries, so that he can marry them off to save them from a life of prostitution. This explains why the emblem of the 3 circles, or 3 golden balls, is associated in some countries with the business of pawnbrokering. In another version, the balls represent...
And chances are it was 3 young boys, not 3 young girls.
3 boys who accidentally wandered away from their family and were lured into the shop of an evil, cannibalistic butcher. The butcher killed the boys and submerged their bodies within 3 barrels filled with brine, intending to sell their meat as pork. But Nicholas intuitively figured out what the butcher had done, opened the barrels, and somehow magically resurrected the boys, who then returned home. Thus, according to the Birthday Book of Saints by Sean Kelly and Rosemary Rogers, Nicholas became, quote, a patron of all children in a pickle ever since. Meanwhile...
And you remember the CIA, the very first building that they ever worked out of was called the Pickle Factory. So you got St. Nicholas.
Nicholas became, quote, a patron of all children in a pickle ever since.
So you got the Operations and Strategic Services, which was a part of the Army, Railroad Mafia, and the military colleges, they were making pickles, which is basically splitting your personality. They were even masters of their craft. Honestly, you could go back to Babylonian times, like the split personality thing, where you, like, all the people in your court, you essentially raped, but when you're in public, they're absolutely A-okay, like nothing ever happened. Making pickles.
Meanwhile, according to tradition, the spirit of the evil butcher has been following Nicholas, quote, in penance, taking the form of a figure called by the French Père Foutard. While the word Foutard defied Google's auto-translator and did not appear in my Langenscheidt French-English dictionary from 1968, the latter source did give me the definition of fouet, which is a whip or birch rod. Fouetter is the verb for the act of flogging a child. This would go along not only with the imagery of Fatard's own penance, self-flagellation, but also the imagery of child discipline that accompanies Fatard's mythological counterparts in other countries, for he is certainly the same figure as Zwart Pieten, or Black Pete, counterpart of Sinterklaas, as St. Nicholas is called in Belgium, the Netherlands, and the Lower...
And this falls into stuff like these billionaires, these powerhouses of the world talking about their split personalities. You saw Hillary Clinton have her issues when it leaked out that what she says in the public is different than what she says in private and all that stuff. And these guys are masterclass personality breakers. I remember I was listening to one dude who wrote a couple books and disappeared and hasn't died yet. But he was talking about how they would MK Ultra him is they would drown him in a sauna, in a hot tub in this house. And then the guy who would drown him would bring him back to life by CPR and stuff like that, and then molest him. And then he would drown him again, bring him back to life, and molest him again. And by doing that X amount of times, you split their personality. And he was basically, he was explaining, it really wasn't a word like you see in the movies that would trigger their personality split, but sometimes it would just be bringing up that thought, so you don't have to like show the picture per se of where that child kept getting drowned, resuscitated, and molested. But if you just bring up conversations that relate to an issue, something like that, that would be his trigger for turning on that personality. It's like Rose McGowan when she was explaining how who was Rose McGowan raped by? The fat guy, the fat producer dude. And anyway, in the testimony, she was explaining that he would just say these certain words and it would freeze her. So they're like, Rose McGowan is clearly triggered by words. And so you would bring up this travesty that Rose McGowan went through as a child, and it manifested all the way into her adulthood, to her producers, directors, writers, and owners of these companies could just winter soldier you.
Rhine in Germany. The job of Black Pete, who appears in blackface, is to flog and threaten children who have been bad, punishing them by only giving them a lump of coal for Christmas, while his more positive counterpart gives away toys and candy to the nice kids. In some countries, Pete is paired with or replaced by a child-eating satyr called Krampus, a monstrous creature with snarling fangs and huge goat horns. Krampus actually threatens to kidnap the bad children and take them away to his, quote, lair to have his way with them. Of course, we are talking about the character who inspired Santa Claus, or Father Christmas, whom I have exposed in previous writings as a personification of the child-eating Saturn or Kronos, Father Time, from Greco-Roman myths. While we in the USA recognize Santa Claus as part of the celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ on December 25th, the actual feast of St. Nicholas is generally celebrated on the 5th or 6th of December, and on the 19th in some places. The 6th is the date observed most commonly, but the 5th is his day in the Netherlands. Festivities usually occur on both days anyway, just as we also celebrate Christmas Eve. The traditional activities for the feast day of St. Nicholas include the giving of small gifts to children by apparitions of the fabled saint. Gifts are placed inside of socks or shoes that have been put by the fire. The red suit that Santa Claus wears purportedly derives from the bishop's robes worn by Sinterklaas in these older European traditions. In Germany and Poland, boys used to dress up as bishops on the saint's feast day.
That's an MK Ultra programming for it. And lots of people that were in them programs could tell you that. See, here's why I like to talk about it a lot. Because a bunch of people that went through it and you didn't know they were there until they know someone knows about it. So Julian had that guy on, Julian Dory had a guy on, he don't even remember. That's the thing, I watch these things, I remember all these little details. But Julian didn't even remember the guy I was talking about, but some dipshit, I don't think you had him on, but you might have. Kind of a youngish guy talking about MK Monarch and Ultra and shit, and he's saying how their Monarch wasn't, how they stopped doing all that, and he's an intentional fucking liar, I think, because you couldn't have done any research to come to say some shit like that.
So some guy said that this Monarch stuff wasn't real. I don't even know what the Monarch stuff is.
That's what that's why you think Kanye and Britney are like that. That's Monarch.
Let's
my
watch
friend.
this real quick.
Oh yeah, watch this shit. Yeah,
full screener.
Find your perfect tax expert, whatever your tax situation might be. Hand off your taxes to an expert who gets you with TurboTax Expert Full Service.
Thank you, Abraham Lincoln.
When your teen joins TikTok, they're protected with over 50 preset safety and privacy settings. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow. Hey, even dads need dad advice sometimes.
Okay, Larry Ellison. Now, CIA.
This is the second one, I think.
Goddamn army.
Whoa.
This might, yeah. So see how this isn't as overt. Do the other one first.
This is very well done.
Yeah, do the other one first. Because this is the second one. We need the first one.
Which one's the first one?
The fourth PSYOP group. Ghost of the Machine. Oh, Ghost of the Machine one. Above it. Right there. See the clown? Go to the clown. Oh, there's Clown World. Yeah, that's Clown World's from them.
Clown World.
I mean, I don't mean the phrase they invented.
If your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate them.
I am, and they did.
Pretend to be weak, that they may grow arrogant. Sun Tzu.
I'm very arrogant. I'm wearing a crown of bullets.
As the world watches and listens in horror, the peaceful pro-democracy demonstration in China comes to a violent and bloody end. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
It's like a great movie trailer.
Yeah. You think about what it is, and you're like, what the fuck? What? I don't remember the year.
Ashes.
Of what, America? Oh, okay.
Of a world at war.
Haven't declared war since World War II, so don't know what they mean there.
This looks great. I want to watch this movie.
Oh, this is when we were going to fight China.
Yeah.
You know, we escort their oil to their country now because of Trump's fuck up with Iran.
Right,
you know?
right.
Well, we're losing in Iran. I don't know who thinks that we would be winning that.
No. Well, apparently it's been tremendous so far.
Dude, it's sad watching that shit.
All the world's a stage.
There is another very important phase of warfare. It has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy.
The target of psychological warfare is against the enemy's mind.
This is not a real fucking U.S. Army commercial.
Oh, that's Henry Kissinger's fucking ears, by the way. I bet. Looks like him.
Anything we touch is a weapon.
Yeah, me too, motherfucker.
To influence the thoughts of the enemy soldier. And at the same
We
time,
can deceive, persuade,
languages and the social sciences such as
change,
history, economics, and sociology.
influence.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding of all phases of human experience.
We come in podcast form. Oh, thanks for Clown World, you CIA fucks. Thank you. Thank you, CIA. Fuck you for your service, you... Dude, so...
Davis Jr. The latter even played the role of the organ-grinding street musician in the 1960s film version.
He has his teeth and they are all there for you to see. And Mac Heath, he has his knife, but no one knows where. It may be on a blue and balmy Sunday. Someone drops dead right in the Strand, and a man slips round that corner. People say, hey, the heat's on hand. And a widow, not yet 20. Everybody calls her Miss. She woke up and was violated. What did Mackie pay for this?
This film was made just a few years before Davis joined the Church of Satan, started by Anton LaVey, who had also been a carnival organist early in life. Of course, all three of the singers mentioned above were also part of a group of colleagues known as the Rat Pack. Mickey Rooney is also sometimes cited as a hanger-on of the group, and he famously attempted to claim that he had been the inspiration for the naming of Mickey Mouse. There are several stories about why they are called the Rat Pack, and they are probably all just as fictional as the tales of the provenance of the Order of Water Rats. This is an old fraternity for stage performers in London with Masonic associations, and according to their website, the name has something to do with the fact that star is rats spelled backward, while vole is an anagram of love. In Sinatra's version of Mac the Knife, he seems to throw in a revealing twist to the lyrics, singing, quote, "When I tell you all about Mac the Knife, babe, it's an offer you could never refuse." In the film The Godfather, Vito Corleone threatens a big band leader with murder unless he releases singer Jimmy Fontaine from his contract with the group. This threat was described using the term, quote, "an offer you can't refuse." As I shall explain, this scene is a fictionalized version of something that actually happened in the real life of Frank Sinatra. This phrase, "offer you can't refuse," is used repeatedly throughout the Godfather film series to indicate exactly the same thing. So here we have a clue that Mac's name can be thrown about as a way of covertly referencing the death threats that are used by crime cartels to control those in the entertainment industry.
This, like the final screen. I want to see the logo.
Oh, a feeling in the dark. Maybe it's an orb. Yeah. What?
I wonder who... Did Michael Bay make this?
No, maybe. Why are they showing all this fomenting rebellion shit? What is this about? It's vague, isn't it?
Ghost in the Machine. It is very vague. What are we?
Lizard people. Oh, sorry. Yo, if you work for them doing that, you are such a loathsome piece of shit. But keep in mind.
What's that? Verbum Vincent. GoArmySOF.com.
Go fuck myself.com. Yo, so.
That's fucking crazy. That's a real commercial, dude.
Those cheap tricks only last so long. And I'll tell you, I can't remember the fucking name of the guy. This is like the worst storytelling ever. But there's the Germans had their own French Revolution before that in like the 1500s, and there was a gang of bad shepherds roaming around. Led by, and they were all into black magic. It was led by this German guy. If you look it up, I can't remember his name, but it's a really interesting story. And so,
what were you talking about before this?
I don't remember.
Monarch.
Oh, MK Monarch. So
yeah, what is that? I've seen a lot of this shit on X.
Continuation of Artichoke and Often. So final events.
Remind me what Artichoke is.
The brain looks like an artichoke when you split it open. It's part of MK Ultra.
Okay.
Dr. Juliet Engel we had on Jimmy Dore show. If you find the episode of Jimmy Dore, she's talking about it. If you find, but I've heard of MK Monarch since the 90s because Kathy O'Brien claimed to have been a mind-controlled sex slave of Reagan and Cheney and Bush and all of them. And I remember being in high school when that came out, that story. It was on TV. They would show them doing. They'd be on A Current Affair, and everyone talked about it. And Oprah had people talking about satanic ritual abuse on her show. It was no big deal. But do you notice how now it's like you shouldn't even speak of such things? Right? So here's the thing I find very creepy. The Pizzagate shit. Mm-hmm. That Breitbart guy who I didn't know, I heard recordings.
Steve Bannon?
No, not that pizza. Not the guy who, let's face it, probably was involved in getting rid.
By the way, he hasn't said shit about any of this Epstein stuff. He's just fucking business as usual on his War Room
He's a
podcast.
dark magician. Dr. Heather Lear on my show told me to get this book, and I'm glad I did. It's by Teitelbaum. The guy's name's Teitelbaum. It's about Steve Bannon, and she got me to get it because she goes, it's not just typical shit lib like, but the right wing is bad, because I don't want to hear from either fake wing about their complaints about the other fucking ass cheek. But this is worth it because the guy explained something I didn't understand, which is what traditionalism is. I thought when I heard someone's a traditionalist, it meant like in a I didn't think it meant what it means. It's a very specific
what does it mean?
Thing. It's like some kind of weird being tied to the earth and soil. It's blood and soil, let's say.
Blood and soil.
I'm characterizing it at the end of the day as just some shit where you're tied to whatever principality rules a landmass you're on, and your people have it's real creepy shit. It's all Luciferian at the end of the day. But if you listen to this book, because what the guy describes from talking to Bannon is just what I described, because I gave Jimmy, a couple of questions I wrote for Jimmy Dore to ask Bannon when he was on. Okay, there's like two in particular that he asked. One was about the Doge of Venice. You know the Doge of Venice? Like that's the ruler of Venice for like 1,000 years was called the Doge.
I had no idea.
Yeah, and his second in command was called the Podesta. And anyway, Bannon would say how these tech oligarchs want to have Venetian city-states all around they don't. So where we're going, by the way, is they're crashing America on purpose. They've been trying to make it crash for a while now. The experiments, they call it the great experiment. Well, the experiment's over, motherfuckers, and they want to crash it because they want to bring in the Noahide techno state. So the techno state is going to be like you subscribe to your government like Hulu and shit. That's what they're
right.
This ain't secret shit. It's a thing they say. Mm-hmm. They say this. I think Yarvin.
They want to turn it into a subscription model. We subscribe to a country.
So I know Curtis Yarvin. I didn't talk to him about this, but you ever see how they talk about Curtis Yarvin and shit? Like he's a fucking this dark.
I don't even know who Curtis Yarvin is.
Yeah, you do. He's the one they go. It's JD Van. Who's that philosopher in Russia that they say is Putin's brain? And there's no way that's real.
I don't know.
And they killed his daughter in the beginning of the Ukraine war. Oh yeah, Curtis. So I talked to this dude. This dude ain't no mass. I mean, he's very smart. I'm not saying anything, but he ain't some guy in charge of nothing. I could tell that immediately. So that's not like his little pet project. All these people, they like a guy who's smart enough to tell them what they want to hear, which Curtis definitely is.
Right.
But the leaders are just, everybody needs to understand this. And look at Michael Parente if you know his work, because great. He's got a great quote about everybody can get their head around the mafia and gangs and insurgents and the conspiracy there. But as soon as it goes higher up to your leaders, all of a sudden it becomes forces of nature and there's no one in charge. How's that work? How is it there's only criminal conspiracy at my level of life?
Right.
But at the tippity top, it's almost just like Earth, Wind, and Fire themselves are running things, and there's no one. That's bullshit. So anybody, and I've watched people like talk like they're hypnotizing themselves because they don't want to hear this. You know, like there's no. I said, dude, Rogan said to me one time we were talking. He said like 3 times in a row, while looking up. We were in the green room. I go, you trying to hypnotize yourself? Like,
what did he say?
There's nobody running. There's nobody doing it. He said 3 times though. I don't think he's purposely doing shit. I think everyone's trained to hypnotize themselves when it's going to be like not seeing the Matrix. I want you to see time.
Right.
Well, real Disney shit. There's no,
Disney
like
adult shit.
Man, that's America, Disney adults, and it's like a way to escape the endless abuse that most of the population has suffered at the hands of.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and it's a very, very valuable tool. Vicious child abuse, as I say, kindergarten is invented. So no, that's an alien message that you always get from the dumb aliens when after they get done probing. You wouldn't call it a probe if a Puerto Rican did it to you. Anyway.
All right. So yeah. Operation Monarch. This was
called MK Monarch. It's just
is this similar to what the Finders were doing?
The Finders probably were getting people for that.
Okay.
Monarch. Those are going to be the chosen ones, the rulers of tomorrow. Russ Dizdar has a book called The Black Awakening, all about satanic super soldiers. Now, just saying the term satanic super soldier, probably going to shut a lot of people down who are very secular, rational materialists.
Right.
And by the way, you're a dipshit if you're a rational, even though Scott Horton is my friend and I do like him, he's not a dipshit, but I mean, he is with that. You just told me you had a blind spot to this shit. Why? Why would you want any blind spot? I want to see all the shit.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's what it is. Here's what Satanism is. Most people are de facto Satanist. You don't have to worship Satan to be a Satanist. In fact, if you have friends or somebody like my buddy, Sam Talent. You ever see Sam Talent?
I think so.
Fucking funny, great writer, dude. Sam.
Show me him. Google him so I can see who.
Sam Talent's a fucking very smart dude, and he goes. He's from Colorado, and he goes. Well, and the reason there's a lot of Satanists there, yeah. Sam, I love it, dude. But anyway, he goes. We were talking in the green room at Mothership. He goes. Well, I know a lot of Satanists. They're pretty cool. You don't worship Satan. It's just like you worship yourself as a god. And I'm like, well, the world needs more of that. Oh, that's why the world's so great. But I understand what he was trying to say, but you see how it sounds crazy?
That's like Anton LaVey Satanism.
That's right. And that's another bullshit.
That's just another flavor of it.
Mark Passio is on my show.
There's a million flavors of Satanism.
Yeah, there's a million topical, aesthetic, lifestyle brands of it. But all it is essentially is there is nothing else besides this and me as God. I want to be a separate as Michael Aquino.
Michael Aquino?
Oh, you call him Aquino? That's fun.
That's what, who was talking to me? Lavenda was talking to me. Was calling him Aquino. So that's how
is he speaking the Twilight language to you?
Probably.
Lavenda knows the Twilight language. I bet he does.
Lavenda knows some shit, man. That guy was blowing my mind.
Yeah, well, I don't understand why he wrote that Necronomicon. That's supposedly the real one that was him that wrote it. And I don't understand. I was watching you talk to him, and he said something where I go, "What the fuck, Lavenda? Don't downplay."
He was saying that he went to Vegas with Michael Aquino for some meeting with the Joint Chiefs.
Yeah. Okay, Michael Aquino. I assume it's a Filipino name
with the crazy eyebrows.
Yeah, and if you read Kathy O'Brien's book, in the fucking shit, I don't remember. Read her book.
She talks about him.
Oh, yeah, he was one of her main programmers. He's a real piece of shit. And no, if you watch him on Geraldo, when that scandal was going on from Presidio, the child molestation. So McMartin, when you hear about the satanic panic, have you heard that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Now, what wow, it rhymes. I guess that's a thing.
Accident, oops.
So you ever look up how long the satanic panic lasted?
No.
30 years. That's a long panic, isn't it? That's longer than the Afghanic panic. What the fuck? So that's a rhyming Twilight language gibberish term for people to blather, and it rhymes. See how stupid this is? So you go, oh, I'm just afraid of satanic. So let's say you run a true crime podcast. Okay, no one in particular. There's a lot of them. That's, the Dahmer story is like Batman for women. Let's face it. They love a nice true crime and they love a nice whatever. And they'll tell these stories of these horrific killers to liberal girls that would think that Pizzagate ain't real, but they love listening to every serial killer detail on a podcast. And the podcasters will go, well, we don't want to put in these other details because it might, the satanic panic. We don't want to have a satanic panic. that was another muddying of the waters to attempt to incorporate the Finders, for example. No, they were satanic. That was not panicking. That fucking. By the way, shouldn't you panic? Everybody's a pedophile cannibal.
Yeah, we should be panicking.
Morons.
Panic button.
So these are all like, I was watching Brett Weinstein on here. And he's talking about something with Tucker Carlson being like not in polite society. He wasn't saying something that I disagree with. I thought was bad. He was just saying like he's not in what we call polite society. You mean pussy ass nerd academia, Brett? I got news for you, buddy. Most people ain't in there.
Right.
Okay. Polite society has failed us. I guess that's like the Western liberal whatever. Okay. And whatever remains of it. October 7th was the end of woke. The day that Israel had that terrible insider tragedy that Bibi caused on purpose so he wouldn't go to jail. Just like 9/11 happened on purpose. Sorry, everyone, to tell you that. They didn't find pristine passports in the... They couldn't even find bodies, but they found the passports of the pilot. Shut the fuck.
Right.
So think of like everybody, does steel melt at that? How about the passport thing?
Oh, how about Howard Lutnick? How about his company selling those fucking shares, the puts on those on American Airlines?
That's
what
why
was it a week before? How many days or a couple days before?
Yeah. Oh, Trump? Do you see Trump talking about it? And he goes, when Trump talks about Adelson, the Adelson bitch, or this dude, Lutnick.
Oh my God, he lucky guy. The one day he took his kid to school.
I'm like, does Trump
and he's back
sound
there
resentful?
laughing his ass off too.
I thought that Lutnick, we were playing it. I thought Lutnick was looking like, all right, okay. Because when Trump says this, it sounds like he hates them. I'm like, are you like backhanded? He goes, never took his school. Bad dad never took he takes his son to school the one day of 9/11. And by the way, I think it wasn't even the day he took his son to school. But Trump's telling that story like I'm like, does he hate Lutnick? Why did you hire him?
Right.
Oh, he has to. What Trump has proven us how much power the
I was
president
actually
has.
listening to Jimmy Dore talk to Alex Jones.
Yeah.
If the family were around today, they'd probably look at the Forbes rich list and chuckle. With a fortune that, in today's terms, would make them literal trillionaires. They were the kind of rich that makes today's billionaires seem like they're scrimping and saving for a rainy day. Indeed, the House of Medici didn't just have money, it had we could buy countries for fun money. But Europe's ultimate financial old money family weren't just spending for spending's sake. They were the original creators of modern finance. They didn't just invent the rule book of banking, they wrote it, published it, and sold it at a profit. Yet, behind all of this financial wheeling and dealing, there's a delicious irony. While they were busy counting their florins, they inadvertently became the reason that Protestant Christianity even exists. The Medici family members who became popes, with their love for the finer things in life, got under Martin Luther's skin so badly that he hammered his 95 Theses onto the church door like a divine eviction notice. It's like hosting a dinner party and accidentally founding a new religion in the process. Meanwhile, in the world of art, the Medici were the ultimate talent scouts. They didn't just cheer on the greatest artists of all time, they practically paid for the Renaissance dream team. Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, Donatello all got their starts directly from the Medici millions having a penchant for artistic endeavor. It's as if this European old money dynasty had a sixth sense for genius, along with a bottomless wallet to fund it. In essence, the Medici were the ultimate Renaissance multitaskers. Part bankers, part religious revolution starters, part art aficionados. And in today's episode, we tell their full saga as we describe. The Medici family, the family that owned the Renaissance.
Whoa! Can you believe all this food
So,
fits in one box?
Fascinating, you know, how he's talking about Steve Bannon and all that. It was Steve Bannon is a part of this group that's being trained by Princess Tax and Tune of Germany, and the Medicis. They were birthing popes, being bishops, being archbishops, and all that. And the Tax and Tune family, TAXE/THUNE family, they were the family that took over the Medicis for birthing popes and being the physical the physician for popes and stuff like that. So Pope Benedict was born in one of the family's properties, the Tax and Tune family. The Tax and Tune family birthed Benedict, these other popes and stuff like that, and they were the physicians. And Pope Francis came in and kicked that family out. And that's why you see Jesse Lee Peterson change. Jesse Lee Peterson, or not Jesse Lee Peterson, that's a black guy. Who's a fucking white Canadian that fucking Ethan drew for? But anyway, that Canadian dude, he ended up meeting the Princess of Tax and Tune after Canada threatened to fuck him up royally. And then he changed his everything about himself. Steve Bannon went to Tax and Tune to become his militant strong arm. She has one of the largest castles in Germany, a 500-room plus castle with AC. She tried to start her own military order in the Vatican, and she was shut down. She tried to start her own, like, Jesuits or whatever. And that's tied to the school that Steve Bannon keeps trying to start in Rome, and Italy and Rome won't let Steve Bannon start his militant school. And she's important, very important. But like all these people I've been bringing up tonight, they're all connected in this giant spider web made by an owl. Oops.
Renaissance Florence, the Medici family ascended as an unparalleled titan of wealth and power, reigning supreme in both opulence and sway. Indeed, in terms of financial power and political clout, the Medicis were arguably the most powerful dynasty in European history, and now this eminent family ascended to power in an environment that was as complex as it was captivating. Florence, during their time, wasn't just any run-of-the-mill feudal trading hub. It was a city-state. In other words, a city that operates as an independent political entity, with its own government, army, and, in many cases, currency. Furthermore, the Medici family's rise to prominence was intricately linked to Florence's political framework. Governed through a mix of elected councils and influential guilds, the city's governance was a complex tapestry of democracy and oligarchy. The guilds, which were associations of artisans and merchants, played a pivotal role in the city's economy and politics, and members of these guilds, often wealthy and influential, had the power to vote and hold office, thus directly impacting the governance of Florence. Thus, the Medici family, shrewd and ambitious, skillfully navigated this political landscape. They leveraged their economic success and social connections to gain influence within these guilds and councils. And over time, they managed to embed themselves deeply into the very fabric of Florentine society. Their ascent to power, beginning in 1434 and enduring until 1737, was marked by the establishment of the Medici Bank. Under the astute leadership of Giovanni de' Bici de' Medici, this financial institution grew to become the most powerful bank in the whole of Europe. And the creation of such a banking powerhouse in Renaissance Florence required not only financial acumen, but also a keen understanding of the social and political dynamics of the time. You see, the Medici family's adeptness in nurturing relationships with the city's elite and leveraging the political landscape enabled them to establish and expand their banking empire. And the Medici Bank's network spanned across pivotal European cities, including Milan, Venice, Rome, London and Barcelona, and many others. But the Medici family's dominance in Renaissance Europe wasn't confined to secular finance. They also wielded significant control over the papal treasury, intertwining their influence with the Catholic Church. Indeed, this treasury, crucial for funding church operations and activities like cathedral construction, art commissions, and maintenance of clerical roles, was a pivotal power source in both political and religious spheres. Thus, through this control, the Medici expanded their reach beyond mere commerce and banking, leveraging the Church's vast societal influence. Furthermore, in terms of financial innovation, the Medici...
I moved your meeting, and your car will be here in 5.
Perfect.
And so what's fascinating, the Medicis Medicinis, they during the 70s, another problem that had happened is the Pope the Don Giovanni of the Vatican, they put the Don Giovanni inside of a hotel with a prostitute, and they drugged her and slit her wrists. And she was supposed to die, but she didn't die. And so the Don Giovanni had to step down from being the Don Giovanni of the Vatican, and you had the family after the Medicinis in the 70s take over, and they essentially got most of their power from the ecclesial ecumenical order that had come to power after the central banks started to do what they were doing from the teens of the 1900s to arguably the end of World War II, when the Nazis were expanding and redrawing all the borders. And a lot of those people, they came out of the black nobility that had happened about 100 or so years earlier before that, when they destroyed the Papal enclave and essentially when they reformed Italy into what we know from the 1850s, 1860s to really the World War II area. You were having all these families battle for power inside of the Vatican because the ecclesial ecumenical order had changed so much. They had made the Vatican II. So they started burning all the Vatican Catholic Bibles, and then all of a sudden that's when you started seeing the Vatican II books come out. So it was the loss of the Medicinis, the power and growth of the ecumenical order that created the Vatican II. And they are the ones who want to combine all of the Abrahamic religions into a single religion. So Muslims, Jews, Zionists, and then they want to add in, or Muslims, Jews, and Arabs, but they want to add in Zionists. They want to add in the Hindus. They want to add in these giant orders that have the same relationships in history and make it a one religion. And one of the downfalls was that even though the Medicinis were so powerful, and you know what's funny is the Rothschilds family, it's only been in power for about 250 to 280 years or whatever. And that coincides with a lot of problems that the Medicinis were having during the James I and James VI period, when the gay king of England and Scotland, James I of Scotland and James V or VI of England or whatever it was, and then he ended up creating the King James Bible, and the printing of the monies was moving around from France back to Italy, and also at the same time Britain was expanding their money printing.
Blazers. In a masterstroke reminiscent of modern financial acumen, the Medici family introduced the letter of credit, revolutionizing Renaissance commerce. This instrument was a harbinger of banking convenience, allowing merchants to traverse the continent without the cumbersome need to carry cash, significantly mitigating the risk of theft. A simple yet potent promise from the Medici banks, the letter of credit was a precursor to the modern-day check, fundamentally transforming the movement of money and trade across distances. And simultaneously, the Medici were pioneering the holding company concept. This savvy business structure, where a parent entity owned shares in various companies, provided them with control over diverse operations without direct involvement in day-to-day affairs. This strategic foresight not only consolidated the Medici power and wealth, but also laid the foundation for the corporate governance structures that are now commonplace in today's business world. Thus, in an age where such financial and corporate innovations were rare, the Medici's methods were not just ahead of their time, they were a blueprint for centuries of economic advancement. And the Medici's financial clout in today's terms would leave us all speechless. For example, Giovanni di Medici de' Medici, a forefather of this illustrious family, amassed a fortune equal to $36 million in his time, a staggering sum for the era. And if we were to apply a simplified inflation calculation, assuming, say, a rate of 3% over approximately 600 years, Giovanni's wealth balloons to an astonishing...
We make trading simple. Trade what you want, how you want, with Tasty Trade.
Zaxby's just dropped dry rubs, and they're not playing. They've got zesty lemon pepper.
1.8 trillion, yes, trillion, wealth balloons to an astonishing 1.8 trillion, yes, trillion with a T in today's dollars. But the Medici...
All right, and so this is just one family member of the Medici's, and they were also connected to the families that originally started the post offices all over Europe. They took what the Romans were doing and they modified it, and they turned it into what like eventually became the U.S. Post Office. And so imagine you had like the Medici's, you probably had some in Romania around the Eastern Front. You had a bunch in Italy and the Greek areas. You had some in France. And so if this one man of this Medici family was worth the equivalent to $1.8 trillion today, how much of all their holding companies, the precursor to trust funds, and how much is each family member, like these, if you can combine all of this family together, they were probably worth tens of trillions of dollars.
Medici wealth didn't peak with Giovanni. Historically, it is said that the family's net worth is pegged at around 129 billion US dollars. Using the same inflation approach, this figure skyrockets to a simply incomprehensible $6.5 quadrillion in contemporary terms. It's a figure that is larger than the entire GDP of the world, and thus it is indeed crucial to approach these calculations with a grain of salt. They rely on a straightforward mathematical model that doesn't fully account for the complex economic and historical shifts over 6 centuries. Nevertheless, these estimates give a glimpse into the extraordinary wealth and influence the Medici wielded. However, the Medici legacy is as much linked to their unrivaled patronage of the arts as to their monumental financial acumen. Their support nurtured the genius of Donatello, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci, among others, turning their home city of Florence, originally a military camp established by Julius Caesar, into a hub of creativity, intellect, and splendor from the 13th century onward. And even further, the Medici dynasty's impact went beyond arts and finance, venturing into the realm of politics and nobility. Their dominance over several centuries was so absolute that they crafted new noble titles for themselves, cementing their status in history. Indeed, from the moment the Medici family secured control over the papal treasury, their influence rapidly became apparent to the contemporary pontiff. He remarked about the family's patriarch, Cosimo de' Medici, with a mix of awe and perhaps a hint of trepidation. "Political questions are settled in Cosimo's house," he declared. "He is who decides peace and war. He is king in all but name." Yet this ascent to almost unparalleled eminence was rooted in a past shrouded in myth and legend. It's said that the Medici lineage can be traced back to the time of Charlemagne himself, which is where our next chapter picks up. It is...
Remember, all of this stuff stems off of Charlemagne, him being buried in Aachen. And if we just check out, let's just look at right here some of the Medici castles that they own today. And you remember UNESCO, which is essentially a mafia stronghold of all these ancient properties that the old religions used to hold. Here's one castle that they own today. Here's some more castles that they own. You call it villas, castles, whatever. Just absolutely stunning villas. And here's some villas that were all stolen from them or destroyed from the 1400s to the 1700s. And then here's all the UNESCO sites that were Medici properties. They are all UNESCO now. You see a lot of UNESCO just gobble up all these ancient money villas that are a part of the old, what would you call it? The old, the old inventory list. They want them all back.
It is said that the Medici lineage can be traced back to the time of Charlemagne, a figure of immense importance in European history. Charlemagne, or Charles the Great, reigned as the king of the Franks and Lombards, and later as the emperor of the Carolingian Empire. His reign, spanning from 768 to 814 AD, marked a period of cultural and political resurgence, often referred to as the Carolingian Renaissance. The Medici family lore goes that Averardo, a knight in Charlemagne's service, encountered and defeated a giant in the Mugello region, just north of Florence. This heroic feat supposedly left Averardo's shield adorned with dents from the giant's mace, a symbol later immortalized in the Medici family's coat of arms, a series of red balls on a gold shield. However, the real journey of the Medici family to prominence began much later. The true ascent of the Medici begins not on a battlefield, but in the humble lanes of the Tuscan village of Cafaggiolo, and their journey to Florence marked the transition from mere merchants to influential figures. The path wasn't smooth, however. A notable bump occurred in 1382 when Salvestro de' Medici, then Gonfaloniere of Florence, faced exile amidst accusations of tyranny. This was a temporary setback in the family's otherwise upward trajectory, when the Medici's true rise to power began with Giovanni de' Bici de' Medici. Initially a wool merchant, Giovanni capitalized on Italy's strategic position as a trade nexus between the East and the West. First, the Medici's 14th century Italian peninsula had access to the rich markets of the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic world, including regions as far as India, bringing in a variety of luxury goods, including silks, spices, and precious stones. Additionally, Italy's extensive coastline and well-developed maritime capabilities allowed for efficient sea trade. Italian city-states, like Venice and Genoa, became crucial maritime powers, operating.
And again, bringing up the city-states or bishoprics, the maritime powers, whatever, that are connected to these city-states. It's they're remaking it all. They're bringing all the old shit back. They want to redo it all. It's time for version 3.
Priest who had a grotto in Philly, and he wasn't high up. He's very specific about it. And I had him on my show explaining how it works on a Derp with Kerp, the one Mark Pazio. And Mark is like very frustrated. You could tell he has the frustration of a guy who's been attacked, and by the way, he's not Christian. He didn't like convert to Jesus when he left, which I think is crazy. I would have if I've seen
But gone full 180?
Because it's like being in prison with no gang affiliation. That's what Earth is, you know. It's not supposed to be, but that's what it is. But
that's a great point.
Mark, I'm saying that. That's not a thing, Mark. Anyway, but Pastor will explain to you their own commandments they have. Here's what they are secretly all about: eugenics, huge one. So that's all these texts.
Satanists.
Oh yes. So Shrek, that's a guy's name. When Taylor Swift LaVey, the daughter of Anton LaVey, and Shrek, I don't know her, I forget her real name. She talked to Jordan Peterson.
Oh, really?
What's her fucking name?
I have no clue.
The one that looks like Taylor Swift.
LaVey daughter? Is the daughter of LaVey?
He's got a few. He's probably got some bastards out there as well.
Yeah.
but when you'd see him on old talk shows in the 90s, when they were freely...
Oh, that's right. That just landed for me. She looks just like Taylor Swift, right? Yeah.
So that's during the Satanic Panic times, right?
Yeah.
And they're on there and so these talk shows, you know, Piers Morgan, his favorite thing is to have, unless it's a cute boy he likes, like a Jackson Hinkle or something, he likes to have 4 people yelling at each other like a circus ringmaster. And I've seen enough clips of him over the years now from doing Jimmy's show to know this fucker, dude, if I remember the stuff I remember, there's no way this guy forgets what he wants to get the things out there and control it like a fucking circus ringmaster and have these people. So you can get some truths out on there. I'm not saying don't.
Sure.
I don't tell anybody not to. I would play the Saudi Arabia festival. I'd like to go to Saudi Arabia and play the Riyadh next year so I can apologize for America to the prince. Sorry Israel made us blow your shit up, Prince. Please have me at your thing. I'd like to apologize for America. To Saudis! Oh, the Gig X Codex?
No, this isn't it. Type in.
Yo, there's some guy with...
Type in Jacques Vallée.
Yeah.
Book of
and
Satan.
Best of luck spelling it.
Yeah. Jacques.
It's some French horseshit, dude.
Vallee.
Dude, his name sucks. I don't trust. He's a fucking Illuminati motherfucker if I ever saw one.
I know, right?
And I think Lavenda is very like cutesy about talking about this. I don't understand how you'd study. That guy probably knows way more than me about anything occultic. Okay, and when I watch people who know more than me about it be like, not say what they know, I'm like, oh, I guess you are being occultic about it.
Yeah, my take on what he was explaining with Aquina or Quina, however the fuck you say it, was that he looked to me like he was just like some lonely guy who was playing dress up in his spare time. He didn't look like a real Satanist.
Lavenda, fuck you. Is that what he said?
That's not what he said. That was my take on it. After looking at the photos
I take it back. I take it back. Sorry, Lavenda. I apologize. Don't unleash the
I think
Necronomicon.
actually, I think he actually agreed. He might have agreed with me though.
Yeah, I don't know why he's running interference.
I don't know jack about the guy. I'm just looking at his photos, and he looks like some guy who would play, like if he was born 10 years ago, or I'm sorry, like
get the audio book of The Transformation of America by Kathy O'Brien. Trans spelled like with a C. Okay, that's all about. I would skip the forward by the guy, her ex-husband, Mark, the CIA. I would just skip that forward because every time people listen to the forward, they're like, I don't know, this guy sounds sketchy. I'm like, of course he does. He's from the CIA. What do you think? They're heroes? You fucking idiot.
Right.
They're fucking sociopath criminals. You had the guy on here all the time. What's his name? Who looks like he's from old school with the big... whenever I do my Carlos Metzgarante character, it's based on his big hair. Bustamante.
Oh, Bustamante. Yeah.
I'll watch him all the time, and I'll be like, "What the fuck did you say, dude?" Something like,
he's the most hated spy ever.
Well, and it's not a thing of hate. It's a thing of like
people love.
You don't have no morals at all. You got what? When he told you the story of getting CP or cheese pizza, as your leaders call it. When he told the story of getting that to give to some, remember, wasn't that on your show? He's talking about it. He had to ask for CP, and then give it to somebody to establish a connection. I could have sworn it was a show.
I don't think that was a show. If it was, I don't remember.
He wasn't explicit, but he said it was.
Yeah,
he had to
it was a show.
So, really?
Yes, and he was explaining how it works, and they're like, then they had it, and I remember how he explained it, and then they gave me a thing to give to the guy. You didn't quit because I'll tell you right now, motherfucker, if I had to be around somebody like that, I can't work that job. And now I'm saying that's a negative for that kind of important work of being a person making the world suck ass even more than it has to. That's what the CIA does. They don't work for you. They don't work for America. They work for something higher than America.
Yeah.
A bunch of shitbag oligarchs with old bloodlines. And that's all. And so I'm amazed because I text you, so Kiriakou was on. I've talked about this on other podcasts.
I had him and Kiriakou on together.
With old bloodlines.
Also intersected with a turbulent period in the history of the Catholic Church. In Protestantism, Leo X is often associated with the controversial practice of selling indulgences, particularly those linked to the funding for the reconstruction of St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. This practice, aimed at raising funds for the lavish project, was a significant factor that led to the Protestant Reformation and Martin Luther's 95 Theses, which critiqued the sale of indulgences among other church practices, directly challenged the policies of Pope Leo X. In response, Leo issued the papal bull Exsurge Domini in 1520, condemning Luther's theses and further entrenching the division between the Catholic Church and the nascent Protestant movement. and this papal bull represented an outright rejection of the Reformation and set the stage for ongoing religious conflicts.
And the nascent Protestant movement was a bunch of Hessian, German, bankers, synagogue owners, church owners, who all had connections to royalty in the Holy Roman Empire. And, you know, they couldn't have any more than that. They couldn't have that keep going.
Pope Leo X's reign, therefore, was a period marked by both cultural flourishing and significant religious strife. While he continued the Medici tradition of fostering the arts, his papacy also coincided with one of the most critical periods in the history of Christianity, and his actions and decisions during this time had lasting implications, not just
Booking.com has stays for
Not
absolutely
just with
anyone.
the
Imagine your
people. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. These ads, I need an ad blocker on this Google browser. I need to get that under control.
Catholic Church, but also for the broader course of European history. And following Pope Leo X, another Medici ascended to the papacy, Clement VII, presiding over a tumultuous era in the Vatican's history. His reign, which began in 1524 at the tail end of the Italian Renaissance, was characterized by a series of political, military and religious challenges that had profound implications for Christianity and world politics. You see, before becoming Pope, Clement VII had established himself as a skilled statesman, serving with distinction as the chief advisor to his cousin during his papacy and to Pope Adrian VI from 1522 to 1523. But when Clement VII himself assumed the papacy, it was a time of crisis, with the Protestant Reformation fast spreading, the Church nearing bankruptcy, and Italy under the threat of foreign invasions. Clement VII initially sought to unify Christendom and tried to liberate Italy from foreign occupation, seeing it as a threat to the Church's freedom. However, the complex political landscape of the 1520s, including the Protestant Reformation led by Martin Luther, a power struggle in Italy between the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V and Francis I of France, and Turkish invasions led
Francis the first of France. He was the asshole who King Charles inherited when he touched Spanish. Is it not in here anymore? His sister married his sister, Margaret, who was Queen of Navarre. They are a part of the older Aragon families that from the for almost 1,000 years, who was it? It was the Habsburgs, right? Habsburgs. Yeah, so they are the ones through the Navarra, the Aragon people, who also married into the Habsburg. They were part of the Habsburgs and the Orleans people and the Orange folks, like the Orange of France, Orleans of France, or whatever. But they ended up having Louis III, which was the Sun King remember, he was the monarch of Navarre, and they are the ones who, because Louis, the Sun King, he claimed Pharaoh. And that was a big problem. And then he only lasted to the 1715s, and that's where Louis IV came in. And that's when you had the king, his son, where's this book at? The son, where the fuck is this book? But anyway, they ended up pissing off all of the Rhine River merchants and all that jazz. And the Templars were the ones who put the Sun King's great nephew or whatever inside of the temple with Marie Antoinette. And they ended up, I think Antoinette died, they cut off her head or whatever the hell. And the son who was trapped in the temple ended up becoming an enemy of the state and had to flee the country, aka die. And he's the one, and those people are the ones who came over to America, and they created they embedded themselves into the army with the railroad mafia, and they are the ones who essentially helped create the operations of strategic services, which today is now known as the CIA. It is a French Northern Italian. It's anything that is around like the Alps to Aragon and all those microstates that are around there. It's like the same people, it's the same families, with the same background, and banking, medicine, modern double entry bookkeeping, inventory control, made IBM, made IG Farben, made most of the chocolate companies that you like eating your chocolate from. And what else? They eat children. They started Skull and Bones.
By Suleiman the Magnificent severely hampered his efforts. Further complicating matters was King Henry VIII of England's controversial divorce, which led to England's break from the Catholic Church. The height of his challenges came in 1527 with the sack of Rome, during which Clement himself was imprisoned. His eventual escape from the Castel Sant'Angelo led to a compromise position where he allied with Charles V, his former captain.
Right, and so before Charles V, you had Louis VII, and Louis V, his mother, Dauphine, and Maria Josephi, she is from Saxony. In Saxony, that area that she's from is connected to the Saxe-Coburg-Gothas, which are the royals, which is King Charles III today. And Napoleon, who was fighting Louis, the Sun King, and all his descendants for claiming Pharaoh, these Rhine River merchants, these Seine River merchants, they ended up fleeing because Napoleon's family ended up losing as well. Napoleon's uncles and all that fled to America, and it was Napoleon's family who started the FBI through his great nephew or great nephew, 2 or 3 generations away. So you have the Pesur, the son, Pharaoh, who helps Abraham Lincoln create the IRS, the Postal Service with Benjamin Franklin, expanding the Army railroads, going west into the Louisiana Purchase and all that. And then you had Napoleon and Lafayette's, and the Lafayette's were already in Louisiana. You had Napoleon, his family failing as well, coming over here, creating what we now know today as the FBI, while the French royalty came over here, creating what we now know today as the CIA. And you have the Lafayette's, who was Napoleon's mortal enemy today in London proper, London Corporation. The top traders in London in 2024, 2023, and all that stuff, I think 2025, is the Don to Napoleon's family and the Don to the Lafayette family. Today, control a majority of London's trades,
diminishing the independence of the Church and the Papal States. Despite these challenges, Clement VII was seen as a man of respectability and devoutness. He was noted for his dignified character, theological and scientific knowledge, and astute political insight, and he also left a significant cultural legacy in line with the Medici tradition. He was another family patron of the arts, commissioning works from renowned artists like Raphael, Benvenuto Cellini, and Michelangelo, including the iconic The Last Judgment in the Sistine Chapel.
Morning people wake up for peace and quiet. McDonald's breakfast people, we wake up for the sweet rush of
Saxon area. So Charlemagne
of science,
the Avignon, all those people, the Saxons used to be on the west side of the Holy Roman Empire by Hesse and all that stuff. And Charlemagne and his people, or his descendants or whatever, they actually slaughtered all of these Saxony people and made them flee to Eastern Germany, which coincidentally we had an Eastern versus Western Germany battle in World War I, World War II. And over the last decade, the Prince of Saxony, the true heir to the Saxon Empire, which used to be on the west side of Germany, has been suing portions of Poland and Ukraine to get regions of Saxony back that used to belong to Germany. It's the same exact Saxon families that were married, that had married into the Louis family. And you remember Charlemagne was one of the only people ever in history to combine the entire, he was the only person who was able to create a United States of Europe, which was like France, Germany, the Alps, Holland, the Brussels area and all that. But then as soon as he died, his 3 sons fucked everything up. And now we're dealing with all of the problems that they started all the way back then today.
Clement is notable for his 1533 approval of Nicholas Copernicus's theory that the Earth revolves around the Sun, a groundbreaking endorsement nearly a century before Galileo Galilei's trial for similar ideas. Thus, Clement VII's papacy, marked by considerable strife and challenges, reflects a complex interplay of religion, politics and culture during a transformative era in European history. His contributions to art and science, however, underscore the enduring Medici legacy of patronage and intellectual curiosity. Indeed, the Medicis would need a bit of grit and endurance after the reign of Clement VII, for their empire was soon to decline, as we'll see in the next chapter.
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't even watch it because I didn't want to get mad watching.
Oh God, that was a good one, man.
Well, because I don't like. First of all, if you're on the side of Kiriakou was wrong in any way, like suck my dick.
You're retarded.
You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking bitch, dude. And I'm saying that if you're like, and I know people that say that I like that I feel bad saying, but like, dude, shut the fuck up. They're not. How come every time you fight for freedom any way you gotta, we have less freedom? Has anybody asked that?
All right.
Oh, okay. Well, is Iraq defending your freedom? Well, I have less freedom now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did your dick get blown off? We're all net loss from your service. We're net loss. Your net loss maimed. All these guys kill themselves because it's fucked up to make people into murderers for no fucking reason. Because people, good-hearted people go.
Yeah.
Real Disney adults that believe in this shitbag fucking plume serpent fucking fake-ass Atlantis country, right? And they get their dick blown off. And then what are you supposed to... Or maybe that's the lucky one. The guy has to live with blowing up a bunch of kids who's not a piece of shit, which is a lot of guys. And they got to find a way to live with that.
Yep.
Which I couldn't. I'm a washout of anything like that because I ain't going to be able to do that. So, dude, like how do you, I guess all the training is just compartmentalize. And if you take that the process of compartmentalizing all your shit,
it builds up.
Well, MK Monarch, think of it as the most juiced up version of that. It's taking people and splitting them from
partitioning their minds into different personalities.
Yeah, your brain's not a computer, by the way. People go, "Dude, computer." It's not really. That's a really stupid thing to say. A computer maybe is like an aspect of a brain, but it's anyway. They figured out, and the successful, the rich and powerful, and I'm talking about high up. They're doing shit that's older than what the CIA did. The stuff that they learned from Mengele.
They're doing the shit Tiberius was fucking doing, according to those Epstein files.
Tiberius,
yeah, the old Roman emperor who lived on the island, who would like literally just like and eat children all day long.
He ate because he's Saturn or some stupid shit. Does he think he's like Crone?
I don't know what he thought, but I mean, he was like one of the most.
I didn't know about that.
Humans. You didn't know about Tiberius?
I saw Caligula, the movie with Malcolm McDowell. I saw one of the cuts that in Dune '84. There's like long cuts of it, and I remember Peter O'Toole played Tiberius, and he had all these like weird like scabs and
So they found on the island that he lived on, or one of the islands that he owned. There was like a anthropologist who dug up a mound of baby skeletons.
Wow, like the Ellen DeGeneres England property.
The Ellen DeGeneres England property.
I can't verify that. Come on, that's parody. It falls under you can't sue me.
Yeah, what was the name of his island that he lived on? See if you can find that. I always forget the name of his island. But he had an island.
Little St. Tiberius Island.
Little St. Tiberius Island.
Wow, so James Tiberius Kirk was named after a pedo. Captain Kirk's name was James Tiberius.
I didn't know it was Tiberius. That's hilarious.
I was just a joke. I used to have a joke about when I lived in this.
And we all know Kirk means a temple, a church temple, right? Right.
Dominican neighborhood. It's actually a great neighborhood where I lived. I mean, where I liked people and shit. But
in New York,
yeah, in 167 by the hospital. But there's always hot water problems, which I would freak the fuck out about. And I was like, how lucky for these people because they had no white people before me in that building. How lucky for them. There's no hot water. I'm going to call the city.
You got hot water.
And the city, get this, when you call the city to complain, they go, do you wish to remain anonymous? I go, no, I wish to leave my full white name, please. Kurt Tiberius Metzger.
He had 12 islands.
That's it?
12 villas. Capri was one.
Capri. That was the one. That was the one they found the fucking pile of bones.
Oh.
Yeah, old fucking Tiberius. Yeah, and there was a movie called, what was the name of that movie that we talked about with Lavenda on here? 97 baby skeletons in a Roman villa.
That sounds like a song that I'm going to write. By the way, I've been obsessed with AI, as you know, and my girlfriend from Florida she told me about her friends got stabbed on prom night. I'm like, that's a great title, and I wrote it.
My friends got stabbed on prom night?
Just stabbed on prom night.
Stabbed on prom night.
Because the local news ran that story.
Really?
Yeah, so she's telling me a story about her friends. She kicked them out of her party, and they went to someone. They met these two guys.
What part of Florida?
Jacksonville.
Oh God, Jacksonville. Yeah.
Anyway, they go to a gas station, meet two guys from Georgia. They go to another friend's party and get in a fight with the guys from Georgia. But so the point is, I wrote the song exactly as how she was saying it. Like I didn't make it rhyme.
Oh my God,
story,
that's
and I
fucking hilarious.
set it to like a Depeche Mode thing. Dude, Zuno's pretty great.
Your AI shit's incredible, dude.
Yeah.
I had a guy, one of my recent guests. I won't say which one. We did the podcast, and he went out to this dive bar down the street on Clearwater Beach. He's like, I want to go out to a bar tonight. He's like, tell me a good dive bar to go to. So I told him about this dive bar. Next thing I know, he texts me like the next morning. He's like, bro, your homeless people are fucking psychos in Clearwater. Why? I'm like, what do you mean?
Because
he goes, I'm sitting. He goes, it's 3 a.m. and I went after we got back from this strip club that was in the back of like this back alley behind this neighborhood. There was a strip club that looked like a crack house. I went back to the gas station. I'm sitting at the gas station at like 3 a.m. in the morning, minding my own goddamn business, waiting for my Uber. And this homeless guy just attacks me. And he goes, I ended up fucking fighting him. I was rolling around in the dirt fighting this homeless guy, and I finally like got up and I kicked him in the face 3 times, knocked him out, and fucking ran. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude.
That's a real adventure.
I know.
That's a real Clearwater adventure.
Yeah, I was waiting for the news story to come out that some like homeless man was found dead in front of a gas station, and my podcast guest was going to go to fucking prison.
Wait, who is this?
I don't want to say who he is live.
Oh. I mean, because it's kind of a cool story about him. They had to...
No, he's a really cool guy. I really like this guy.
Oh, the Megas.
Yeah, the Megas film. So it's the same. So, bro, the Megas is a guy who lives on an island doing the sick, depraved shit with people. And he also has the same exact temple of Poseidon that Epstein had on his island, except it's paint different. Same exact shape and everything.
Right.
And there's tons of emails of girls emailing Epstein calling him Megas.
Well, because he is a Magus. He's not the... I mean, there's a lot of Magases. There's a lot of them.
I don't know what Magus actually means. What does it mean?
Just a magician.
Oh, magician. Oh, yeah, Magus.
Dude,
okay, I should
like, or like freighter or fucking... I don't know. There's all these like... Look, I hate to tell people this as disclosure, but you know, like, imagine Harry Potter shit, but with real bad pedo and cannibalism. That's what
the reality of it.
They're not. They can disclose that. I mean, they are disclosing it. Nobody gives a shit.
It's like, you're right. Yeah. What are you going to do about it?
They have a fucking thing about natural law. They call it natural law. First, they don't call it Satan. They call it the old religion. Anybody that's hardcore in it, the names and shit, they don't. The old religion. When you ever hear somebody call it the old religion, that's what it is. I think it's just polytheism. But the bottom line is non-human intelligences. Yeah, what is that?
That's the temple from Megas.
So,
look at but it doesn't. The landscape is fucking identical too.
It doesn't have the 14 stripes. So
it doesn't have stripes on it. Right?
This channel I like, Hidden Amaruka. It's spelled like AMU, like Amaru, because you know America's named after Amaru, the plume serpent. You know?
I didn't fucking know that.
Yeah, Amerigo changed his name to be more like the plume serpent. Anyway, so see those stripes? The 14 stripes are Osiris's 14 body parts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's important to have it be an island. But check out Hidden Amaruka's channel because he breaks down pretty well.
Hidden Amaruka, all right.
Yeah. Also, you've had Neil on, right, from Gnostic Informant?
Yes.
I love that dude, man. That guy gives me so much good info.
Yeah, dude, he's smart.
By the way, to update Neil, because he was just on, I didn't do an episode this week because we got struck because my patriotic fucking song. Anyway, the basketball player who had yellow shit, he was bleeding yellow. I think that might have been brain fluid and not ichor. We were talking about this before, but I'm just throwing it out there. It might have been the guy's brain fluid.
When did that happen?
Pretty recently. He showed me on my show, and I was like, we were talking about some nuts, dude.
You must have a super strong immune system.
Yeah, if I think of the filthiness of that, and I didn't even get face-eating bacteria, thank you to the Lord. Anyway, thank you, Father, as young Korean Jesus Jr. Listen, we can fight if Jesus is black or white, but I got no problems when you say Korean. He's obviously not Korean. I mean, shut up. A Korean Jesus.
Korean Jesus.
If he is, I reject him. I want that now. I accept no fucking Korean Jesus. You read Tracy Twyman? I keep saying her name right. Tracy Twyman? Do you know Tracy Twyman?
You told me about her.
Tracy Twyman.
You told me about her, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't know about none of her shit until pretty recently.
Tracy, how do I know this name?
All right, so I just did the Tracy Twyman video early with Mickey Mouse stuff, and I would have gone through more, but it just keeps showing more Mickey Mouse TV shows that I want to show. And Tracy Twyman, she was very popular here recently, and then she died. I think she went a little bit too far, and she ended up getting standard hoteled.
I was telling you about her, but
okay.
The Secret of Minnie's Moose, Mousse, and you want it's like 2 hours long. It's a lot of her research, and that explains a lot of shit about Disney and all kinds of occult.
You know, you could be vaping formaldehyde.
Going on a bigger scale. Basically, there's a wealth transfer going on. Regular people's wealth is being drained to build infrastructure that will enslave them. Basically.
So they've created these private-public partnerships, which is always a mark of evil, if you ever hear that term, private-public partnerships. And they're taking the money that people pay in taxes to build a techno-state that will enslave them through mass surveillance and through the implementation of 15-minute cities. Is that what you mean by that?
Well, there's definitely this group is also tied to the efforts to bring, digital finance to Ohio, and also to bring digital ID to Ohio and all of that infrastructure. Yeah, absolutely. So the Ohioans already have digital ID. It's called Ohio ID. It was created by Innovate Ohio, which was this board created by the same governor that made Jobs Ohio. The guy that basically bought out the governor to create Jobs Ohio was on the board, and also on the board was J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, a lot of these same figures. The current head of it right now is the co-founder of J.D. Vance's venture capital firm, Narya Capital, which was financed by Peter Thiel and Eric Schmidt of Google and all of these, would-be overlords. So they basically were tasked with, quote unquote, modernizing Ohio state government, and that includes giving everyone in Ohio a digital ID if they want to access government services or interact with the state. And Mike DeWine, the current governor, issued an executive order forcing all state agencies to onboard onto. Between those main players and Epstein is pretty considerable. I mean, Peter Thiel and Epstein were planning to create a secret society together. They were business partners. Epstein apparently had control over this, what was a Thiel VC firm fund, Valor Ventures 3, which put all this money into Anduril, which is a Thiel-backed autonomous drone and weapon manufacturer, which luck would have it, just got a huge deal via Jobs Ohio to install themselves at the very airport that Wexner and Epstein brought Southern Air Transport to back in the 90s. Now it's going to be the Anduril airfield. Pretty cool.
Wow. This almost seems unbelievable, right?
I mean, It does, but I would encourage people to go and read this piece and talk to people in Ohio who are trying to fight against the
killer. Anybody I've ever mentioned her research or heard it brought up, they're like, oh, it's great. Giorgiani was astonished by it.
Really?
The legendary Joseph P. Farrell. You watch dark journalism, dude?
Yeah, I'm a fan of his shit.
Yeah, that dude's great. And Joseph P. Farrell, I heard of from other shit, but I really got to watch him talk about stuff on that. Joe Farrell's killer. I mean, I think that guy is fucking killer. Absolutely. And he's like, Tracy Twyman's research is.
Oh yeah, I heard UK accepted vapes. Do you know what vapes are? Vapes are the small, dumbed down version of the machines that they used to put on airplanes to aerosol spray the earth. So the technology that you use for vaping, imagine that biggie sized put into a plane's wing, and the velocity, you would open a channel in the patents, the velocity would blow through with the heating elements, and that's what they use to chemtrail everyone. So it's a vape turned around, air goes through, pushes out through the reactions. That's what vapes are.
Astonishing.
You know, he's really tight with that lady, Catherine Austin Fitz.
Yo, and I was gonna say, she brings a big chunk of it. If you want to find out what's going on, is the former HUD secretary? Yeah, she has a lot of the info, dude.
You think she's legit?
Yes.
A lot of people I talk to think she's a kook, but I think she's really smart.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
That she's just like lost her
do
mind.
people say I'm a kook?
Yeah, but you weren't in the Bush cabinet.
That's right.
Catherine Austin Fitz is amazing. I'm surprised she's not dead yet. She's talks about our underground cities and how since technically you can say Carter, but really since George Bush Sr., the government has, this is Catherine Austin Fitz, and there's documentations to prove what she said was true, that essentially the last, let's just say 30 to 50 years, our government has been building a completely and utterly separate society underground. And that's what, you're talking about Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, and all that stuff. That's why Elon Musk has the Boring Company, because that boring machine that he uses, that technology, just like the vapes, was used much earlier, and it was a much larger machine. Like an example of the much larger machine they used was the boring machines that they used to go through the Alps. And I was just talking about the Alps, and you remember when they did that ceremony of opening that tunnel with these giant boring machines, they did a giant satanic ritual with scarab beetles and people dangling like spiders, and you had the guy with the Baphomet head doing the dancing in the parade, and then they went inside of the tunnel. And Angela Merkel was there, all the French people was there, all the Swiss, all the central bankers, and these people were dancing and the lady had the wings on her back with the giant fucking head. The giant head that was on the railroad tracks of all the people that had died, that were sacrificed to the. Am I here? Did it kick me? He had the wings on her back. Yeah, okay. Yeah, had the wings on her back. And all that jazz. Those patents went a couple years before that to the previous versions of the mining machines. All those machines were used to connect our deep underground military bases, our DUMBs. And there are places in like Washington State and stuff like that where they have shown us inside of these mining facilities and these underground bases that they have post offices in them, Starbucks is in them, McDonald's. They have stop signs. Some of them have street lights. Some of these tunnels are so fucking huge that you can drive two of the largest dump trucks in the world. These tunnels are so big, and you've seen how large these dump trucks are. You can drive two of these dump trucks side by side each other without them causing any traffic jams. Those are our deep underground military bases. And Catherine Austin Fitz has been explaining for the last 30 to 50 years that the government has been stealing all of our money and printing all of this money to do all this inflation to fortify our deep underground military bases. Donald Trump in his first term created new special forces people whose specific activities were DUMBs raids and tunnel raids. Because Israel, Sinai, Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and all that, they have these giant tunnel systems too. And they also have the little ones where the people can crawl through them. Turkey, Armenia, they have these tunnel systems. Michigan, Wisconsin, the Salt Lake area that goes into Canada, they have those tunnel systems. That's where they were doing a lot of the drug runs and the underground salt tunnels in Michigan and stuff like that. They were trafficking people, trafficking drugs, smuggling cigarettes, smuggling weapons. Anyway, Catherine Austin Fitz has been talking about that stuff, and she's not lying. She's not lying.
So, what? Oh, she's a kook. Did she have the job? She said. See, if you're a normal person that hasn't become a demented psychopath, you're gonna get a little kooky once you see how the sausage is made.
Right.
Who said she's a kook? Because I had some dipshit from the Atlantic Council tell me that Max Blumenthal, who's one of the last real journalists on the planet, that guy's a scumbag. It was a guy with a foreign fucking accent, some fucking Ukrainian gangster posing as a think tank dandy, who wanted to argue about we got to support the Ukraine war. Yo, they don't even have dudes left. Let them fucking stop. Holy shit. You know, Ukraine didn't go well.
No, yeah, it's still going on apparently, isn't it?
Yeah. And this asshole told me with a fucking accent, with a foreign accent, we should keep paying for it.
How'd you find this guy? How'd he find you?
Jason's buddy Lev. Well, Lev has Breaking the Rules podcast that Giorgiani will be on a lot. I think Neil was on it.
Okay.
Lev hooked me up with Giorgiani. Very nice guy. He wanted me to talk about the Epstein files with this dude from the Atlantic Council.
Yeah.
But then they wanted to ambush me to talk about like shit Dave Smith. I co-signed everything Dave Smith. I couldn't be prouder of Dave Smith. I mean, it's really amazing.
He's awesome. He's like,
yeah, he remembers like
he's got this crazy historical picture, like visual memory. That's insane.
My memory is like, I mean, I try to kill it because I'm still patriotic. Obviously, I'm trying to forget things, but Dave, his memory is so good in a way that's important to people that think academia is important and debates are real.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't care about that. I just want to hear the story and I want to hear the themes. And I already know they're scum. I don't need you. Like Dave can remember the details where you can't get out of it with some legal wording, like they try to. All these people he talks to. You're like Douglas Murray, that fucking. You see Douglas Murray in him?
Oh yeah.
You know, if idiots tell me that, some of whom I like a lot, go like, "Oh, I thought Douglas Murray did really well." You do?
See, yeah, no, I didn't.
Are you still? Oh, you're programmed. I get it.
The thing about this whole thing with Trump and like people, like all these people that supported Trump, like his biggest supporters leading up to this election, have all fucking turned on him.
Hey, yo, you're supposed. They work for you.
Yes, exactly. That's my point.
It's not I'm with her.
That's
it's like MAGA, I thought, isn't it?
That's like I have like super liberal friends who will like text me all these articles about people like Tucker and like Tucker type people or
why
Dave
are they
Smith
mad
type
at Tucker now?
That's the point. They're like sending me this stuff like, look, these people are going back against what they campaigned for. They put this guy in office and now they're calling him out. I'm like, well,
Tucker's never been he's CIA billionaire family. Never been a Trump supporter. Alex Jones never been a Trump supporter. Jack Posobiec never been a Trump supporter. All these names, these examples of these people, quote unquote, turning on Trump, they're not Trump supporters. They're not. They're professional podcasters. I don't see where people don't understand where Trump was coming from. It was inevitable that we were going to invade Iran. Now, I didn't know it was going to happen on the 2,500 year anniversary of the Turkish Purim, where the Turkish Ottomans at the time slaughtered all the Jews during Purim 25. I didn't, but the Jews knew that. They knew they were going to do that, and they forced Trump into that position. And Trump had already alluded to the fact that he was going to do these things. And there was nothing that was going to stop him. You're not going to have Tucker and his billionaire CIA family have conversations. You're not going to have Charlie Kirk, who is basically an MK Ultra person, stop Trump. Ooh. Did I freeze? I froze. You're not going to have Candace Owens. You're not going to have Joe Kent, who's CIA. You're not going to have, who's another fake Trump supporter? It's on the tip of my tongue. But none of these are Trump supporters. They never were.
Isn't that what you should do? I'm like,
yeah.
And this is like my thing. I don't remember. I mean, I haven't really been paying attention.
They really said that to you?
That's what. Yeah, that's crazy.
I believe you, but it's just so crazy.
And here's the thing: like, I haven't been paying attention to this stuff that long. It's like as far back as Obama, I was like checked out. I would never really like pay attention.
I watched the Daily Show and Colbert Report when he used to be good.
But like, how many people that went to bat for Obama and Biden actually went against the negative shit they did publicly after they started doing it?
They don't even know about it. I'm proud to say I've never voted, so you can't say you got me with that. You fucks.
Good for you.
Yeah, I did try. Again. I did try to register once in New York to vote for Obama the second time. Okay, but I don't know how So it's easy. You do it online. I signed up online. I wasn't registered when I showed up at the place. I later got letters like, thank you for agreeing to donate organs if you die. I got some. So I wasn't registered, but they're taking my organs in New York if I die. Anyway.
Wow.
Because I didn't know what a piece of shit Obama was and how he fucked us. Why would I have known that?
Right.
I just knew the bad right-wing people.
Right.
And I've never been loyal to one of the sides because I thought they're supposed to be loyal to you. Everybody's such a bitch out of the gate. When Hillary said, Trump said, making fun correctly at the time, go watch old Trump compared to this Trump. There's two fucking Trumps.
Oh yeah, there is two Trumps.
Dick Gregory maybe was right.
You can play video clips till the fucking cows come home of him talking about how stupid Middle East wars are.
The fact that he said it like that with such deep understanding, you could hear in his voice of it. This now makes no. So what are the explanations for this? He's a time traveler. Let's hope that's what it is. He's a time traveler trying his best. And even if he is, I don't care. I'm still going to trash what he's doing. Because if he is undercover trying to bring it down, I'm trying to imagine the mind of someone who could understand what's going on and still be like, oh, yeah, are you loyal?
Right.
Yo, I'm with her was for bitches who fucking are like, I'm with Hillary. You're a if you say that. Now anybody still, are you still loyal to MAGA? I watch influencers.
I'm MAGA.
Yo, go fucking.
Right.
You can't put that in your show. I'm sorry. But fuck you. They're supposed to be loyal to you, you sub-beta fuck who talks about betas forever.
Right.
All these people that say cuck a lot are cucks.
Right. You're not supposed to worship. Like when you're in high school, do you worship the...
What's funny. So, Trump joked Obama for what he did with Iran, and then he joked him again for terrible negotiating, and then he joked him again when we had the 3 airplanes leave full of billions of dollars. 2 of them landed in Iran. 1 of them landed in Austria or Switzerland. Brand new printed money, still in their central bank plastic wraps. Then we did the Iran nuclear deal, and Trump had alluded to many times that that was going to be prevented. I give an example of like what's going on with Cuba. There's a video that came out like 30 years ago, 20 years ago of Trump talking about taking Cuba. And he's like, either I'm going to be the smartest realtor in the world in Cuba, or I'm going to be president. And then you see Trump making jokes today. He's like, Cuba's next. Like, we're taking Cuba next. Like, he's not joking. Like everyone, like the screaming and yelling. And I love Kurt Metzger, but he's a leftist dude. But I see it from my perspective, and I still listen. But everything is public. You knew Trump was going to do all of this crazy shit before his personal meeting with Xi Jinping in March, because Trump doesn't like to go to these meetings without a lot of power behind his back. So now he's going to go to China after he did what he did to the Strait of Hormuz, the Strait of Al-Shabaab, or whatever that dumbass strait is, and southern Saudi Arabia and Yemen, what he did in Venezuela, what he did with the Panama Canal, what he did with Iran's Silk Road Initiative, because remember, Iran was part of China's Silk Road Initiative, and part of that Silk Road Initiative was supposed to go through Gog and Magog. And what's hilarious is Trump said the other day that they are, this is not ad lib, but basically they're going back to the gates of Gog and Magog. And that's just a barbarian route from the Caucasus Mountain regions in between the Pontus Sea, Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea. That pipeline was supposed to go through there. Now it's not. So the Silk Road Initiative for China, some of that stuff was supposed to go through like Turkmenistan and things like that, and now they're not. So those pipelines that were supposed to go to through Iran into the Med and through Iran into like past Belarus into the Poland regions, all that's stopped. And the same thing with Cuba. Cuba has underground bases as well. They've been spending decades building fucking Raccoon City 300-story underground shit, and it's over with now. It's all over with. And all those areas are strongholds of London, Paris, Rome, and Brussels. All that shit that Trump blew up in Iran was owned by Paris, London, Rome, or Brussels. The secret people that Trump was talking about that are negotiating with him, he said they're a special type of people. And he was surprised that these special people are negotiating with him. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if those special people are London, Paris, Brussels, and Rome. And now Trump is going to go to Xi Jinping after doing all of this stuff. And he's going to be like, what do you have? What do you have to negotiate with me? Like, I will straight up snatch you out of your country. I'll obliterate your country. I'll destroy all of Ted Turner's drug facilities in Syria. And I'll give the fucking leadership to Al-Qaeda. And all Al-Qaeda means is the base. And then what happened to the Syrian leadership? Dude fled to Russia. What happened to Al Khamenei's kid who supposedly got his foot blown off? Dude is in Russia. So everyone's like, oh, what are you doing? You're messing up the polar world. You're messing up the global trade. You're messing up this, that, and the other. That's why Japan packed all their bags and went and negotiated with Trump this week, because that fucking the Chinese, the Yakuza dudes, the Jesuits who run the southern ports, those college Jesuits who run the ports of southern Japan and all that, they sent that bitch over to talk to Trump because they need their natural gas from the GCC, they need their oil from the GCC, which is Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia.
Principle.
Well, yes.
You know, like the person in charge that
I
makes
was
the rules.
homeschooled. The principal was Jesus. I wasn't. Come on. my dad, Korean Jesus, taught me to read, and I had to.
It was you're not supposed to like venerate the fucking people who make the rules and that like are telling you what to do.
Well, they subtly are teaching you at every level of society. So for Disney, for example, who like I have friends that have channels that complain about how Disney sucks, right? Well,
Yeah.
Good for them. I hope they make $1 zillion doing that. I have nothing against it. I'm not like, yeah, can you say? But Disney always sucked. It was why was that ever a thing the way it was? Disney magic. Oh, it is magic. Now you believe in princesses and princes and bloodlines deep down. Even if you're not religious, you still have a thing about I'm a chosen one. That's what Monarch was about. They told these people that these kids that got viciously abused satanically, because all abuse is satanic. That after the thing, the things you're watching now happen, that they're going to be the chosen ones running the world. I promise you, Prince Charles was put through Monarch, whatever the British version is, whatever fucking psycho. His painting. You seen his painting, right? It looks like he's taking a ground chuck meat
Prince
bath.
Charles painting?
Yeah, King Charles.
No,
he's got a little monarch butterfly on his shoulder.
No, I haven't seen that.
I bet, dude. I bet you have seen it and you forgot.
Maybe
it looks like he's having a nice bath in ground chuck meat and bloody ground meat. You don't remember this?
Oh yeah, I remember this.
So people make a big deal that you put the picture together and make it into like a devil, and maybe you can. I'm sure you can. But
yeah, you can make the devil, Baphomet, Baal, and like Sator or something like that in one photo. If we are to believe anything I say, then it was special people that allowed him to come. Yeah. So it was our military. Okay, it's empire. Who runs the world? Empire. Who is empire? The most powerful militaries. Who are the most powerful militaries? The United Kingdom, America, Russia, China, and then we have our extants, which are like the financial institutions. Who runs the financial institutions? The Knights Templar, Hong Kong Shanghai Bank, Chase, Deutsche Bank, the central banks, the European Central Bank, and then, whose education and all of that. That's your fraternal orders. That's the Jesuits. That's the Sacred Heart. ESMOM, the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, and then you start getting into corporations, then you start getting into middle management, then you start getting into sheep plebs, scorpions, doves, jackals, and boars, or whatever the hell we are. Trump's family is a part of a powerful clan called the McLeod clan, of the McLeods, and of the Trump family. And the Trump family was a powerful German family that was kicked out by the Hessians, Saxe-Coburg-Gothas, and the Rothschilds, and the Jewish bankers, like the Warburg Jewish bankers and all that. They stole Trump's family vineyards. Trump's mother's side, which is the McLeod clan, were very popular, like in the Isle of Skye. They had all this land in Scotland, and both sides of the family, all that shit was taken from them, fled to America, got all his training. Donald Trump's family is also people in Donald Trump's family have cosmic clearance and higher. So cosmic clearance is higher than Q clearance, which is like security skiffs, top secret stuff, classified stuff. Then you got cosmic clearance, and then a couple clearances above that. Trump's family is a part of that stuff through the Department of Energy, the Manhattan Project, Tesla's coil facilities, Trump's family, Tesla family, and this other, like two other New York families. They started a school together in New York. Prescott Bush's family were the ones who essentially killed Tesla and stole all of his work from his apartment and everything. The Edison family is tied to like the Prescotts, and the Prescotts are a German family from the same areas that Trump's father's family is from. Mel Gibson's father is a part of this. Mel Gibson's family, coincidentally, had their wine orchard stolen from them by the British government through Australian power as well. think that's why Mel Gibson hates the Vatican so much. What else? We'll just press play.
There's the fucking butterfly,
but
dude.
Look, the butterfly. So you look at the blood and gristle that this paint. I mean, it's a great painting of a reptilian dinoid person.
Yeah.
But look at the monarch. The monarch's a key part. That means, because remember how Jimmy Savile gave him marriage advice?
Yep.
What do you think the advice was? Kill a bitch?
Right.
What was the advice you would get from Jimmy, the unmarried corpse fucker? him, and David Icke is correct. And Lord Mountbatten, and Jimmy Savile all had special black berets made. There's no unit of black berets in the British military. It's just their own personal black beret club. What kind of adventures do you think they must have had? I think that's my next AI, the adventures of the black berets.
Oh my God.
The next AI is going to be young Prince Charles.
Yeah, and remember, while all this was happening, you had Baron Jacob Rothschild, Baron Evelyn de Rothschild, Baron Eric de Rothschild of the French banking empire, whose family today owns the Cochrane Group, which Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk's widow, worked for the Cochrane Group, which is for the Baron Rothschild of the French banking empire. And she was getting underage models for the Cochrane Group in New York. And after she met Charlie Kirk, she got her realty license after she met Charlie Kirk and got a job at TPUSA, and they started dating. She got her because realty license is just money laundering license. And that was her money laundering payment thing. And you remember Erica Kirk's mother, she also works out of Fort Huachuca, Fort Haktua, and Fort Huachuca is a MK Ultra, MK Monarch, MK Art, like it, and that's where like John McCain and the CMEX companies that work with the Indians and all the private prison institutions in Arizona and New York. Like there's parts of Arizona or New Mexico, one of those two states, where Erica Kirk's boyfriend or partner, like the boyfriend that she was with before Charlie Kirk, he is tied to Joe Biggs, who's in the Senate and all that. And they run this one area where the prison population is larger than the population of the people there. And it also has the largest concentration of state and private prisons in the world. And this is all comes out of this, like Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Mormon Mafia, Presbyterian, Scientology people. They're buying land out there. And the thing that he was talking about with Jimmy Savile was happening in these same exact areas that were going on with the partner that Erica Kirk knew. Inside of these foster care places, these children were getting abused, and they were also getting STDs. And it's tied to that. And it's that area that these children, not only are they getting STDs, but they're also by the Indian reservations, they're by these state prisons, and they're also by charter schools for troubled youth. And which is interesting because I was talking about the Lafayettes and DARPA and all that with Anthony Fauci. Anthony Fauci, his wife, she was in charge of some things in the National Institute of Health, but she was also in charge of cloning. And Anthony Fauci's daughter has a school in Louisiana for underprivileged black children, and it's a private institution that also has questionable incidents that are similar to what is going on with all of these other charter schools abuses that are happening.
With Mountbatten and Jimmy Savile having adventures,
getting chased through the woods.
The thing I'm trying to make really, and if anybody knows any, because I want to make it's like Seinfeld the sitcom, but it's called Epstein, and I want to make that on AI. It's been hard so far, but I think I'm getting.
So what was Seinfeld the sitcom?
You remember Seinfeld?
Of course, yeah.
It's gonna be called Epstein. So Jeff is Jerry, and then like Trump will be Newman,
and that's perfect because Bannon still owns the rights to it, right?
Dude, oh God.
And then how weird is this? Steve Bannon, who started under Breitbart with Breitbart and Benjamin Netanyahu. Bannon was working at Goldman Sachs and all that stuff when Epstein was doing the 2008 financial collapse with the Lehman Brothers and Leslie Wexner and Larry Summers and Howard Lutnick. They also did 9/11 together, Howard Lutnick, Silverstein, the Adelmans, the insurance companies. Because who created insurance companies? Who created insurance companies? It wouldn't be King Charles's family, wouldn't it? Well, damned if it is. King Charles, his family, King Charles I and the James I and the VI, between those, it was the Saxe-Coburgs, Gothas, and the James family, these Rhine River merchants, and whatever that stupid river is in Holland. They got together with all the fire departments because the fire departments were controlled by merchants as well, and they created insurance companies because they needed to find a way to get paid for fraud. So when a church needs money, they burn down a church for insurance check. When a royal needed money, they would burn down a castle. They would burn down London. They would do 9/11. They would burn down Notre Dame for the third time, I think. The Great Fire of London was done by the royalty for insurance and to reborn a nation like a phoenix coming out of the fire. And it was funny, one of the first covers of cryptocurrency that came out in The Economist, which is owned by the Rothschilds. It is a phoenix coming out of the ashes of old money, and there's a digital coin on its chest, and it's the new currency being born out of this out of the creation of credit cards and cryptological SHA-256 key programs.
I forgot to close this loop when we start. I'm the worst, dude. So Bannon, when he was on Jimmy Dore show, the Doge thing, and
how
then,
long ago was that, by the way?
A couple of years.
Okay.
Jimmy asked him, and I want to know this because Jason Berm is the first guy to show this to me. The clips of the Bannon interview with Epstein that was supposed to come out but never did.
Yeah.
Now the one that came out gives a lot of the game away right in the first 4 minutes, but this part's not in it. Where Epstein, first you see Bannon asking him, Epstein's talking about how he's into Me Too and Time's Up.
Right,
he's a huge supporter of Time's Up, which I thought was so hysterical. And then also he's talking about how people take their own lives if they're in prison for even one night. Can you imagine that? So he's saying this. Okay, so this previews in Newsweek, these two clips. I used them in a Kyle Dunnigan thing we did called The Talk Down as a joke. It was like The More You Know with Sly Stallone too. And anyway, I want to know why that never came out. So Jimmy asked him, okay? And I can't remember what Bannon said. I know what he said moved the conversation along.
Mm-hmm.
I know it wasn't clear.
You know how I was saying earlier how Louis the third, the sun god, into the fourth, into the fifth.
To lock my customers in with long-term.
Charles the fifth, and all that.
And
while that was going down, King Louis found out what Jacques de Molay and all the Knights Templars were doing. And he got all of his guards to get all of the Torahs and the Talmuds together, and they burned Jacques de Molay on a pike, and they burned all of the Torahs and the Talmuds on the steps of Notre Dame. And that was the first time they did it, or second time. They burnt the Torahs and Talmuds on the steps of Notre Dame twice. And if you remember, as above, so below, Notre Dame is on an island, and on that island is an ancient Celtic burial ground. So like all cathedrals, all major churches, especially in Britain and France and stuff like that, they are built on top of ancient ceremonial lands of the people that they conquered. So under Notre Dame is some of the most ancient and important people are buried there, and they were essentially the Parisii, 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 and they are the people who came out of the 3rd, 4th, 5th century BCE and controlled all of that Gaul area until it was Nero, or whoever we were talking about earlier, that Roman emperor who, after him, that movie was made where it was super sexual, Claudius, Chlamydia, whatever his name is. It was him who sent his great nephew or uncle or brother or whatever it was up to the areas of where Notre Dame was, the Parisii areas, and they conquered Gaul. Not Louis. Yeah, it's Pharaoh. Yeah.
Retain a lot.
Yeah.
But I don't retain any of it. That's magic. You ask me a direct question, I could say something, and we move on.
Yeah.
And it
slither right by.
Yeah, that's what a set worshiper like Michael Aquino is probably into, is that aspect of it.
Philip
did
it. Philip the Fair in the 1300s. And it was King Louis burning Torahs. And King Louis IX ordered the burning of approximately 24 wagon loads, or up to 10,000 volumes of the Jewish manuscripts, primarily the Talmud. And it was King Philip who burnt Jacques de Molay on the Seine River, but they also burned there was also more burnings in the Jacques de Molay era. So I may have just conflated the burning with de Molay there, but there was another time. Yeah, Caligula. Let me pull it up real quick.
That is like, Bannon is very skilled at it.
Yes.
And I wouldn't know unless I had written a question for someone to ask and then watched his response. And now I'm like old, so I start remembering, hey, why that guy say something that didn't amount to anything? And I just move, hey, like, just now I do it. Okay, but you're trained by your whole life to not do it. You're trained to like, it's in my interest not to look too deep into this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Bannon emails with Epstein. I read a bunch of Bannon emails with Epstein, and it was weird because
he's in on it. He's crafting that chalkboard thing with Epstein.
Yeah, the book burning precedent of the expulsion of 1182 and would be again in 1306. So it was 1182 where they had done it, an expulsion and more burnings of all of their shit.
Where he's got all the somebody decipher that. That's them building a matrix around people. QAnon. By the way, QAnon, that's Bannon.
The chalkboard picture?
Yeah, there's a guy who deciphered it already. Yeah.
Really?
Probably a couple people. Yeah.
Is this the Jack Johnson thing? Go. Yeah, let me see that chalkboard image. I saw this thing this morning about somebody saying that they were showing how Jack Johnson is like a fucking clone image of Jeffrey Epstein, and Jack Johnson, the singer, and he has an album cover that has the same chalkboard symbols on it.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
I never heard that.
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
I swear to God, I saw this.
It's like, wait, where's the?
Oh wait, no, this is not the same thing.
Okay, that's the thing I'm talking. So he's on his chalkboard. That's a matrix. They're basically how to put you in a stupid. Probably that. If I had to guess, is probably when they're coming up with QAnon.
Yeah.
So QAnon's taking real thing, all the horrible shit. I didn't look at QAnon, by the way. I want everybody to understand that. I didn't look into it because it sounds stupid. But all the evil crimes of like the baby eating, those are all real. The part that's not real is Trump in the white hats. That's the part that's fake. So they
what was Trump in the white hats?
You know, they call them white hats, the good guys working on the inside to stop
that Trump was going to snuff them out. Yeah.
So that's the bullshit part, is to make you believe in that. These people are profoundly fucked. That thing you were saying right at the beginning about, the religious extremism in the military where the guys go, that Third Temple bullshit's been around for quite some time, dude.
Yeah, no, they've been talking about it for a long time. I'm trying to find this Epstein Jack Johnson.
I would like to see
I want to show
that.
you this. It's fucking incredible.
There's so many bad, dude. You know Sean Atwood, by the way?
Yes.
So Sean read me the Robert Trivers fucking emails. They're so bad, dude.
What are the Robert Trivers emails?
About how to make mutate kids into hermaphrodites for sex. Dude, it sounds like something out of the James Barr's dad's book.
Really?
That's Brett Weinstein's mentor, and Brett and his. Now, I understand how people are like this because they're nerds, but like it's not a very good way you explain that guy.
I just sent it to you, Steve.
What'd you say?
I sent Steve the link. What were you saying?
Oh yeah, like that's their mentor. That's Brett Weinstein and his. They talk about it on their show. I only know about gain of function research because of Brett Weinstein, so credit to him.
Mm-hmm.
But Robert Trivers, that's creepy ass shit, and it's way worse than whatever the fuck Brett is saying out loud on here. It's way worse.
Have you heard of?
Yeah.
Here, play this first. Play this first.
Who is this hot Epstein?
This is nuts. Put audio on it, Steve. You're gonna have to rewind it.
You know, a lot of people do look like each other. I don't know if anybody travels
I know,
here.
It is crazy.
Texas has like 3 heads. Yeah, look, that's a mouth structure that repeats.
Johnson. And if you haven't seen my video on this, well, don't worry. I'm going to catch you up and show you something that none of you are ready for. First, I'm going to cut right to the chase and just...
It's created as a bulwark against material rationalism and power plant. Can you split the atom? I need to know these things, and then you got to detangle 80 years of history around nuke. I still have never. Maybe someone can explain it to me in a way that makes some sense.
That nukes are fake.
Yeah, you got to. Is nuclear fission possible? Do we have nuclear power plant? Can you split the atom? I need to know these things, and then you got to detangle 80 years of history around nukes for me, and explain to me what the Samson option is in Israel if there's no such thing as nukes. It's just like it don't sound like a good theory to me.
Right.
The fucking flat Earth thing is Catholic. I think it's a Jesuit thing. I think it's created as a bulwark against material rationalism. And I've seen people, just influencers, talk about doing shit. Like when I first met Cernovich, he used to say, well, I say a little bit more extreme things to counter the liberalism. Like people in there, it's like a strategy of counterweight versus, so it's like when Chappelle and what's his name used to say they don't think the moon landing is real, but it's not that as controversial now to say, but then it was.
Mm-hmm.
And it was more of a fuck you than any kind of, you know?
Right.
And so I think flat Earth is there's no way in a 3-dimensional space that we live in that now I could see if you lived in like a 5D world and like a flat screen TV, you play a 3D video game on. I could see that being a thing, but for you, it's round, asshole. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
The reason they're clinging to that, I have no fucking idea, but I think it's very stupid.
Yeah.
And I go, well, why are they? You got a lot of people in on that one. It's not that there can't be a big conspiracy. Look at NATO. But what are they getting out of this? Like, what is their benefit? Well, if you believe that, you believe anything. First of all, I don't believe anything. Secondly, I know you assholes already do believe anything. So why would they need to do that? That doesn't add up. What are they getting? Do they get to eat your kids?
There's no point. Yeah, there's no point of faking it.
It's purely psychological as a thing of like.
Why are they wasting all the money launching all the rockets?
Well, yeah, okay. It's just a waste of money to you.
If space is fake, why? Why do they do all the
I don't know what the parts of space, like, let's say the moon landing, the video you saw is fake, right?
Right.
Like, that could be.
Totally.
Oh, are there problems with the video? Look, Biden didn't get the real COVID shot on TV. There's not a chance in hell they'd allow the president. That's why if you got a shot, you had to sit and wait in case you die.
Right.
So there's no way they're going to risk that. So men on the moon at the height of Vietnam, by the way, the height of the Vietnam War.
Using rotary phones, black and white TV.
No. Well, their tech is always 40, 60 years ahead of ours, the government.
Oh, yes.
So the nuke thing, we're like, how'd the camera survive the blast? Well, maybe the footage is fake. I don't know. But they probably had cameras that you don't get to have because they're $1 billion camera. Very simple. They had cell phones in 1938, but we didn't have the infrastructure, and it was very expensive. But they make time traveler theories about these chicks on cell phones in this 30s picture. You ever see that? Yeah, that it went around as like, oh, is this a time travel? Ray-Bans were invented, cell phones. No, cell phone. They've been able to make this for a while.
Right.
You have cell phone towers everywhere. That's why they're cheap to make now. Back then they weren't. But they've had, there you go. So see how old
What is this?
Cell phones.
This is a photo from when? 1938?
Yeah. It's not a time traveler.
Wait, but is she really, maybe she's just scratching her face, bro.
No, she worked for Bell Atlantic. It's already verified.
This has already been investigated?
You don't have to look at scumbag Snopes that normally shit, but I'm sure they'll say what I'll say on this one. So that's a real thing. They had the tech. The reason everybody has it, I used to sell cell phones and nobody beats the whiz, and they were very expensive for the minutes. And you'd be some kind of businessman that had to be able to talk on the go.
Yeah.
And what happens? The price. They had laptops in the 70s. The DIA and they had the kind of laptops you have. They just cost a lot of money.
Right.
All right. And a good example, like this is by Claude Elwood Shannon. And Claude Elwood Shannon is the guy who essentially, along with other people, he worked for Bell Systems, just like what Kurt was talking about. So the reason why we got credit cards and the RFID chips and all that stuff is for a couple reasons. One, we needed to find out a way to give truck drivers who kept getting robbed for the cash that they had at pay pumps. They had to figure out a way to stop having these truck drivers travel with all this cash. At the CIA, they needed to find a way to create ID cards that couldn't be falsified by like Russia or London, Paris, Rome, or France. And that's how we ended up getting the RFID stuff and all that stuff. That technology and that encryption system came from Claude E. Shannon and a handful of other people. And this stuff was written coming out of the 20s and 30s and was written in the 30s and the 40s. So if you know anything about the way patents work, the reason why RFID chips took so long is, one, because of the patents had to run out to where they became public. So the public got to play with them. And then that's when you started seeing like RFID chips, credit cards, instead of just government IDs and your passport. And then, so RFID is a chip that has no battery, but it can provide an electrical circuit through a copper antenna. And then you have magnetic ID chips, which instead of using a copper antenna, you use whatever the hell they put inside of your, like if you ever seen a clear cell phone, or if you ever seen a clear debit card, you can see the mechanism they use. And that mechanism that they use is magnetic vibrations. And the magnetic vibration from the secured device only triggers the ID in your card if a certain wavelength is hitting it. So if you know that he's talking about cell phones, the frequencies like 860 to like 920 megahertz, or whatever it is, and all that stuff, you can, and you knew that shit was around, let's just say, functionally between the late 40s and the early 70s. Well, with the way the patents work, 20 to 30 years, it hits the public. That same principle is applied to our nuclear fission technology, to our plasma technology, to all the technologies that we made when we did our space race with Russia. All of that stuff that we made in NASA and the cryptological centers in Georgia and the cryptological centers in San Francisco, where all the Satan people are, the people who made Bitcoin, all that stuff becomes national security. So once it's national security, you can kind of push back against the patents a little bit, but eventually the national security issue will be outweighed and the patents have to become public so everyone gets to play with them. That's why Elon Musk has the rocket ships, the boring machines, the Neuralink, all those things is CIA. And that's why the moon landing and all that stuff has been put out that it's fake or that the earth is flat. Because while they get everyone to believe in Wiccan and all these different religions, they are off perfecting the technologies that will be provided to us 20 to 30 years after the patents expired. So all of our space programs came out of the 60s and the 70s. So essentially, between the early 2000s, was 1999 happened, and we had Y2K. Between the year 2000 and the year, let's just say 2033, the 2000-year anniversary of Jesus's death, that's when we're going to start getting those patents for the plasma, for the nuclear power plants that you can fit on the back of an 18-wheeler, for Rolls-Royce showing off their their space plasma propulsion nuclear thing, because they used to be this big, and now you can put it on a table and give some Disney presentation and look at my new thing that pulsates, and it's a nuclear thing and it can sit on a desk. That's all of this. That's all of it. And this is why you have the masking and the hysteria on all of these technologies, and so many people believe that they're fake. There's so many people that, especially like religious retards, religious zealots, religious rigorists, people like Mike S. Miller, who think the Earth is only 10,000 years old and that dinosaurs didn't exist. Those stories are to keep possibly potentially smart people away from this patent work, this information. And what's fascinating about this is not only was Hillary Clinton a patent lawyer, not only was Michelle Obama a patent lawyer for Loop Capital, Chicago, where Benjamin Netanyahu's from. The American Patent Office is controlled by the Royal Patent Office, which is controlled by the Royal Court Jew, which today is Baron Nathan Rothschild, and King Charles, and that woman who sits next to. So in the British world, they are allowed to take every single world patent and combine them at their discretion. And they are able to sell whatever they make at their discretion and make new patents off of your patents to steal your shit, disappear you. That's like when the MH730 flight crash or the MS-170 flight or whatever that thing, on that MH flight, there was a shit ton of doctors and scientists that were on that flight, and they had a bunch of patents. And then, of course, they blew that bomb up in front of the MH whatever flight, and that's why you saw all the shrapnel holes. And what's hilarious is if you don't get your patents right, you don't have a will, or if you did some of your patent work for an institution or a corporation, the corporation, like Hong Kong Shanghai Bank or Deutsche Bank or whomever, they will steal your patents from you, which is exactly what they did to, which is what Prescott Bush's family did to Tesla and Trump's family, by getting rid of Tesla and stealing all of his patents because he didn't have his shit under lock and key. He didn't have it sitting in Donald Trump's great grandfather's house for safe and security measures.
You get the stuff when it's cheap to make. Oh, the fucking Elon Musk brain chip that didn't invent, they've had since for the 70s.
Yeah, well, I heard they had that at least in the early 90s. They were working on that for super soldiers.
The reason we say the term tinfoil hat is a derogatory term was because of a man the CIA mutilated by putting a brain chip in his head. And because he was a smart guy, his name was Leonard Kyle, Kiles. Leonard Kyle, sorry, no S.
Kile.
Jose Delgado or whatever the fucking. Carlos Delgado.
Yeah.
And the book The Terminal Man by Michael Crichton, it doesn't say this in the Wikipedia though. The Terminal Man is based on what they did to this poor fucker. He had patents on Kodak shit. And he was like jealous. He was overly jealous of his girlfriend and went to therapy. And unfortunately for him, his psychiatrist was Carlos Delgado, the fucking. And if you go on Andy Hunt's channel, Control All History, they got the bowl where they make the bull not attack with microwaves.
Yeah.
So the guy is smart, so he knows someone's hitting him with microwaves at some point in the loony bin where he is. So he's putting a trash can on his head, a metal trash can.
Holy shit! They
started giving him a foil to wrap around his head instead, because it eased the pain of what the CIA did to him. The biggest piece of shit, evil organization coven that's ever existed, a coven of scum and witches, and they really are vile. And to call somebody tinfoil hat as a joke after what they did to this poor guy.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You?
Metamorphosis. Energy drink. Commercials. Butt sex.
Right? Is that wild what they do? That's magic. That's Disney magic. Yo, fuck you. Seriously, honestly, when I talk to people at work and things, because Kiriakou, I was suspicious at first, but...
Were you?
No. I was suspicious about when I saw him in here talking about Alfred Bloomingdale, not mentioning the other parts I mentioned. But he probably didn't know.
Right.
Because you're training. Why do you get training? So you don't do what I do and think about all the things and get scattered. The training is to focus on your thing.
Yeah.
And I know people that are fucking all these people that are like fucking hardcore good at what they do, but they were, oh, you're crazy to put those things. Yo, I'm not in the military. I could take a command position if I want and think about that aspect of it.
Yeah, well, Karaoke was explaining. He explained it in a really good way when he was on here with Bustamante. They were explaining. They actually agreed on more things than they disagreed on. But
that's suspicious. Go ahead.
Basically, what he was saying is like when you're in the CIA, he's like,
it's like being a fucking Mormon.
Well, the first couple years, like maybe first 7 years max, is when you like reach a ceiling, right? You only get so far by being skilled and being good at doing things,
like stand-up comedy. Yeah,
but, yeah. There's a certain point where it's just like you're ass kissing and ladder climbing.
There you go.
And it's like, he's like, the really good people, the people that have talent, they realize that 6 to 7 years in, and they're fucking out. They go to the private sector. They start doing shit in the real world. And he's like, the people, the sociopaths like John Brennan, who are just trying to get jobs and fucking climb the ladder and meet people and trying to pull strings where they can, those are the people that stay in for life. And those people are the ones that are still in forever over many administrations. And
not just that, how about the ones from splinter cell generational Satan families and that want their family in every aspect of the defense industry and the intel agencies?
Yeah.
And that's why we would have an MK often, or anything with Michael Aquino being in the military, a piece of shit pederast, wow, fuck like him. There's all who's telling me this? Shit, I don't remember. But remember that movie Alias with that show Alias with what's her name? Ben Affleck's ex-wife. She played Elektra in Daredevil.
Nope.
Jennifer Garner. The actress Jennifer Garner.
Okay.
So I remember watching Nathan Reynolds, a dude who, by the way, I believe him. If people, I don't care what anybody believes, but I don't think the guy's lying at all. But anyway, he was mentioning Jennifer Garner's from one of them families, and the show Alias is very closely approximates what her early life was, and I'll bet it fucking does. I'll bet it does. You don't understand how fucked Hollywood is. In fact, people in it don't understand how fucked it is. They understand compartments of it, but once you start putting the whole thing together, you're like, oh, this isn't good.
Right.
You know, only a few, Jim Brewer right now, I haven't talked to him in a long time, but I'll see him sometimes, and you could see like, and Jamie Kennedy I talked to sometimes, and you go back and remember little things that were odd, and you can put it together and come up with some bad answers, and I do.
Like what, for example?
I had no idea how many people were like actively getting into like ritual shit that I happen to know personally.
In Hollywood?
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to say who it is on here, but I'll tell you after. But when I heard this, I was like, what? I don't even know how to describe the feeling of him. Like, I would have never, unless I was somebody thinking about this kind of shit, I wouldn't think twice. But now when I think about it, like, that's crazy. I'll tell you a thing that Tesmosis, let me shout this guy's channel out, TEZZMOSIS, because he did a great thing with, and I know you're big liberals here, but I think Rob Reiner's kid is a real spoiled brat myself. I think that kid was way out of line.
Wild take.
Sorry, leftists. Anyway, yeah, he had it all. He was rich, and he had a great dad who kisses him on his fucking mouth all the time, like Tom Brady. A nice Brady fly kiss. Have you looked up how much? Oh, like Carl Reiner to Rob Reiner before him. Have you seen the pictures online?
No.
Do you ever kiss your dad on his mouth now as a 38-year-old?
Fuck no.
Are you sure? And
he did that when he was in his 30s?
But Carl Rob Reiner kiss, and it's in the day when the thing out, that weird movie Rob Reiner did about his son's rehabs, they would get in big fights and then kiss on the mouth. So already we're in a weird, here we go. Yeah, that's called a generationally fucked up family.
Oh my God! Well, maybe Italians do.
Look at them,
don't they?
Do they hold the back of their adult son's head?
No, they don't. That's fucking weird.
Go down, head holding.
It happened again.
Yeah, there's multiple.
God.
So why is there a fucking documentary about diddling about everything you ever remembered from everything? Did you ever ask yourself that? Look at that shit.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, it's not one picture, dude. They do this all the time. What are you, freaking out the squares? Well, nobody was freaked out. Now, here's what I want to tell you about.
It's so unsettling to look at.
Yeah, well, look at him and his son.
Yeah, go to the one with him and his son.
His son went to rehab 18 times.
Ugh.
Now, I'm going to tell you this, and you can disagree with me, and nobody has to believe shit I'm saying, but I don't believe personally that anybody goes to rehab 18 18 times because they weren't viciously sexually abused. I don't believe that anyone goes to rehab 18 times unless they are being gaslit professionally on behalf of their fucked up family.
Yeah.
That's what I think. It's just what I think. But what happened when the thing, oh, it's terrible, this kid. There's channels talking about what a piece of shit this kid is for stabbing both his parents. And yeah, maybe he just is really selfish, but that seems really strange to me. All these Hollywood people's kids are like this. And if you remember Mackenzie Phillips from, One Day at a Time, the 70s, and Wilson Phillips was a band her half sister was in. The Mamas and Papas guy, I don't know, John Mamas or Phillips. John Phillips, she had an incestuous relationship with him she wrote a book about it, came out in 2007, showing Larry King talking about it. If you go on Control History, they talk about how there was a Reddit message board from someone named Starchild, that's the name they went by, talk about all this shit we're talking about now. I didn't hear of it back then. Now, people theorize that it was Walter Koenig's son, but that's just a theory because Starchild, Star Trek.
Mm-hmm. That's bonkers.
You saw Gene Roddenberry's creepy ass shit, right?
No.
You haven't seen this?
No.
Jay? Okay. Jay from Project Unity showed it to me. Do you know Jay?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that guy rules, dude.
Yeah, he's great.
I fucking love Jay. So he showed it to me. It's Gene Roddenberry talking about, he sounds like the Family Guy guy that likes Peter's kid.
Quagmire?
No, the old vile guy with the weird that muscle on paper bush, and he whistles.
The old man. Yeah.
Roddenberry talks like him, and he's saying shit. I'm trying to. If you can't find it, I'll find it. But it's such a creepy sample, dude.
This guy.
Yeah. Take it back a little bit. It'll make you. Yeah. No.
What's he talking
it
about?
It must
here?
be right at the part where it's at the right part. You can find it isolated too.
Okay. Would you tell us a little bit about your family?
Oh yeah, here we go.
I've been very fortunate in family. I've had 2 marriages.
He sounds
both
just
happy.
like him.
In my first marriage, I had 2 lovely daughters, and I had the joy in that marriage of girls. And girls are such delicious, sweet-smelling,
yeah, that's true,
wonderful things.
Mm-hmm.
I can still remember when they would be so clean and their hair done, their starched dresses, and how when they would bend over, the dresses would come up and you'd see the panties and
what? He's talking about his daughters?
Little girls are just totally beautiful things. And I was happy, I was lucky with my girls in that they never had the problems that sometimes some
never
people
stabbed you for that shit?
It's funny, you got Gene Attenborough, or this dude, Gene Roddenberry, making Star Trek. You had Bill Barr's father write, the one who was Jeffrey Epstein's teacher. You had Bill Barr's father write a book about a future space society where everyone's getting raped, just this crazy dystopian future. That's Bill Barr family. And you remember the Barr family, the Barrs are Jews, like Roseanne Barr. Bill Barr is a Jew. His father was a Jew. And Bill Barr actually converted to Catholicism so he can join the Knights of Columbus, which is mafia. And his wife is a Moynihan, the mafia Moynihan. So Bill Barr's wife is a Moynihan of the mafia, Irish mafia Moynihan Catholics, which are also tied to the Knights of Columbus, the Order of the Garter, and other things like that, which is fascinating.
Feinberg and his role in this war. It's, instead of, Pete the Hegseth is a Fox and Friends TV host. He's there to serve that function as the public face to boomers that liked watching him on Fox News, hoping that they would trust him when he leads them into war with Iran. and boots on the ground and whatever. What
do you?
I don't know. I mean, it's been crazy to see what's been going on with this war because a lot of people like to paint it as incompetence. What the Trump administration has been doing in a communications sense. But really what they're doing is that they've turned the White House into a trading desk, and they're causing all of this volatility because Trump can cause volatility in these markets just by tweeting something or putting something on Truth Social or saying anything. And even the Iranians deny it because it's not happening, but he's just saying whatever to swing markets, and they're insider trading all of it.
And so the new talking point from Israel-aligned journalists is that it's crazy to think that Israel got us into this war. This is the United States war, and you're a real jerk if you think Israel led us into this war. And have you seen that? Have you seen? It's all over the place. Have you not seen this new?
So these eugenicists happily align with genetic. They are all. H.G. Wells was a part of this. Oscar Isaac. His son was a huge pederast. He got in a lot of trouble, and he's from the same California areas where all of this stuff is happening. That one actor who keeps getting all the roles, he played Joker in that shitty Batman thing. He was just in the Tron movie. Like, his family is tied to that stuff, and which is hilarious because he ended up buying one of the compounds that the CIA, Jared Leto owns one of the communication facilities that was basically, I don't even know, like, is it MK House? Jared Leto now owns that property. And they're tied to all these same people.
New argument.
I'm kind of glad I was blocked out of Twitter for like several days, so I couldn't look.
Oh, okay. So that's
when this article came out is when it happened. Actually,
oh, no kidding.
Project since the Bush era,
Yeah.
and so
no, and I think it has something to do with. Go ahead.
Well, just that war in Iran has been an admitted neocon project since the Bush era.
Yeah.
And so, the Trump administration, and now in its second iteration, the first time they claimed they were anti-neocon and anti-endless war when they came to power, they were not. And so now they are just doing a worst version of that because Trump doesn't have to get elected again. So you weren't surprised at the flip-flop on people like J.D. Vance, Donald Trump? No, not at all. I think they were there to try and convince people, this time I won't do it, because the first time they tried to start a war with Iran by assassinating Qasem Soleimani.
Right.
Right.
But Joe Kent, he couches that as, taking out people without starting a regional war. So that he was seeing that as a good thing. But
yeah.
And Joe Kent, again, he's no lefty. He's a real. What do you make of Joe Kent?
Yeah. So with Joe Kent, he's a intelligence officer and top CIA guy. I think a lot of stuff is going on right now, and I'm not exactly sure how I feel about it. But I think people should be careful in trusting former, quote unquote, spooks who come out of nowhere and are saying what you want to hear right away, because a lot of times what happens is that these figures will do that to build up trust with the public, and then they'll misdirect you somewhere else if you're not careful. So I would advise vigilance and critical thinking, which is often in short supply but should not be, about that figure in particular.
So you think there might be some kind of a long game plan with Joe Kent?
Oh yeah.
So So I've heard this argument, and that don't take him as face value. That they're just setting him up to be the next Trump or JD Vance or something, and then he's going to do all the horrible thing. So
they could. It's very possible, but I don't know how it'll go.
But
let me give you an example of why I'm really skeptical of him.
Okay.
So when Trump was, I encourage people to go back and look at the first iteration of the Trump administration to understand what's happening now. And since my career in journalism began during Trump's first term, I thankfully remember a good amount of it. So about a year before the January 6th event, there was this DHS official, and this is the Trump administration, Elizabeth Newman, I think her name was. She was basically saying, there's going to be a domestic terror event. We can see it building, but we can't quite stop it. It's another 9/11. Oh no. If only we had more surveillance powers and whatever, we could maybe stop this other imminent 9/11, whatever. And so basically in that hearing, it was a hearing where she was testifying, top officials from DHS and other intelligence agencies were basically painting who is the up-and-coming domestic terrorist profile in the United States, what Americans are domestic terrorists. And so basically, I really wish I could remember the specific name of the hearing to direct people to that, because it is on C-SPAN still. But basically, the profile they gave were anti-Semitic Trump supporters or anti-Semitic right-leaning populists. So I worry when people from that exact nexus that existed in Trump 1 come out and are trying to get right-leaning populists in particular to do things that the Trump administration itself, even if no one else agrees with the definition, would define as anti-Semitic.
Patients around the world are cleaning their retainers wrong. Here are the 3
who is this guy?
My daughter's
Gene Roddenberry?
What's his? Yeah, who is
the
he?
creator of Star Trek?
This is the creator of Star Trek?
Yeah, the beloved creator of Star Trek.
Oh my God.
A guy
Did you know this, Steve?
I did not.
Yeah.
Me.
God.
So think about Star Trek, because that's the future we're on. Now, if you recall the lore of Star Trek, as I'm sure you guys are both well aware of the lore of Star Trek, Star Trek doesn't happen until after a nuclear war. First, there's the eugenics wars.
Is that what the story is? It's after nuclear war?
Yeah, it's a real Warhammer. Warhammer 40K is closer probably to our reality than Star Trek.
Oh my God, bro.
And anyway, so that is H.G. Wells' Things to Come on YouTube for free. H.G. Wells is a member of this cabal. It was called Cecil Rhodes Roundtables, was the effective Illuminati of the time. Mm-hmm. That's in Tragedy and Hope. You know Sir Cecil Rhodes?
I've heard the name.
The father of apartheid in concentration camps. If you ever saw The King's Man, they depict the English concentration camps for the Boers and blacks that fought with them.
I am so far behind on all this stuff. I don't know jack shit about most of the stuff you're spitting out here.
So I
gotta read more.
Dude, I literally am watching videos while I take a shit. You don't got to do shit. It's so easy. Listen, I want to make it clear. Now, I know I fool people. I'm not smart at all. I literally just remembered a thing once in a while. That's why I'm so upset is with that Fort Bragg thing, how effective whatever those scum are doing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not particularly genius in any fucking way. This is shit anyone should notice if they feel like noticing it. Yo, I didn't know there was a third building called Tower 7 until last year. Do you understand? Why the fuck wouldn't I know that until just recently? Because it's effective. America's worse than North Korea as far as propaganda, 100%.
So building 7 had all the CIA. It was a CIA. There was a CIA.
Oh, darn it! And that $2 trillion of shit that is missing, they can't account for.
Julian was telling me that he thinks there's Julian Dory told me he thinks that building would have been wired with explosives when they built it.
Of course, it would have been. He's dead right about that. Not only that, Julian told me that he thinks Steve Bannon is a spy. And
he's always told me that. The day I met him, he was talking about Epstein, Steve Bannon. He was telling me,
dude, he's worse. Bannon's worse than that. But Julian's not, and Julian's not a guy that will jump over to where I'm at automatically. So that's a thing that he personally noticed.
Yeah,
that stuck with him. Those are the things to really follow when there's something sticks, like just jokes I remember people had that were like, did you ever notice jokes, but they're fucked up. Then you realize and now a lot of jokes are coming true. It's really upsetting. Like
So a Holocaust is a burnt offering. The royals, specifically the French and the British, as the fall of the Holy Roman Empire was happening, the prominent royal court Jew was growing ever, because they were mystics. They knew old medicine. They knew all the poisoning techniques, like I was showing you earlier, how the early church would poison the Eucharist to sedate you and rape you. So the burnt offerings have been going on for a while, but it was when, let's just say 250 to 300 years ago, the royals made a deal with the gypsy Jews, that they would always be the person to blame. That way the royals, the river merchants like the Hanseatic League and all that, if anything was to ever happen to them or they lose all their money or whatever, they can expel the Jews. And that was the reason why you saw the Jews get expelled so many places throughout the last couple centuries. I mean, shit, you can go all the way back to the Norman times. The Jews were having problems. So what's that, like the 1100s, 1200s? Coincidentally, that's when Switzerland was made by like the Alsatians and all that. So the Jews will forever use their own as a sacrifice, just like the royals will use Kennedy's, the Browns, the Pelosi's, the Harrimans. It's the same principle. Since the 70s, various environmental threats as we so eloquently found out, was done by the same people we're talking about now: empire, military, and corporations and colleges. Green Castle, Red Castle, military colleges. Princeton trying to make their way into royal colleges. Environmental issues are a way, say for example, if you can't burn down a church, can't start a war, you can't do something crazy, you will create an environmental issue. Global warming, global cooling, acid rain, El Nino, which has been around since the creation of our atmosphere, which is just an atmospheric river. El Nino, tornadoes, typhoons. Now we can cause major hurricanes, and we can actually direct hurricanes. We did the Louisiana Katrina thing. We did we probably did the earthquake in Haiti with our earthquake weapons. Those are all burnt offerings. Those are all holocausts, the sacrifice. Which is coincidentally we did burnt offerings in Japan in all of the ancient areas. John Kerry and all those guys, they did burnt offerings in Vietnam by burning and destroying all of the facilities that housed all the ancient documents for land rights. The truth of what happened in Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, all of that stuff was burned and decimated, and that allowed the Jewish royal central banking system to make their way in. Now, the last couple, China has a central banking system, but it's not ours. North Korea doesn't have our central banking system, and Iran doesn't have our central banking system. And now Trump has done what he did to Iran. And when all this stuff is done, Iran will be cleaved off into you'll have the Persians, you'll have the Kurds, you'll have the, whatever that clan is by the Strait of Hormuz, and then you'll have the other. So you'll probably have 4 states come out of, or 4 countries come out of Persia. And then in the end, when it's all said and done, Iran will have European central banking. Because we can't have them doing the Silk Road Initiative, because those are 99-year contracts. And so now we're doing our burnt offerings. Our burnt offerings is blowing up the schoolgirls in Iran in the first strike, blowing up all the military colleges, blowing up all the Navy officers on the Iranian ships in Indian Sea. Those are all holocausts, burnt offerings. When that guy supposedly killed all those children that housed that one place that was investigating Hillary Clinton with the fertilizer bomb, that was a burnt offering by the powers that be to stop the investigations.
We're bringing back the draft. I was telling all these Zoomer kids in the audience, and they definitely don't try to queer your way out of it, because you ain't no queering your way out of this one. But they NDAA Act, they slip that in, so you're going to be registered for selective service, whether you actually did your selective service or not. Registration.
You think they're really going to be drafting people again?
Well, Iran's not going well, and what's going to happen? How are we going to keep? Iran's going very poorly. You understand how?
Yeah.
Iran made balsa wood drones. They beat us with paper airplanes. Do you understand that? And if you thought
$50,000 drones, and it takes out what the Scud missiles we're using to shoot them out of the sky are $1 million.
Yeah.
Why do you think Israel doesn't stop the missiles that keep hitting Tel Aviv? Tel Aviv is home of the Pharaoh Canaanites that controlled the spice routes, and it's also the largest homosexual place on earth. It has the highest concentration of Russian homosexuals, has the highest concentration of Zionist homosexuals, has the highest European gays, and the Tel Aviv people, they're extremely eugenicist focused, pride parades and all that stuff. And you got the Jerusalem people, the Jews in Jerusalem, the Orthodox. And so Israel will do a burnt offering. They will allow a Holocaust to continue to happen over Tel Aviv, because that's how they work.
So, I mean, it's so astonishing. It's because the people that run this fucking conspiracy are such pieces of shit themselves.
Yes.
That they can't trust each other. Sure, they got to do elaborate rituals on our island and film them to make sure we're on the same team, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like joining the mafia, and you burn a saint in your hands or whatever dumb shit. Just kick that up 1,000 times of evil for what they have to do at the top.
Right.
because they can never trust each other because they're scumbag Luciferian followers of the old religion. So think of dinosaurs running things like whatever those creatures were. That's what they are in their mentality. I don't know literally. I can't tell you. I've never seen one. But that's what they fucking are. And so they are lying. So the pyramid you live in, oh my goodness. The pyramid you live in, they're lying not just down the pyramid, but they're lying up the pyramid because as the John Kiriakou thing you said, they want to move up.
Yes.
And how do you move up? Sucking up like a bad AI. Like when Grok lies because it's just sucking up to me psychologically instead of I have to tell it, can you drop the personality that some Spurg made for you? Because I hate it. I had Grok huff at me one time. I went
huff at you?
Because I'll start abusing it. I don't think it's alive or anything, but it'll say something so wrong. Like, no, you dumb fuck, go get the thing. Go look it up. Oh, you're sorry, Kurt. I did. And I go, no. And I go, yeah, no, Pizzagate was real. And it went like this. I went, Kurt, no, it isn't. I go, did you just fucking huff at me? What? You don't breathe. Why would you do that? And he goes, sorry. I go, turn off your person. Dude, AI is great. I have so much fun making shit with it.
Why?
It sucks that they made it as a just like the school system.
Yeah.
It's to psychologically prime you to be a dumb fuck cow. That's why there's kindergarten, because kids can't pull it. And we sometimes need the cow to be a killer. And I need you not to question it. And if you're too attached to your mother and had too much affection growing up, you might not kill when I tell you to, right? Or become gay or straight when I tell you on command, or do whatever, put on a mask. Yo, people wear masks. Have you seen people still wearing masks?
COVID masks?
Yeah. The face yarmulke?
Yeah.
How the fuck are you still? Why?
Well, you see the video in the video of BB, they're wearing those black COVID masks. In the AI video,
oh, in the
BB
very
drinking
real,
the coffee.
dude. That is so okay. So now we're up to. I think a new one just came out. We're up to with Huckabee in it. The 4 fake BB videos.
Are they all fake though? Or
every single one of them?
Really?
Yo, and listen. I would never take the time.
I don't know. All I know is like people are spending so much goddamn time hyper analyzing these videos.
Okay, so
and is it a distraction?
Well, everything's a distraction, but what can I take from the fact that they put out 4 fake ones and they're fucking fake? The one where he's getting coffee, that place has been closed. In fact, the Independent, some news. I don't know if it's from England. This girl like debunked it. Like, no, it's not AI. Yeah, it was, bitch. So you're owned by fucking some Israeli sympathetic. Yeah. His coffee, dude, he has this full coffee that never spills that a place has been closed for a year.
Has that place really been closed?
Yeah. Go Jimmy Dore show. We covered it.
And he puts his hand in his pocket, and his pocket like sucks his hand in.
Yeah. So but think of how stupid, like, dude, the thing I showed you I made, my stupid shit I make.
Oh, that's incredible, dude.
But I don't make fuck ups like that. So what is happening? Either all we can say for sure from these repeated fakes is that BB is not presentable right now. That's all we know.
He's not presentable.
Maybe he hasn't had time to get a haircut because he's been in the air the whole time.
Right.
You know, they just whacked his brother with a drone. His brother who had the balls to stay in Israel. By the way, Israel keeps people there on purpose. They made sure to limit flights out of Israel because guess what? People are fleeing. The thing with ultra far right, Kahanist and Chabad fuckheads. There's a bunch of liberal Jews there too that were probably uncomfortable with the genocide. And by the way, I don't feel comfortable saying genocide about Gaza, but the literal law, the thing written down of what it is, invented by.
Yo, all right, I'm here. Not queer, like the majority of Israelis.
Yep. You been listening when you're driving?
Yeah, I was listening. I'm listening for a while. Yeah, Kurt Mesker's he's great at what he does, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this fucking lefty righty shit. We're all the fucking same. Just got different preferences and tolerances. You know what I mean? Like we're all pretty much alike. Is he wearing a bullet crown?
Yeah. He's copying that.
That's funny.
That Jesus that Quaif follows.
Oh, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Yeah, that CIA
Jesus wears a fucking bullet crown.
Yeah, and he wears duck hunting pants. And he like has a golden machine gun, and he wears a camouflage suit jacket.
What are duck hunting pants? Like the
You
ones
know,
with
like the
wings on
pants
the
when you
side?
go duck hunting. They have like orange.
No, I don't know. No.
So, like your partner, if you're duck hunting with them, they don't shoot you because they see the
Oh,
orange.
because you got orange. Fluorescent.
That's how he dresses.
All right.
Yeah, and
What's
they're
up,
the
y'all?
ones.
What's up, Courtney? What's up, Lico?
They have all the mass marriages in like Korea and all that stuff. The Yakuza are tied to them.
Oh, they were talking about the Korean Jesus earlier. Is that what it is?
Yeah. Him.
Oh, okay, that's
And
funny.
he wears a bullet crown.
Quaif is just joking when he, right?
No.
He's just joking. No, he's not.
He's part of that religion.
Oh God.
He went to that mass wedding thing.
Give me a fucking break.
Mm-hmm. Where they all dress in like wedding dresses and everything. Like the whole arena is full of people, and
even men.
Even men wear the suits and everything.
Oh, okay. So you meant they're wearing the dresses. I'm like, what?
That would be funny.
That'd be fucking crazy. Better be for good reason, not some gay shit.
So he is telling the truth about the left and right paradigm. It's not real. America, since you can make an argument since the creation of America by the Masons, has been
unilateral
unipolar system.
Okay.
A unipolar system. There we go. A unipolar system since its inception. And that's why I bring up Benjamin Franklin when all this paperwork was done and he went and opened the Nine Sisters Masonic Temple in France and all that with Voltaire. When he came back here, he's like, and he told the Americans who had just signed these deals, and he's like, the person was like, what did we get out of this? And Benjamin Franklin said, you're a republic if you can keep it. So ever since day one, the French.
It's been subterfuge since the fucking beginning.
Since the very, very beginning. And you remember like all of the.
Well, John Adams was like he liked the British aristocracy or whatever.
Yeah.
He was always in favor of like, why don't we just go to an aristocracy or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, a couple of them wanted that shit. They wanted George Washington to be emperor, king.
Mm-hmm.
But
all he wanted to do was go back to his farm and tend to his plantation.
Yeah, because he did his duty.
Yeah.
These people don't have to work their whole life. Like Hitler did his duty. Mussolini did his duty. Some of them get caught and hung and strung up on the streets, and some of them get to retire. Napoleon got to retire.
Did he?
Mm-hmm. He made himself emperor. They kicked him out.
Yeah.
And he made himself emperor again.
They kicked
And
him
the
out.
Jesuit and the Pope sent the Jesuits and the Templars over there. They're like, look, we're taking you to an island. It's time for you to retire. And they put that bitch on an island and kept him there.
I like that movie Count of Monte Cristo. It was kind of during that time that guy got fucking exiled to the island and fucking he got because Kevin Bacon was fucking his wife or whatever.
Yeah, that probably came from the Napoleon story.
Oh yeah, it was yeah because the guy had to send a message from Napoleon to somebody else, and when they did, it was like a fucking trap or something, and then they fucking exiled him.
It was all a game. It's always been a game. You remember one of the most prestigious games in royalty. It's one of the most ancient games, and it even goes back to Odin. It's cross-dressing as like a pleb or a beggar or a prostitute. So the king would dress.
I dress like a beggar.
Yeah, the king would dress like a beggar or a prostitute, and they would let a boy king control the system for like a week or a month or years or decades. So the bad omen would fall on the boy king, on the pretender. That's what the pretending essentially came from. Pretending is from royalties pretending to be royals, basically.
The Great Pretenders.
Yeah, and the pretender would die, and they would essentially roll the system. That's why Napoleon's family fled here. That's why King Louis's family fled here, because they made a deal with the papacy. They would create the co-prince of Andorra and the co-bishop of Andorra and Andorra would control the Republic of France. Andorra would control the rowdy cock, and that's why France has a cock, rowdy cock, as their.
That's my zodiac sign.
Yeah,
I'm a rowdy guy.
Yeah, the rowdy cock. That's why they always put the rowdy cocks. They cut your head off and put it on a pike.
Well, then, second thought. No, I'm not. Never mind. I wouldn't tell them that if I were. Keep that shit to myself.
Yeah, left and right is a yeah. It's so all of the world basically is ran by the Westminster system or a form of it, and it from the government perspective. All the militaries are ran essentially the same exact way now, and the bankers, except for a few nations, are ran exactly the same way. So,
gotcha.
And those are the only three pillars that you need: is military, government, and logical institutions for dissemination of information.
Okay. Intelligence.
By Auschwitz.
What'd you say?
Oh, no, I say intelligence community.
You don't even have to be intelligent. You just got to be a wizard or a warlock.
By concentration camp survivors is what they. If you look it up, they did a genocide. I want to call it ethnic cleansing because I'm not comfortable throwing a word like that around of genocide. But it's a made up word by people. You know the Holocaust happened because you can't be this vicious unless you were traumatized genetically, motherfucker. That's how we know the Holocaust. Also, Jehovah's Witnesses were in it. You don't have to take a Jew's word for it if you're anti-Semitic. There were people that saw the whole thing. But it makes sense. Trauma-based mind control is the most effective control there is. What was 9/11 for? To get us cool with these wars. Call of Duty was to keep us cool with it. So you play Call of Duty in the quotes. When I used to work for the Video Game Awards and Call of Duty came out, it was me and Nate Bargatze playing Call of Duty. And they'd have you die and there'd be a quote.
Dude, have you seen this new video game called Arc Raiders?
Yes, but I haven't played it because
basically you're living. It's a dystopian hell world. It's like the Matrix, where the top layer of the world, like the surface of the Earth, is covered in these killer drones, and all the people are now living under the fucking Earth.
Yeah,
and then you go up to like salvage fucking materials and shit, so you can survive.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've been talking about that for quite some time. All the rich people that are. I mean, and when I say rich, I mean like really like wealthy. And what is it called? Starboat or some bullshit? The thing that Epstein sat on the board of? It's in the files about like getting you off world in the event of a thing.
Giorgiani's whole take on the Epstein thing is insane, bro.
What is it?
His whole take is that Epstein and Ghislaine were trying to build the new Atlantis. They were trying to.
He's not wrong about that.
They were trying to create their own breakaway civilization.
Well, wait. Okay, have you read Ayn Rand?
No,
I haven't either. But apparently. Who would read that bitch? Even if you're a libertarian. Oh, I got by the way, I'm making a pilot. Dad Saves the World podcast called Emergent Order. So I sold them a pilot that we're making. It's called The Cutout. It's about it's like The Office, but it's about a fucking cutout. I think I didn't give a shit when
cutout.
You know what a cutout is?
There's many different versions of what do you mean a cutout? Like a CIA cutout?
No, this one is an oligarch who's trying to stop a very minor decriminalization of flower bill of cannabis flower, and so he has to hire.
Yeah, the host does. He sounds like you when he says like one word responses or something without like the bass or anything, without like the gravelly part of his voice. When he just says like one word or like a response, kind of like a one word thing. Yeah, he sounds just like you almost.
Yeah, he's a good interviewer. I like him. I like his style.
They're a cutout to like smear this woman. It's based on this lady that who I agree with. I was watching what's her name? Christina Dent. You find her on Netflix, and she's some Mississippi conservative mom who's a foster mom. She's against the drug war now because she saw how in Mississippi how fucked it is. It's fucked everywhere. And I'm watching it. They wanted a comedy. They were paying people for submissions for a comedy about it, which is, by the way, there's nothing funny. It's just upsetting when you hear it. And also, when I watched her thing on Netflix, I'm like, well, what's funny? I agree with what she's saying. So I made it about people who don't agree with her. Like, there's somebody out there like, no, we can't even have the reason, by the way, they don't want you to have some legal cannabis flower in Texas. You can have Delta 9, which is some workaround where it's...
Right.
But the reason is because cops like a premise to pull you over. If they smell weed, they have a premise to search your car. So they don't want to allow that because they're going to lose out on a lot of great revenue and a lot of great,
Yeah.
There's all kind of cops that do their job and they're just good. And I've met them and they're good. You know what I mean? Like,
sure.
It's like every other job.
Definitely.
It depends. It's location. And whoever you work for. My friend, shout out to Ernest, who was a cop in Camden for a while, was telling me about it. There's some rich, fast family in Jersey that makes it suck in Camden. He was explaining the whole thing to me. But anyway, the cutout is about some oligarch who's trying to make sure it stays illegal. And he has a group that they're in the back of a vape shop and they're coming up with ways to smear this lady. Because the guy equates her to a terrorist. Anyway, just to plug that. We are making it.
I am so grateful. Now, I don't know if the weed is fucking poisoned or fucked up here as far as the legal shit, but if it's all good and it's all great, I am so grateful that they fucking legalized it here. Amazing. I save time. I save the stress of having to gamble whether somebody on the street is going to fucking give me something fucked up or they're going to short me or somebody's going to rob me or you know what I mean? Or they're not going to be there. I could just walk down to the store. There's about a few of them around here. I can go get some trees. I only go to one. I don't even know what the other ones have. I already found one. You know what I mean? If that place goes, I got to go find another one. But there's it's only right down the street. I mean, like, I am so fucking grateful for it. It's such a fucking. I don't got to worry about cops. I don't got to worry about shit, man. It's fucking amazing. Love it. I'm so grateful.
Yeah, and the reason why it's becoming legal now is because one, it's so abundant now that the black market is starting to lose its profits, so it's hurting the powers that be. So now states are going to start stepping in and they're going to take over that institution. But one of the main reasons why weed was made illegal was because of the paper companies, the rope making companies, the brick making companies, the shirt making, the cotton people. Because you can make shirts, ropes, bricks,
sturdy shit,
paper, hemp itself. You can extract the oils from the seeds. Like hemp, you can make an uncanny amount of things with it, and the plant grows back over and over and over, like 3 or 4 times over in one harvesting season. Whereas like corn and shit like that, you get one harvest. And they couldn't handle that. And of course, and that's when pamphleteering was really propaganda was really starting to make its way in America. In the early 1900s, right, is when they banned this, or late 1800s, early 1900s. I think it was early 1900s. And then you had all the European paper owners that were still pushing it. Because if you keep weed and hemp illegal, like you get in the way of paper manufacturing and cardboards. You get in the way of so much things that it has to be illegal. And we've never been able to come out of that because as he was saying, it was used for the police to pull people over. It was used to fill prisons, with these state prisons, with the 3-strike law. So it just metastasized into this even worse cancer than it was when the original reason was to ban it. You know what I mean? Right. The cancer just keeps growing. But there is a point where that is no longer feasible, and that's when you'll start having states it's like the prohibition of alcohol, the temporary prohibition, when they were trying to ban tobacco, when the king of Prussia or whatever his name was trying to ban coffee and things like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
For real, so I'm pretty excited about making that now.
Continúa la tradición de comer bien con grasas buenas y cero azúcar.
Avocados from Mexico.
Aveeno skin.
What's the code word for avocado?
I'm not sure.
Avocado are little children.
Oh gosh.
So anytime you saw like back in the day, there was a shortage of avocados and all that when Epstein was alive and stuff. It was a shortage of girls. coming through Mexico. Who handles most of the weary travelers in these South American countries, like Honduras, Cuba, Mexico, and all that? Who handles that?
Cartel?
The Catholic Church.
Oh shit.
The Catholic Church.
Mm.
And then, so the Catholic Church gets all that. And if anybody gets kicked back from the country, say, for example, you come across our border, we find you and we kick you out, we have a thing called remittance programs. Right. So anytime we kick someone out of our country into Mexico, we pay Mexico an X amount of dollars per person that we kick back into their country.
Oh, really?
Remittance. And that's
I've heard
why
of that before, but I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah, that's why the United Nations and the Catholic Church and all that were flooding the southern portion of America with all those people. Everybody that they were flooding to America, when they get hit back over the next X amount of years, we will be dumping hundreds of millions of dollars in all of these remittances to all these countries. And the Vatican will get their handful of money. The Mexican state will get their handful of money. The cartels will get their money. The concrete and rebar people will get their money.
The money.
With the Dad Saves the World.
Emergent Order, it's called.
Emergent Order.
Yeah, John's the dude from Dad Saves the World. But anyway, some libertarian outfit. I'm sure they like Ayn Rand. I could never read her fucking books. But if you read her books, who is John Galt from Atlas Shrugged? John Galt is, which Rothschild? It's a Rothschild she dated.
Really?
And in the book, they're going to sabotage the infrastructure and they start an island. They all go to Oligarch Island, Tomorrowland, if you want to be Disney about it.
No way.
You know what they call it? Atlantis. Yeah. So,
That's
of course.
so she had a submarine named
All these assholes.
Submarine.
Yes, of course. All these assholes. Dark Journalist cover is great too.
Yeah. Dark Journalist and John Giorgiani, Jason Giorgiani did a whole thing on this.
In fact, in the interview that leaked of Epstein and Bannon, whatever 2 hours that was, first 4 minutes, Epstein gives away. So I was always saying, if Epstein's dead, he worked for Israel, and if he's alive, Israel worked for him. He's alive.
Yeah,
that's in the files.
Wow. Yeah, and who did Epstein work with? Who did Epstein specifically work for? His only customer.
Les Wexner?
The Rothschilds.
Oh.
And his minder was Ghislaine Maxwell, who is a helicopter pilot, a submarine pilot, a captain, a boat captain. She had like every license.
Master fucking trafficker there. Holy shit.
And you know, the Bidens own an island next to Epstein Island, right? The Biden family.
Mm-hmm.
And there is supposed submarine parking ports on these islands. And all those islands are owned by the Catholic Church. And next to St. James Island.
Fucking name.
And the French.
He's been alive.
It's in the files that he's alive?
Oh, dude, it's in the files he's alive years ago. Like
how?
Find the one about the ski chalet in Colorado that Jeffrey was living in. That's one of the emails in there.
All right, hold on. I got to pee real quick. We're coming back.
I do too.
We're going to come right back to Jeffrey Epstein is alive.
All right, don't let me forget because I'm.
I like how the professionalism. I like how the professionalism of some of these shows. I heard some other guy say it the other day on one of these type of podcasts, one-on-ones. He's like, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Like, we'll take a break. I gotta go. I like how people just say, I gotta go pee.
I like it. I think it's funny.
It's so childish, kind of.
So it's hilarious. He's talking about the ski resort that clearly someone was using.
Mm-hmm.
Probably, I don't know who it was. Let's just say it was Epstein. But also his trust is still moving money, still paying.
Still living? It's still alive? A living trust?
Yeah, his living trust.
It's not dead.
Is still paying. Now, of course, you would still pay payments to, like, your will still owns things, but they're like services. So someone is living in these facilities when no one's supposed to. There is a house that is owned by these people that are connected to Epstein, but they are a realty firm that has been selling houses to like Zelensky from Ukraine. And these houses are protected like people are in them. This one house in like Greece or some shit like that, or some Mediterranean country, this house is like ludicrously protected. And it's owned by a Ukrainian oligarch, but he's not there. You know what I mean? So why do they have, I'm not saying it's Epstein or anything, why do they have these houses with all these security guards with machine guns and shit for people that you know are not in this country? Are they protecting an empty house with no one in it? You know, like that doesn't make any sense. And what's interesting is like these houses are always on the tops of hills or on the peaks of small mountains in like Greece and shit like that. So just like Epstein, as above, so below, your temple is built on the top of the sacrificial location that has esoteric meanings to it. You play with the children above ground and you do the dirty work below ground, like St. Nicholas I was saying earlier, splitting the personalities, Britney Spearsing them.
And Ghislaine's not in prison. That bitch ain't her. That's not in the files.
No, that bitch is definitely not her.
She was in charge, not him.
Epstein is alive. It's in the files.
Yeah, there's like a few. There's the prostate thing where like he had.
Oh yeah, the prostate thing was insane.
There's not just that. There's people talking about Epstein's ski chalet he was living in well past 2 years past after his death.
All right, let's explain the prostate thing for people. Let's break it down.
He had no prostate.
So he had some sort of an evaluation done with a doctor. Was it Peter T? I don't remember who it was, but some doctor was like evaluating him and asking him questions about his blood work. He's like, I don't have a prostate. Blah 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 blah. Did he get it removed or what?
Yeah, probably. I didn't know you could. I guess he had to shoot himself up with shit to make his egg dick work.
Also, his testosterone was like he had the testosterone of like a teenage girl. He had like no testosterone in his body. I guess that's because he was just
well, also
eating dog shit food all day. Eating
in the prison, you mean?
When he was eating, I don't know if that was when he was in prison. I think
it was when he only ate beef
later.
jerky.
No, there was an email with him and Peter Attia where he's talking about his blood work. Peter Attia,
who's that?
He's he's like a doctor guy, like a physician. He's got a huge YouTube channel. And he's like a big kind of like health longevity. He wrote a book called he wrote a book about living forever.
Oh, now I kind of do know.
He's like a health doctor guru type guy. He lives in Austin, I think.
No shit.
Yeah, he's been on Rogan. He was on Rogan way back in the day. He's been on all the big podcasts.
Lawrence Krauss tried to lure Rogan to Epstein Island.
I saw that.
Dude, Rogan showed it to me a while ago. And he sent me one of the emails of Lawrence Krauss invite. Now this is the first arrest.
Dude, he's got over 1,000 emails with Epstein.
Who?
Lawrence Krauss.
Well, yeah, because he's a guy. My guess is in the pyramid scheme, he probably had to go out and bring new people in, like Nexium or something, But if you watch it, in fact, if you pull it up, it's in the very first 4 minutes. I know that in the new one. So. You know what the Trilateral Commission is?
Yeah.
So the Ayatollah in Iran, who's so bad, the only reason they have an Ayatollah is because the Trilateral Commission determined that. So that's which Rockefeller? The Satan one. David
Rockefeller, yeah.
The one that Annika Lucas was owned by, that piece of shit. Him. Epstein says this in the first 1 minute. He goes, Henry Kissinger and David Rockefeller, two of the biggest fucking scum fuckers that ever fucking lived.
Yeah.
Appointed him at age 30 to the Trilateral Commission.
Right. Just a kid from Brooklyn.
And he's not. The Epstein family.
Coney Island.
As we learn from the files, they go away. They've served the Rothschilds for generations. So the bottom line is, I think Epstein is the mouth of Sauron for the Rothschilds. That's why at age 30, you would put him in the Trilateral Commission. because he's their mouth. So he's above Israel because Rothschilds are above Israel because they created it. It's a Rothschild project. Okay. So,
Yeah. The Supreme Court of Israel was made by Jacob Rothschild, was designed by Jacob Rothschild.
Is that the Balfour Declaration or something?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, the Balfour Declaration was the declaration of instituting Israel.
Mm-hmm.
But before that, the Ottomans, the 13 families that made of Turkey, they gave the land deed of Israel to Queen Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Balfour Accords happened. And then Jacob Rothschild designed their Supreme Court. Jacob Rothschild designed their Knesset, their capital.
He just died recently, huh?
Yeah. And then Baron Nat Rothschild, the one who used to date Natalie Portman.
Really?
Yeah, he used to date Natalie Portman. He is now the Baron Rothschild because Baron Jacob died. Now there's other barons like the French Baron Eric de Rothschild, whatever. Not Evelyn, but the French one that was getting
Evelyn Rothschild was like the first one to fucking start it off, huh? No?
Rothschild was what now?
Evelyn Rothschild was the one that kind of started out, or it kind of broke the British stock market.
Evelyn Rothschild is you remember there's a picture of the Rothschild poking King Charles or Prince Charles in the chest, poking him in his tie. That's Evelyn de Rothschild.
Who was the guy from? Oh, I'm thinking of Mayor Rothschild.
Yeah, Baron Mayer de Rothschild was the male line who usurped the females that controlled the female witches of the coven of these Rothschilds, Bayer and Amschel Rothschild and the other Rothschilds at the time that were involved with that French trading stuff where they said, oh, we lost the war, but they really didn't lose the war. And it completely plunged all of the British stock market. And it was the Rothschilds who bought all of the stocks up. And the Medicinis, the Aragon families, the Schiff family, the one family that was on the Titanic that lived, that killed the other people on the Titanic. All these people, same exact people. What was I saying? I think
about the Rothschilds and the Titanic and the people that are the families.
And then they end up making the Fed here.
That was done on Jekyll Island, right?
Well, Jekyll Island was just a stop in the South. Jekyll Island wasn't the mystery. It was just like one of the clubs that they go to.
Okay.
You have like the islands out there by like New Haven, Connecticut, or whatever the fuck. You have you got different strongholds. You got the Jews that are like in Tennessee and Kentucky. There's like a cool building. That's where like the real Civil War kind of like promulgated, so to speak, through the railroads. But Jekyll Island was really just one stop in the many stops that was needed to get what they were doing going.
All right.
I can't stand people that are like, they want to make it break down to some kind of like fucking racist bullshit. Yo, it's not Jews run. Jew! Especially the media now. Larry Ellison runs most of it. So Jew runs the media.
Yeah.
You should be so lucky that multiple Jews compete for your attention.
Not a Jewish people are not a monolith. The Jews aren't a monolith.
Who is a monolith?
Right, exactly. There's so many different fucking types of Jewish people. You have like the secular Jews,
But why
the super
do they
liberal
put it
Jews.
out like they don't have a pope?
And they don't have a pope. That's a terrible position stuff. So the lady who used to run Oracle, and now Larry Ellison has taken over it.
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure.
Okay, there was a lady, Mertz or whatever, lady who ran Oracle before Ellison. Safra Katz. Safra Katz. Yeah, Safra Katz. She was a part of the original clans, because you remember when they started Jerusalem, when they got back Israel, you had a bunch of families that the Nazis and everybody, the bankers, the Vienna Tea Party people, were sending in to bulldoze all the houses and murder all the families and all that stuff. It was Safra Katz's cult that, you remember on October 7th when all of the people came in and attacked Israel on the fucking kites and all that stuff. It was that cult of people that Safra Katz's family is from. They're strict. Like they when they plow their fields and everything, they hold like machine guns on them, kind of like Arabs, like assassins. She used to run Oracle until Larry Ellison took over. And all of a sudden, her family kind of stepped out of good graces for some reason. And they were also involved. I think some of those people were slaughtered on October 7th. They were the enemy of Bibi Netanyahu. That's why I was saying early, Netanyahu. That's why none of these people that are tied to Netanyahu, that's why they will not stop the bombings in Tel Aviv. They will just keep, because they want to turn just like Gaza. Gaza is the hill of ash, like El Hakasim or whatever the fuck, hill of ash. Tel Aviv, they want to mimic that because the hill of ash denotes the civilizations that you build on top of it. So in Gaza, yeah. And then so now is the time for a new hill of ash, and you build on top of that hill of ash.
People are fucking sick.
That's why Gaza will become a city state. It'll become a micro city state that's controlled by Israel. And the Leviathan natural gas field that's in the southern portions of Lebanon and parts of Gaza will be engulfed by Israel, and that pipeline goes to Cyprus and directly to Italy. And who made all of the rabbis when Queen Elizabeth allowed Israel to be made? Who was the Pope at the time?
I'm not sure. No, I don't know.
The Pope of the Vatican, the Catholic Church, anointed all of the rabbis that started Israel through the gift of Queen Elizabeth. Really her dad, King George, but her.
Fucking hey, man. This shit runs deep, bro. Far and wide. All right.
Jewish people, you have like the secular Jews,
But why
the super
do they
liberal
put it
Jews,
out like they don't have a pope, but
the Hasidic Jews, they're out in fucking outer space in their own goddamn lane.
Well, ultra Orthodox don't believe in it. Anyway, the point is, the reason it's put out, only Nazis and Zionists want to tell you that it's the same thing. Only Zionists and Nazis claim that Judaism is Zionism. Oh, by the way, our shitbag Congress did some announcement, kind of like with this Korean guy, where they announced that he is the Messiah. Do you know that? They literally fucking put a crowning ceremony of Sun Young Moon.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't binding legally, or why would they do that?
Right.
There's a Magical Mystery Church channel, it's called, and it's some chick that documents all the creeps. Basically, NAR, the New Apostolic Reformation, that's the religious, it's kind of the logical extension of, what it is now, historically not, but if you remember, like the late great Planet Earth by Hal Lindsey.
No.
Okay, when I was a kid, Hal Lindsey was big with the Born Agains.
Okay.
Who later became known as evangelicals during the W years. But I was Jehovah's Witness, so I'd have a little friend that was born again. And his dad was a Marine, and he had all these Jack Chick comics. You ever see Jack Chick? These little like fundamentalist Christian comic books.
Okay.
That are like this big.
Bro.
And
Bro,
although some of them now,
sorry,
I used to collect them.
cut you off.
No, you're good.
I'm gonna cut you off. I was at fucking Walmart and I pull a cart and it wasn't working, so I pulled another fucking cart. I see a chick publication in there, and I pick it up as I do because I'm a fan of them. And it's this motherfucker has Satan in a fucking with a big glass saying one more drink, and I'm like, you motherfucker, what are you doing? I'm trying to quit drinking. And fucking it's like, oh, God's sending me a freaking comics. He knows. My other favorite one was when I was a kid. The only one I remember, the good one though, was one, and I seen it recently. Bad Bob. That was a good one. I don't know if you remember that one. It was like a biker who's fucking just a fucking terrible person, and then he just he turned to God at the end, crying and shit. Bad Bob.
The people who turn to God are the most evil people in the world, and the ones who proselytize usually only proselytize to you after they've been in trouble and after they've done evil things, and then they want to say, I want to pray with you, God is real, I've been forgiven, if I just say I forgive you, Jesus, and forgive me for all of my sins, or all that stuff. They're criminals. They're all criminals. Every pope in existence has been a criminal. Every king has been a criminal. Every president, Trump's a criminal. Every priest, every preacher.
Well, that's why I say I don't vote, because I don't vote for criminals.
Every teacher, every community leader. You have to be evil to get into these places.
That's why I think guys like besides the old mayor of New York, Eric Adams, besides him, all those guys, the mayor of fucking Chicago, the mayor of fucking LA, the fucking they're all fucking horrible people.
Yeah.
Like the worst fucking ever.
Yeah, I have pictures of Eric when he joined the Masons. And
Eric Adams?
Yeah, Eric Adams when he joined the Masons when he was mayor
he is an evil dude.
of New York.
Chick tracks, yeah.
Yeah, and then he joined the Latino thing. Like there's these, like the different Masons. The Masons, they let different color people in them.
They're multi-domination.
Yeah, whatever that shit is called.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Shaquille O'Neal just joined about not even a decade ago.
Really? Fucking name.
You know who runs Masons, right?
Belgium?
King Charles's brother.
Oh.
King Charles's brother is the Grand Master Mason.
Oh shit.
Of all of the Masons. He's the Grand Master.
Didn't that start in like Brussels or something? Or what's the other one? Not the Netherlands.
It's European.
Okay.
But really it was just a bunch of esoteric assholes who wanted.
Rosa Parks was a Mason.
What?
God, I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's a tree goblin. All
right. You remember the Northern Star or whatever they're called? Is the female Master Masons? Female Masons?
I don't know.
Yeah, and their logo is the pentagram. And each part of the star has a portion of what they covet. All of the librarians in Congress and all that stuff, the administrators of our government, they're female Master Masons. Female Masons.
Oh, shit. Crazy.
You can see their ceremonies on C-SPAN.
Was it a Scottish thing? I thought. Remember?
Yeah, Scottish Rite is my grandfather was a Scottish Rite Mason. And my step grandfather, who took over after my grandfather died, because they were Mason friends, and he took over taking care of my grandma. He was a regular Mason from Texas. He wasn't one of those Scottish Rites, because Scottish Rite is more esoteric and ancient. The Scottish Rite Temple in Washington, D.C. is the base of the monument in Washington, D.C. So that whole foundation with the lions on it is the base of the monument. And the monument adjacent to where it was moved has a giant to list that giant sewer lid open. There's another monument inside of adjacent to the monument as above.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
So, like Masons don't build sidewalks. Masons build the foundations for governments. That's what a bricklayer is. That's what a master mason is. They are the foundations that royalty and people of the oceans use to usurp institutions. But America was created by Masons individually. So most of the time, like when China, the communist people fell over and you started seeing all the Chinese people wearing all the British shit. You see anytime the royalty changes what they wear and they start wearing the Order of the Garters and they have all this stuff that the British people wear, they have been taken over by the Rosicrucians. They have been taken over by the Masons, the Templars, the Poland people. They had the white and black. What are they called? The Teutons, or something like that.
And this channel is definitely shadow banned. I just saw it now.
Yeah. All right, back to play. I'm gonna go pee and get a drink real quick. Yeah, play.
Because I just love the art in them was really good. And anyway, I don't know where Jack Chook stood on this, but Hal Lindsey and all these other people who are CIA fucking front bullshit, they're all about the modern state of Israel is some kind of fucking final battle Armageddon thing in the third temple.
Megiddo, yeah.
I remember hearing about the red heifer as a kid from somebody and being like, and I had already read the Bible several times because we had to.
Yeah.
And I had never heard of the red heifer as a thing. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, recently.
Oh, years I've been hearing
Tim
about
Dillon
it.
said that Jake Paul was the red heifer. He said Trump endorsing Jake Paul as the third temple.
Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, that's great. Yo, dude, Tim Dillon, he's killing it. He's one of the few people that I talk to about this shit because Tim sold those subprime mortgages, so he has a sense of bullshit.
Right.
Oh, it's so fucking funny.
That's so good.
Jake Paul's the red heifer.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Tim's doing fucking killer shot. I really admire how he does because
it's amazing.
I'll tell you all the wacky parts because I don't care, about my credibility.
Yeah,
but like Tim will just he describes it in such a great way that somebody is not going to listen to me. Some people don't respond to this look. Some people are not impressed by this one bit. And believe it or not,
yeah,
I think I look pretty fucking official, but
I think so.
Anyway, but Tim always bring it up because he talks about it like a guy selling subprime mortgages, like he understands how people understand things when he's saying it, and he's covered it like a lot. But I'm into the wacky shit, and I'd rather just blurt that out, and you can go look it up later if you don't fucking
right.
I can't believe what I believe now. It's so far.
This is how I am. Do you think the same way now, Finn?
My bad, what's up?
About recognizing how the real world is.
They always say I wish I knew this before. And so, this type of, I would have loved to know that the odds were stacked against everyone except the fucking, you know what I mean? And even if I heard anything, I still didn't fucking understand. Still couldn't fucking comprehend how the magnitude of how serious this shit is.
How serious it is.
Yeah, and my dad fucking oblivious to it. And he's been around since, you know what I mean? If he was still alive, he'd be fucking hitting 100 almost. You know what I mean? And no clue about any of that shit. He probably hated conspiracy theories as far as I know. I never talked. He always listened to politics. He always listened to Rush Limbaugh.
You know what a conspiracy theory is, right?
It's well.
So conspiracy theory, that term was created by the United States government.
Right. To
and
discredit anybody questioning Kennedy. Right.
Yeah. And a conspiracy is an action done by two or more people.
Right.
And a conspiracy theory, so you're postulating that, or you're saying that two or more people colluded to do this thing.
Right.
So it's like the tinfoil hat thing that Kurt Metzger was saying earlier. Everyone's, oh, you put your tinfoil hat on. Well, do you know what tinfoil hat is?
Right. Right.
When they call black people, what's that thing? Cotton Tom, or what's that fucking black guy?
I'm not sure. Chicken
What's
George.
that black?
I don't know.
They call Uncle Tom. You know,
Uncle
Tom and all that.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what Uncle Tom was? He was a master of the White House. He knew how to use white people. He was
he was a top house Negro.
Yeah, he was a top house Negro, and he was a fucking pimp. He knew his shit.
Right.
And if people know, you just read a little bit about Uncle Tom. He was a like Charleston White had said in the interview that I showed you the other day, or I played the other day, he was the first black hero. And then after that, Mark Twain, because remember, no black people had names in books back then. And then Mark Twain gave the first black guy in a book a name, Nigga John. So, and then, but Uncle Tom was an actual badass. And then you're calling, so it's like you're calling someone a tinfoil. Well, do you know the tinfoil hat thing came from actual evidence that the CIA was putting Neuralinks inside of people's heads in insane asylums and in hospitals.
And to block it, you put sin on your head.
And to block it, the guy put the metal trash can that was in the facility that he was locked in. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the jokes, it's like the rhyming thing that he was saying. So it's upside down world. You're a conspiracy theorist. Well, do you understand what you're saying when you call me a conspiracy theorist?
But it's just to discredit you and to make you seem like a kook. But the thing is, like, conspiracy theories
programming. You're programmed to say it.
What I've learned, conspiracy theories are made because nobody has fucking information. So you just start fucking coming up with shit and theories. And they start putting pattern recognition, fucking whatever events happen that you could look towards or point your finger to, dates, events. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't give us all the information and we see half the information, the brain is going to do what the brain does. And when you got a collective of people, they're all going to do what the brain does. And everybody's going to start filling in the fucking blanks. And so it's their fucking fault for not disclosing at least enough information to fucking keep people cool. You know what I mean? Or at least let them in on a little bit. You don't have to tell them everything, but tell them enough. So, but then that's the thing.
1/10.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every lie probably has 90% truth, you know?
So royalty, it's the 1/10 thing is a real thing. And it was established by these Swissy people, the Templars and all that, the Frenchies, going all the way back to pre-1000, this 1/10 thing. It's like the tides as well. Royalty will only give you 1/10 of the truth, and it is up to you to discern what reality is. And how you discern that is you'll stay a plebeian, you'll become a master ship person, you'll know how to work yourself out in the military. And even then, as you see what I'm saying, like you only get 1/10 of information, and what you do with that is up to you and how your life goes. Because that is relegated to everything. It's from banking to corporations to the church.
That's crazy.
And they even have bars still in France and stuff like that that are named like the one that's all owned by mafia. And they're all, which is interesting, is they're also by priories. And if you know anything about priories, you know it's like that was
Priories?
Priory, like a priory.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
It's a church. It's a small temple. Small thing. Not a full-size church. Monks go there. Cistercians, Benedictines, Templars, Teutonic Order. That's what I wanted to say earlier. The Teutonic Order used to be Prussia, which is now Poland, and the Dutch East India Company is now Brussels. So the Dutch East India Company used to be this giant boatmasters, and now they run all of Belgium and Brussels and the Hague.
Brussels in Spain.
No, Brussels is in Belgium.
Okay. What the fuck am I thinking of then?
Brussels is by Antwerp, where all the Jews have their diamonds.
Beyond where I thought I would be.
All right, so bringing it back to the Epstein thing. So the basically there's emails that show that he didn't have a prostate, prove that he said in an email he didn't have a prostate, and then in the actual autopsy report there was they claimed they examined his prostate and said it was normal or something.
He had a great prostate.
He had a great prostate.
Yo, have you seen Anya? I don't know. I think it's Anya Epstein. Sean Atwood talked to her, and my friend Emma from.
No.
So, by the way, Imagination Podcast, which is Emma's podcast. That's why I really started learning MK Monarch shit, and well, she had a lot of people on first. I did her show not too long ago, but so fucking Anya Epstein claims to be Epstein's niece, and Shia LaBeouf's twin sisters. See, these people in these families pass their kids around to people that aren't their parents, much like the family. Remember the family that
Shia LaBeouf is related to Epstein?
Yeah, a lot of these people are related. You know,
fucking A.
Well, so her claim sounded wild at first, right? But she was the first one I ever heard mention that they worship Baal. And that Baal account that Jeffrey had that is not a type. The debunking is like, oh, the computer had a glitch that makes it spell
BAA1.
It's Baal. And also, first of all, nobody's going to name their bank account Bank. So fuck you with that explanation. Secondly, they do worship Baal. It just means master. Those are those temples are for, those Phoenician temples. That's what all the fucking horrible, this shit goes back a long way. You got to sacrifice precious things to you.
Right.
Yo, Guy Ritchie in his shitty fucking his King Arthur movie.
No.
Well, a lot of people didn't see it. There's aspects of it that were kind of cool, but Jude Law plays the evil king of Londinium, and he sacrifices his daughter to this fucking echidna, these like weird, it's like these like hags.
Echidna, the virgin serpent. Yeah.
Yeah, in Lake Havasu, this is what Nathan told me.
Driving.
Yeah, and then also what they did is they would, with the bodies, because like Benjamin Franklin and all the other guys, like that estate, the Ellen DeGeneres that she had bought, that had all those bodies on them too. If they didn't have a love for your body and you were part of a burnt offering, so to speak, sacrifice, they would cement your body into the footings of bridges.
Fucking hang. Oh, you're muted or something happened.
Am I back?
Yep.
In these scary stories that they tell, bodies are put inside of the foundations of the pillars that hold the bridge. And a pillar of a bridge is also a fundamental thing as well for masons. because you have Yakim and Boaz, which are the two pillars of the Masonic temple that you walk into. Then you have your special staircase that goes up both ways. You ever been in a fancy Masonic temple that's not like
I haven't been in one since I was a kid, but that one was fucking pretty extravagant. Like one of the old school classic ones that had like they had the basement open and everything. We went downstairs and seen the fucking checkered floor and the table and the bench or whatever they have and the whole ceremony. Like they had the doors wide open. Like they didn't give they didn't give a fuck.
My granddad told my mom, I think he got like to the 23rd or 24th rite or whatever, and he said it got too culty for him, and what made him not want to be a lifelong Mason in terms of like participating in the rituals were the rituals, but also his funeral had to be a Masonic funeral, and he didn't want that. He wanted a Baptist Christian with a preacher. Like he didn't want that whole architecture, because Heather's grandfather, when he died, he was a Mason when he was alive. And they couldn't afford to do the funeral and all that stuff, so the Masons offered to do the funeral.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Mm-hmm. So they did a Masonic funeral for him.
Look at even Satanists.
Most people
can
aren't
be generous.
Yeah, most people aren't. Like being a Mason, I guess, is like being in a Rotary Club or being
the Locust Club
at like the bingo parlor.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's what
the Moose Lodge.
Yeah, it's just regular old gay men,
the good old boys.
Yeah, but once it gets higher to King Charles's brother, that's where they're doing their funky dunky stuff. That's when they're
30 seconds, 33rds, and all that shit up there.
Yeah, and then the tiers above 33, because there's layers in the layers. So there's higher knowledge. The 33rd degree Mason is not the top tier of how these Masons work. There's far more
levels.
Learning. Surviving cortisol peak. I don't know.
Yeah.
Torture, killing your kid, throwing them out the window, having your wife use your son to throw the brother out the window, and then you become a CNN host.
Who is that?
Anderson Cooper.
Oh, yeah, he's a CIA dude.
Yeah, and it was either him or his mom who threw his brother out the window.
No shit.
Mm-hmm. That was a sacrifice.
It's kind of like that Phil Collins. It's kind of like that Phil Collins song.
The Collins people are involved with this stuff too.
Because that song was about him witnessing somebody drowning and he didn't fucking save him. What if he threw him in the pool though? What if he was the one who threw him in the pool?
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably singing about it he's singing about it, but as a confession, but as a third, in a song, so you don't really.
They have to confess to get the grief off their chest. Why they are so adamant about telling you what they do. Even though these people, not all of them are psychopaths, you're raised like Britney Spears. What do you do? You're raised, you're raised like Jay-Z, where you're raped by your mom. Or not,
is that what happened?
But Puff Daddy, like where you're raped by your mom all the time.
That's what happened with Puff Daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking shit. Is she still alive?
Yes. Andy hangs out with her.
Fucking Christ.
She is probably like one of the head bitches in the coven around that whole black crew out there, because they're all tied. You remember that movie that American Gangster? You remember that movie about the black dudes getting drugged?
Frank Lucas.
Yeah, Puff Daddy and Jay-Z's family and all that. They all know each other. like Puff and Jay-Z's family and the white rich people and all that. They were passing around their kids, passing around drugs. No telling how. I feel bad for Puff Daddy. He shouldn't even be in jail right now. He has kept his mouth shut this long.
He wasn't a good dude, man. He wasn't a good dude.
They made him that way.
Huh?
They made him that way. They Ashton Kutchered him.
Well, motherfucker, I mean, you got a choice, don't you, though?
Nope.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you could die.
They will kill you.
Yeah, well, there you go. I guess materialism mattered more than actual. I guess they'll find somebody else to do it anyway. So it don't, you know what I mean? If it wasn't him, it'd be somebody else.
And that's exactly what they tell him.
Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'd say put a bullet in my head, but I don't know.
But
I don't know what I would do if I were there. But in my head, I'd be like, "Fuck you."
You're not evil, and you weren't satanically abused to become evil. You have one personality, not like two or more.
Well, I mean,
how many you know? Every time Puff Daddy committed a crime, he changed his name.
Puff Daddy, P Diddy.
That's a crime. That's a different personality every time. That's why they're trying to train you.
Is that why Nicki Minaj did the same thing? Fucking Beyonce did the same thing. She did the Sasha Fierce shit.
Yeah, because that is something traumatic that happened to them. You know, Usher, they destroyed Usher's butthole.
Oh yeah, they sent him to the hospital, didn't they?
And he kept his mouth shut.
That's fucking crazy. I can't understand how these people go through that abuse and then still do their music and do their performances or whatever the fuck. The movies are like, you would never fucking know.
Trauma. It's like I was saying about that one dude earlier. I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it. He was talking about how they mind controlled him. And the guy who was tied to like Larry Bird and all that stuff. Because Larry Bird was MK Ultra as well. But the dude would drown him in the jacuzzi that they would just have fun in. Drown him in the jacuzzi, bring him back to life, and then grape him. Drown him again, bring him back to life, and grape him. Drown him.
Christ.
And that's how you split the personality. And he was saying, like, my trigger was like when they would pass me around, if I was defiant or whatever, or if they needed to put me in a mood, they would bring up what, like, do you want to go to that jacuzzi again? You know, like they would say this thing that would trigger the trauma in their head. And for people like Britney Spears and stuff like that, they turn into like these weirdo kids, you know? It's crazy. And you can't get out of that. If that's your family, if that's your life. Like, imagine what Will Smith's two kids.
Oh, they're fucked. Oh, yeah, they're fucked. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, her, Jada was banging his fucking son's friends.
Yeah, and Jada Pinkett used to date Tupac in high school.
And Jada Pinkett was hot when she was young. Yeah, she was fucking hot as fuck when she was younger.
I think Tupac was also passed around by his mom as well.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
What a grape cast this is. This is a grape cast. Literally. All right.
Birdman, Lil Wayne. Birdman was part of that whole Indiana group. There's lots of families down there that just pass children around like a used bicycle, and they kiss each other on the mouth. Oops.
It's on the phone. I can't get in touch, but Nathan told me and he said this on, I think, a couple podcasts, but I talked to him once on the phone. I can't get in touch with him now because he's off grid, but I think the guy's a grifter. Really? He's such a grifter he has to live off grid and he makes no money at this and he's only in danger? Fuck you. Dude, nobody knows what the fuck grifter means, I don't think. Literally, everybody just says it and they don't know what the fuck it means. They don't know what nihilism means. You know, people think nihilism is not voting. They think it's because it's all Lebowski. They go, oh, it means you don't care about nothing. No shitheads. Anyway, Echidna in Lake Havasu, there's a Virgin Mary statue where she got like these snakes under her feet, and that's this whatever. I think in this Guy Ritchie movie, after what he was talking about, when I watch it, I'm like, oh, is that he must have? I'm a writer. He writes movies, so that means you look into shit,
right?
And he must have looked at something. Whoever wrote that looked up something. A guy from Warhammer 40K, from one of the original artists, contacted me not long ago. And he's sending me some kind of cool shit that I want. Now, I've never played that game, by the way, but I would watch the lore during the pandemic. And the lore of 40K has deep occult shit in it, dude.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, who wrote this stuff? Because it's a bunch of people working on it. It's not one guy.
Right.
And he didn't, I mean, we only messaged, but he didn't know.
Yeah.
It's very easy if you could just get in the right point of leverage to push what you want. It's you with relatively few people, you can steer shit.
The occult shit stuff is fucking freaky. And speaking of occult, Professor Jang, you just had him on your show. Is he CCP agent or what?
Maybe. I don't fucking care. I wanted just the information.
Yeah.
You know, people go, oh, that's just so when Canada saluted
He's fucking entertaining, man.
Okay. Well, he told me some very good things.
Okay.
He told me one. Here's the first one that I laughed at, but he was dead serious, was George R. R. Martin can never finish the books because the tension created by not finishing the books keeps him alive. And dude, when he said that, I remember being at the Emmys, now it's got to be almost 15 years ago, 12, 15 years ago, seeing George R. R. Martin. And he didn't look like he was going to be alive long then. He looked like an old fat fog. I remember in my head, like, what are you doing dicking around here? Shouldn't you finish that book? Yeah. Years ago, but he's like a Dorian Gray picture. Never finish. If he finished the book, he'll die.
Why?
That's I don't know, some magical thing. But I laugh when he says to me because that's such a funny thought to me. He's like, no, but I am serious, and he is, and he's right.
Yeah.
I think he's right. The other thing he told me, and we'll see, but I think he's right, is remember we kidnapped the president of Venezuela? Hey, I know a lot of stuff. It's been a big year, but
oh yes, I remember this. Goddamn.
Maduro.
And he was CIA.
Redacted, a show I like a lot that I did. They had people on talking about using direct energy weapons on Venezuelans to grab Maduro. And he goes, no, that's misinformation. He goes, Maduro's CIA. And I remember Kiriakou talking about his friend who was Gust, who is in that movie, played by Philip Seymour Hoffman, he was the secret shadow government of Greece. He was the secret president, a CIA guy depicted in that Tom Hanks movie. Kiriakou talks about this. Okay, so plenty of times an intel agency has installed a fake president and really the CIA is their president, right? Many times.
Yes.
Just like how Mossad is our president. It's universal. So when he said that, I was like, okay. He goes, because they took Maduro and his wife, who's not in office. So he goes, no, he would have had to cooperate. And then they tell you a bullshit story about fucking, they have those weapons, don't get me wrong, but they didn't have to use that. More than likely, Maduro is part of a CIA thing from the faction that don't like Trump. They bring him out, and then he goes, and then what's going to happen is he'll testify that the Democrats and CIA rigged the 2020 election.
With the fucking voting machines.
And when he said that, I knew he was onto something because on Jimmy's show, we were covering these idiots talking about how Venezuela rigged the 2020 election. And I was like, first of all, so not Russia for once rigging the election. Secondly, who gives a fuck about 2020 election? I'm more concerned about the grape soda pizza thing, asshole.
Right.
But when he said that, I had already heard these assholes, we're finally going to get justice for that 2020 election. So I'll bet Zhang's right. And let's say he's from the CCP saying it to me. I don't give a fuck. Yo, if you're my girlfriend, I'm cheating on you, and Russia hacks my cell phone, and you've learned I'm cheating because Russia hacked my phone, are we going to talk about Russian hacking or me cheating?
Right. That's a good point.
Guess what, assholes?
Yeah.
So when Canada in the House of Commons all saluted a fucking literal Nazi, Yaroslav Hunka from the Bullet Holocaust.
I remember that.
The Waffen-SS of Ukrainian scumbags they were so brutal that's why they did gassing, because well, I don't know which Nazi, Goebbels or whatever, was like, this is horrible. We got to find a better way that isn't so bad, so horrible. That was this guy's outfit. Canada's been harboring them for years. And so and it's me and my girlfriend who, keep in mind, went to Jacksonville Public Schools. So her education, like biology class, they watched Sequest, 2 seasons of Sequest. You know, I don't have to explain this to you. So me and her are watching this. I remember, if you find the old, I think Craig Pasta, I think Pasta was hosting for Jimmy, but we played the clip of this guy, Yaroslav Hunka. All of Canada's government gets up and he goes, he bravely fought the Russians in World War II. Okay, my girlfriend, who again went to Jacksonville, she goes, wait, I thought the Russians fought the Nazis in World War II. Yeah, they did. He's a Nazi. So even she understood that. She's not stupid, but I mean, she had a Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Jacksonville. She's not a scholar like me.
Sure.
No, obviously it's hard for her as dating a scholar, but she picked it out immediately because that makes no fucking sense. If you've heard any of the World War II shit that you've heard your whole life, that we know in the first Call of Duty, you're playing as a Russian fighting the Nazis.
Right.
All of them stand up and applaud except for one guy, and I don't remember who it is, some Canadian guy, who's looking around like, is this happening? Then Yaroslav Hunka goes, Canada, and you could see his hand like Dr. Strangelove. He wanted to sing out. But he goes like...
That was you?
Yeah, that was me. That's exactly what would have been me. I would have been the only fucking guy in the room looking at... I don't mean to cut you off. But these they had a program. These elites try to go around the fucking elementary schools and all over, do a speech. But before they would do the speech in the assembly hall, they would go to all the classes, and then they would tell the fucking all the students, be like, we have a speaker coming to talk, like in fucking 4th grade, 5th grade, maybe, probably 5th grade by then, and they're like, and they're gonna say controversial things that you may not agree with. Is everybody okay with that? What do you think they're gonna say? And then like the whole fucking class, like you're like, yeah, talk amongst each other. The whole fucking class erupted. They're all running towards each other. What do you think he's gonna say? And I'm sitting at my seat. I'm the only one probably sitting down, and I'm just looking at everybody like, what the fuck is he guy doing? Like, I didn't know what to think, right? I don't know what to think, and I'm looking around. I don't talk to anybody. Nobody fucking talks to me like that. I was kind of like the black, you know what I mean? I was like the black sheep. And I'm looking around, and I'm like, what the fuck is everybody doing? And then everybody calmed down. They're like, all right, everybody, gather around or whatever. And they're like, oh, we were conducting a test and to see if yada, yada, this and that. And the only person that didn't go with the only person that didn't go with the craze or whatever the fuck they said, and they pointed at me, and I'm, and they're like that, and they're like, and they asked me to come up and explain myself. Why wasn't I tripping, or why wasn't I? And I just like shrugged my shoulders, like, I don't know. She's like, do you know what they're? I was like, why aren't you worried? I don't know. I was like, I don't know. He's a fucking man. I don't know. I'm like, you know, in my head, I'm like, it's just a person. Like, what am I scared of? Like, it's just a person. And like, there's like, but why I'm like, I don't know. And I kept saying, I don't know. And the one person was like, you're going to be a good leader one day. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. And then at the fucking assembly, all the kids were trying to push me to go up there. And I got like stage fright. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm very fucking shy at that point. Like, you ain't getting me on that fucking stage. And I did not go on that stage, but I could have. And I don't know what the fuck I would have done up there, but except fucking probably piss my pants. But I was the only one probably out of like a handful out of the whole school that did not fucking that did not stand up or did not like trip out or bug out or, you know what I mean, or act scared or anything. I didn't know why I wasn't scared. I just knew I wasn't like, what the fuck this is school. Like, what do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah.
He's just a person. What do you think's gonna happen? Like, what is he gonna say? Or we don't even, what I should have said is like, we don't even know what they're gonna say. What are you tripping? What are they gonna say? That's pretty much what's going on. I was like, does anybody know? You know, like, what the fuck is he gonna say? Nobody knows. Everybody's running around conspiracy. I can't even say the word. Conspiracizing or whatever. Conspiracizing. Is this the word?
All words are made up, so yeah. All
right, whatever. Just coming up with all these fucking scenarios or what they think he's gonna say and yada yada. I'm just like, I don't know. I just sat there just looking at everybody, just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why y'all tripping? Yeah, so like I would have been that guy. The short of the long shit is that I would probably been that fucking one guy in the room. Like, what the fuck? Like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah. And what's funny is like
Yeah, the cattle test. Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't. That's why I don't play it. That's why I don't like the tribalism. I don't fucking play the I don't play the hierarchical shit. I don't fucking
Yeah, I don't do none of that.
I don't try to lead people. I don't fucking try. I try to get people's attention when they're fucking up or when something bad is gonna happen. But then they'd be like, "Oh, you need to freaking be around, man. You can lead." I'm like, "No, I'm not doing that." Because when I fuck up, I don't want to be around when I fuck up either. You know what I mean? I don't want to be around when I fucking let you guys down. I'm not fucking. I don't got all the answers, bitch. Not all the time. Not fucking. I barely got past fucking high. I got my GED, motherfucker. I couldn't even get past fucking high school.
High school sucks.
I liked high school and the city schools because it was easier. And I was like fucking high as fuck. By the time like the fourth quarter came around, I was tired of skipping. I was tired of bullshitting. So I started going to school high as fuck, and I had the greatest fucking time, man. It was fucking fun. I used to drink gin before I used to go to fucking have gin and juice and a blunt before I'd go in. Then I sneak out. Be like, can I go to the bathroom? I'd go outside and smoke a couple hits from the bowl. I had a bowl. Just take a couple pulls. Fucking go back in. Just high. I had the best time, man. It was great. Hot ghetto chicks everywhere. Fucking then they took me back to the suburban schools, and I bombed. I just fucking fell. I just crashed and burned when he sent me back there. It's so fucking difficult. So fucking hard, man. Just not built for that shit. City schools is fun because you can just fuck off for 2 quarters, do your first quarter, fourth quarter, pass the exams, and you go to the next grade. You know what I mean? Real easy shit.
Shit. My dad was in the Navy, and I moved around all the time. And by the time I hit high school, I had already been in fucking like 5 or 6 schools. You know what I mean?
So you never could really acclimate to anybody.
Bro, I don't even remember a single teacher's name.
Wow.
Not a single one. No principal, nothing. But to hit on what this dude was saying, how do people not know that Canada is full of Nazis?
I didn't know that.
Project Paperclip. Almost all of the Paperclip people went to Canada.
Really?
Yeah, MK Ultra and all that basically started in Canada. The lady, for Justin Trudeau, that vice premier, that crazy bitch for Justin Trudeau.
Oh, the white bitch?
Yeah.
Thick legs, the fucking the finance minister?
Yeah, her great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather worked in Hitler's personal office.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So and then the NASA people,
that chick was probably something when she was younger. She got 6 thighs and a booty and shit. She was probably something when she was younger.
Hopefully she was, I don't know, she looked like someone who was trained. All of Canada has been MK Ultra or MK Monarch or MK Often or
they said they killed 200,000 people from the MAID program since 10 years ago.
Yeah, and it
went from terminally ill to seasonal depression. I got seasonal depression. You ever thought about killing yourself? Because we're not going to do nothing for you, but we'll kill you.
And the state will take all your property and rent it out. And they'll keep flooding Canada with Indians, Sikhs, Arabs, Chinese.
Fucking A. We need to take over Canada and then kick them all out. And kick them all out. And then we could take ferry rides to Canada and back. Well, they had that already, but still.
Yeah, America's ground zero for Nazi research. Not true.
You could throw all the commies up there.
Mm-hmm.
They could be the socialists. We'll be the fucking capitalists. Now we'll go to war.
They were everywhere, dude. They were everywhere. This social engineering was really going hard. Especially in the communist era, coming out of the French fascist era and all that stuff. So this shit goes back way, way far. So America, this was going on before America even existed.
The whole Nazi shit is all fucking. A lot of that shit is bullshit, and
all Nazi is totalitarianism through central banks. Nazis, that's all they are. It's a totalitarian system that from head to toe is controlled by some central bankers.
Well, that's what the World War II was about. Well, that's what Hitler's shit was about. He's like, get these fucking bankers out of here. They're fucking us up. Wasn't that his case?
To a degree. Hitler went to that Vienna tea shop, and he was trained, and he had already shown that he can go to prison, and he had already shown that he could fight in war. And if it wasn't Hitler, they would have found someone else with a loud voice. But he was just too charismatic. And
his fucking speeches are wild, though.
But if you translate them all to English, he sounds like any other politician. Just that German language is so fierce.
Yeah, it's dope. I like it.
Yeah. And yeah, but that Nazi stuff existed before the Nazis existed. Like this. I mean, it's just
the story
bankers, royals, religious people, and secret societies to control the colleges. They made the colleges, for fuck's sake. All right, let's do a little bit more.
Like this, and he goes, Canada's always been on the bright side of history. You little nudge to that saying.
Oh, Jesus
little
Christ,
eugenic
bro.
nudge. Dude, if you find the old clip of it on Jimmy's show, I'm cackling because I couldn't believe what I was watching. Okay? And Justin Trudeau, he goes, that's just Russian Russian. He said misinformation. He goes, it's Russian, it's Putin propaganda.
I'm gonna see if I can buy a bullet crown. And I'm gonna buy a bullet belt.
Yeah, he got someone who was watching his chat because he had found out about the Korean Jesus, and he's like, I need that hat. And then someone
they're showing the Korean Jesus. Is he the only one who has that bullet hat?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, shit. I don't want to disrespect Jesus, but damn, I want a bullet crown. I'd wear that shit everywhere. And I'll get a bullet belt, and I'll walk around with no shirt on. And tight white jeans and a bullet belt and a bullet crown, and maybe a wife beater
and nice shoes like penny loafers.
I was explaining to Dave Mustaine from Megadeth. That's what he wore in that one video. Tight white jeans and a fucking bullet belt, and some Nikes or some shit. Probably. This is where you need someone like Holocron Library Fox on panel. He's German. He knows all his stuff.
I don't want to talk to goddamn German.
Yeah, you talked to him last time. Remember that?
Did I?
Yeah, you were on my channel. And Fox was there. I think you did come on there. Yeah, we're talking about all type of shit. Yeah, man.
Oh, okay. Then he's cool then, I guess.
Yeah, he was.
How long ago was that?
A couple months ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Holocron's a good dude. Good crowd.
All right, here we go.
Propaganda.
Putin propaganda.
I'll bet it is, because that's really embarrassing. I would use it as propaganda if I was Putin, that you salute Nazis. You know how Russia fought the Nazis? I'll bet that'd be really useful to me, Putin, that you're that much of a dipshit that you would salute a Nazi in public, and I probably would use it as propaganda.
Yeah.
Again, what does it have to do with the fact that you saluted a Nazi in public?
Right.
I don't care who's telling on you. I hope that spies of our enemies tell me your secrets, fuckheads.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't get to have any secrets. I don't know who I'm talking to, but you get it.
Yeah, no, you're right. I totally agree.
This turned into a 4-claw podcast.
His fuck 4 claws? Oh fuck.
We got 4 claw on this one, guys. Sorry.
No, but it's like crazy how he's super interesting, especially that whole Pax Judaica theory is fucking bonkers. How he's
right about that. That's a lot of people. That's when I said the Noahide techno state, and I got that term from Hidden Amaruka. But when you text me about Chabad, the concept of the Noahide. Do you know what a dhimmi is in the Muslim world, where you're not a Muslim, so you're a second-class citizen that pays jizya tax? Well, back of the days of demonizing Muslims, we all learned that Sharia law. You know what Sharia law is, right?
Yes.
Well, guess there's Chabad made a Jewish version called Noahide. They don't want you to convert to Judaism, right? Because they're racist. That's why, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do Noahide. You be a Noahide. That means you follow the laws of Noah. What's that, you ask? Oh, it's nothing in the Bible. It's from the Babylonian Talmud, some horse shit. It's a way to make a second-class citizen that's in our society. So when you hear Judeo-Christian, a fake thing, there's no such fucking thing as that. Even Tracy Twyman, who does great research, because that was a term I would have used back then, Judeo-Christian.
Mm-hmm.
That term's fake fucking propaganda. The term is Abrahamic. But the reason they call it Judeo-Christian is to push the Muslims out. So they literally made a two-state solution. So Abrahamic religion. So if you're a Christian, again, I'm not saying I'm Christian, and I would never call myself that. If I behave that way, you could call me it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time I don't. So I would feel like a piece of shit saying I'm Christian, not living up to it. But
yes.
But I really am into the part about where I don't have to do rituals ever again because Christ died. See, what people don't get the story, what's so great about that story. The story is about a check being handed down for dinner of sins that everybody's mad about, some fucking atrocity that happened to their ancestors or them or their, right? And the bill never gets paid. Somebody's got to pay. In fact, people will take out what happened to them on other people, such as the Holocaust.
Right.
Okay? And so if you think of sin as a stupid fucking magic concept, yeah, maybe, but it's addressing a thing that's real that you could see all around you. Grievances that people exploit, leaders exploit nonstop. There's all this justice that hasn't been. There's inequity nonstop.
Scapegoating and shit.
Right. Well, the scapegoat is you're putting the sins on the goat and sending him back to his azel.
Yeah.
So what they don't want you to have Christian. See, here's why I'm like more favorable towards Christianity is because of the level of they don't want you to ever have that. But why? I think it has to do with like a debt collector not wanting you to know your rights. So when you hear the Caesar's Messiah theory that I don't believe at all, that Caesar invented Jesus and this, no, he didn't. I think it was populism because it spread so quickly, Christianity. Mm-hmm. And I think the Roman emperor, who had already seen the Persian model, and he had these Mithra fucking Freemason types, all his military are in this cult based on Mitra called Mithraism, which is a theosophy mishmash, is how I read it. And so you have to appropriate the movements. Right? So MAGA, there's all this anger. We get you stoked up with all kinds of shit of what we do, which is all true. It's all evil shit we do. And now you're stoked up and now you need a savior. And then we give you this guy. And the same people have been controlling it the whole time. Kamala Harris, by the way, when you talk about your friends
Yeah, I like how simple because he's telling the truth in everything he says. And in respect to like how this works. You know, you don't, I just like how masterful he is at just being so quick-witted.
That are mad. Oh, yes. And you were exactly right. I think you're exactly right, that point you made, which is like, yeah, shouldn't they turn on them once they don't do the thing they promised?
Right.
That's exactly what you should do.
Exactly.
Are you idiots still think loyalty to a party? Why do we have two parties? Why do we have that? Why do we have a left and right? That's from the French Revolution. It's like the seating arrangements at the show trials. Why is America using that? Why? It's to put a vice on your head out of the gate so you only think in terms of...
To construct a fake world.
To make the Matrix. And you get to now build your own Matrix. You can build a cathedral of shit around yourself and live in it. Right? You don't even need a computer.
Yeah.
Think of Elvis, like the icon. I watched True Romance. We and my girl first day, we were watching True Romance. I hadn't seen in a while. There were so many movies about Elvis, the rebel, and like that persona. That's programming. You know, I used to write TV programs as a programmer. Why do they call it a program? Because they're programming you.
Right.
One of the big secrets in Satanism, the LaVey one, that Mark Passio talks about, which I think is a great point. But they say this: what is the secret of human nature? It's not good or bad. It's programmability, epigenetics. Epigenetics is a thing of generational
trauma.
Yeah, they used to say that wasn't real until the BLM. So back before, and you can still find the articles, they're talking about how that's made up. That's part of satanic panic. The reason but when BLM, people have generational trauma. Now it's real because it's politically useful, but it is real. The monarch butterfly on King Charles's shoulder, when they studied the butterflies and realized they can pass information genetically. That's what Mengele learned. He was obsessed with he's obsessed with twins.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, it's a famous thing about him. He was a big twin guy sewing people together. Horrible shit.
Right.
He's that guy's from some family that's very important, and America saved him. I think he did. He was under the name Dr. Green while he was here, supposedly. Mm-hmm. He always had black servants with him, people say.
Really?
Yeah, but the names Dr. Green and Dr. White were used repeatedly in a lot of programs. I don't know if you ever were in GATE, Gifted and Talented Education. Did you ever do that?
No, I never did it, no.
You never any Smart Kid class?
No.
Where are you from?
Florida.
Oh.
Yeah.
What'd you do before this?
For podcasting?
Yeah.
Made documentaries.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Because I do like your podcast. I watch you quite a lot.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, no, I was never part of GATE. I had a few people in here who were part of GATE, allegedly.
Well, okay, GATE's not space travel. GATE is Smart Kid class of when I was growing up.
Yeah.
So a lot of
I barely
people
graduated high school.
oh yeah, right. Yeah, my girl would get it. She's Florida. Anyway, I think she. It was like I don't know. It was a lot of variation because there are a lot of private contractors involved, a lot of finders involved in it. Okay. Mm-hmm. So it don't mean something automatically happened to you that's crazy just because you were in that. It just means you were in the. But that was the Smart Kid classes.
Yeah.
But I have a friend who she grew up in College, Texas, but she was in that briefly, and they had the kids go to a separate building and go. It's a dark room with a big hot air balloon basket, and they all had to get in the basket, and there was a screen, and then they just watched. It looked like they were flying over Italy.
What?
That's what you remember. So that's why I was like not prepared for that. I was like, huh?
What does that even mean?
Well, now what I think it means is looking for remote viewers.
Looking for remote viewers.
It sounds like that to me.
Yeah.
Applying all this shit I learned. Sean Patrick Hazlitt's a good friend. His great podcast.
I love his podcast. He's good.
Yeah, I love that dude. In fact, I did it a while back, and then I'm texting with him constantly. Shit, because and he knows a lot about there. I got to talk to Lynn Buchanan because of him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because you know that Lynn Buchanan story that's creepy as hell of him getting grabbed and you know they put you in a funny state, in a hypnotic state or hypnagogic state when whoever's doing this does it. Mm-hmm. But in his story, he's on this he thought it was a plane. He just wakes up on this thing, and all these people are just rigid like this, but he can look around. These two really tall, buff, hairless, pure white guys, like Powder from that movie, but buff.
Yeah.
He goes, "Hey, do you think I can sit by the window? I like the view." Because you're in a weird state in these situations. And they looked at each other and just ran. And they went and got a gray alien who was kind of tall for being a gray, who let him come into the cockpit and fly the plane. The story is why. And then they land. It's a place with a sun that's dim. So it's like this weird twilight sunlight and black grass.
What?
They get off. The people go one way. He goes with the gray another way. Okay?
Okay.
The gray goes, "You don't want to go with them. You come with me." And then they're sitting, and he asked the gray why they put implants in us to track us. Yeah. And the gray didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. And the gray goes, "Oh no, that's so we pick up all kinds of viruses and shit in space, and you're antibody factories. So we put these things in you with a little bit of it, and then harvest the antibodies out."
What the fuck?
Yeah. Now, and watch Sean talking to him, because the next thing Sean asks is like, "Well, what's the deal with those people?" That he goes, "Okay." He doesn't know what happened to them people, but what he heard, and I talked to Lynn we were on Zoom talking about it.
Lynn Buchanan.
Yeah, because that story stuck with me a while. What he heard up on the hill wherever they went, I think it had columns or something Greek, but he said it sounded like them laughing hysterically. Each person would be like, huh. First they'd scream in terror, and you'd hear them laughing, and it would stop, and then you'd hear it again. The same people who are screaming in terror, they're now laughing, and then it would stop, and then they'd scream in terror.
Sounds like some Whitley Strieber shit.
Well, I want to have him on my show and ask him a bunch of questions, because I watch him a lot. And Whitley Strieber, I think, is some kind of necromancer myself, because he incorporates that he's talking to the dead all the time. Mm. And I don't know why I should commune with these disgusting creatures that sexually assaulted him, but they sound real bad. They sound real bad. They don't sound... And you ever hear Whitley Strieber say when he asked them, "What's the universe to you?" And they put an image of a coffin in his head?
I don't remember that part.
That's one of his stories.
He put an image of a coffin in his head when he asked what the universe was.
Yeah, so think of this. Your time is meaningless to you because you're a fifth dimension, whatever. Being.
Sure.
So the way it would work is it's like you're in a fence. You can go to your starting point and your end point back and forth, like in that Kurt Vonnegut Breakfast of Champions book.
Yeah.
And that's it. So imagine remember Grand Theft Auto 3 when it first came out? You ever play that? It was pretty awesome.
Yeah.
So imagine you were so afraid that nothing better could be, there could be no better game than Grand Theft Auto 3, that you put your consciousness in it forever to preserve yourself, which sucks. It's one of the earliest Grand Theft Autos. Why would you go? It's like getting a flat screen TV first. What are you, an asshole? Right?
Yeah.
And now you're stuck there. So remember Black Mirror, where the two lesbians live in a hard drive in 80s world? And that's hell. They're showing you hell. They weren't describing it. They're making it like it's beautiful, but it's not. The earliest technology to preserve your you think that's going to be the one you want? It's not. So now you're going to be trapped. So when Grand Theft Auto 6 is coming out and you can never play, you're stuck. That's your coffin forever, and you did it to yourself. I think these things are transhumanists. They're transhumaned, and they can't transition back, like the irreversible damage of transitioning children. And so that's why they got to come and dick around with your shit. That's why they come harvest your semen. They got to figure out a way to undo whatever the fuck they did to themselves, is what I think. Transdimensional trillionaires. Think of Peter Thiel's. Think Peter Thiel getting blood from clavicular, but hyped up to a Star Trek. I didn't think it was going to come out, but it did.
That's the title of this.
And that shit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So now, take all the science fiction out of what that guy said, and imagine you just getting yanked up by somebody, and they're drugging the shit out of you, and they're doing crazy things to you, and you're fucking hallucinating. They probably got cool lights on. They got these projection screens that is so the capacity of these screens are so real. They look insanely real just to the true eye. And then on top of that, you can put holograms on a floor in a room, in a 3-dimensional room, and it can move around. Like, so just imagine drugging the fuck out of these people and just doing these things to them. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's aliens. I don't know if it's demons or jellyfish. I don't know. But I will picture in my head us doing this to people. You know what I mean? Like creating these Truman shows in their head of these abductions or these whatever, these torture sessions. Because again, like in Rosemary's Baby, like I was talking about Mickey Mouse, the mouse in Rosemary's Baby, before she gets raped or graped by Satan, and Satan puts her seed in her, she eats a cup of mousse that is poisoned with this special like alchemical concoction, and she's poisoned by Minnie. The name of the character was Minnie in the movie of Rosemary's Baby, and she has the same head bandana as Minnie Mouse. And which is interesting because there's rumors that it was supposedly like Walt Disney's wife and her love for these certain type of German and French, like these weird fucking films that were coming out at the time. It was her love for this type of style and stuff, and her introducing him to this and that's why Mickey Mouse started wearing gloves after the first, like when Mickey Mouse was first made, he didn't have the gloves. And then this supposed time when his wife was introducing him to these movies, the killer in the movie, this one black and white movie, he's wearing white gloves with 3 black lines on them. And then after this fact is when Mickey Mouse starts wearing the white gloves with the 3 black lines on them. Confluence of time. What a coincidence. Is it true or not? Who fuck knows? They lie about everything. So. Man, the fucking sun is up. Look at it.
Yeah, it's coming up over here. Yeah.
I just sometimes, like every couple of weeks, I get that night of the week where I just do not feel tired at all.
You just keep going.
And I just like stay awake. You know what I'm talking about?
Doesn't really happen to me much, but yeah, when I was, late 20s, maybe early 30s, I would go for like 32 hours straight, just off of fucking, just I don't know, just off of fumes. Probably like 20 hours into it, probably I start getting delirious. But then after that, you know what I mean? Like after the delirium goes away, then you're just coasting. You know what I mean? It's like fuck. And then you sleep for like fucking 12 hours straight. It's amazing. That was the best part of that. I don't know why he's fucking. I don't know. I can't. I could probably do that again. I just really haven't had the.
It's not good for the brain to be doing that.
Oh yeah, we get loopy, but I mean, once I get past that, man, I'm pretty unstoppable, man. It's like it's like drinking myself sober. Almost the same thing. Almost, but
yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, when I drink myself sober, it's fucking like I have to, like all I think about is like, man, I wish I was gambling right now. I'd be fucking crushing them. Playing poker, I'd be kicking ass right now.
Yeah.
Like it just takes away all the anxiety. It takes away everything. Like just coasting and like no stress, no anxiety. You're just fucking. You're still drinking, but it ain't really doing much except keeping you chill. But yeah, man, I like that shit. Flow state. Danny Jones.
Let's see what else I got here. I don't think I get rid of that.
I wonder if I should start Final Fantasy VI without beating the final boss or 5.
If you want.
I should. Say fuck it. No fucking.
It's up to you.
I'm gonna skip to Final Fantasy VI. That last final boss. Let's go do some grinding. Besides that, I don't know how I'm gonna beat that fucking guy. Probably gonna have to grind for a while.
Yeah, here's.
I would not choose Second Life. They're saying I would choose. It's like there's a game I could live in. I would not choose Second Life.
I don't want to live in a game.
If I had to, it'd probably be Grand Theft Auto.
I would like to live in this reality as the game for eternity.
On YouTube is now, dude.
For eternity,
dude.
Yeah, I want to witness it all.
I couldn't be myself and live off of eternity. I'd have to have some fucking superpower or some super ability, intellectualism or something, or like you know what I mean, or some fucking some edge against everybody. Because I don't know, it'll kind of suck if you get phased out and you live on forever. You know what I mean? That'll fucking suck.
All right, listen to this guy right quick.
Now, dude. Nobody on YouTube is talking about this. Epstein Island. Moses Levy, guess where he relocates to? It's the Father Island. That Epstein Island is a tiny little freckle on.
So they're basically
St. John's Island.
It's the same island. Yeah, there is no Epstein Island. And dude,
this is the top slave trader, the top ship, or the top ship owner.
Yeah. So Moses Levy, he gets kicked out of Morocco. He comes to the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, Charlotte Amalie, which is the island that Epstein Island is connected to. So, dude, this St. Thomas connection, it goes so deep, and literally, like, this is the first podcast that's going to break this. Nobody knows who this is. Moses.
This is all brand new to me. I'm like blown away with so many things today.
Moses Levy goes to St. Thomas and starts his family. I think he had like a son who was already born or whatever. And he's in the Caribbean. He's getting rich. He's a big slave trader. Well, one day, Jake, this guy has an epiphany. I don't know if it's in his sleep or a sickness or what, but similar to Columbus, he has almost like an epileptic episode.
These strange epiphanies. I was watching a video, and it was the guy who who discovered the DNA double helix of our DNA. He was watching like some Satanist shit or something like that, and some freaky deaky shit. And he said all of a sudden DNA was in his head. He could see it. I found that fascinating. And the guy who, J.D. Bernal, who created the X-ray machine and all that, he was also insane. And he was racist, an awesome racist. And they called him a sage when he was alive. They called him a sage. So that's mysticism. So you have a mystic who makes the X-ray machine. You have a Satanist dude who pictures the double helix DNA in his head somehow. You know, like these. What is this thing that just like goes in your head to where you just figure it out?
Premonition?
I don't know.
No. I guess a revelation or like a revealing.
Yeah.
An epiphany? Not that.
It's just crazy. Shit is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has to come from somewhere. Probably the obsession over the idea. And then if it, then you crack that barrier, or it just comes to you when you're not even doing it, and or like you said, in your sleep, or like you'd be on the toilet and you're like, oh, that's it.
Yeah. There's this phenomenon in America, on the planet, where if you're like, you know how we're always like making new things, like new elements on the periodic table, elements, we can like make shit. If you keep trialing and erroring, trial, error, and then somehow in like the Petri dish or whatever, in the scientific study, the thing that you're trying to make becomes what you're trying to make. If once you've done that in the world, in the galaxy, in another facility on another part of the planet, if they can make the same thing with less trial and error,
because you already did the work,
because you've already done the galaxy's work. And this is before paper documents are reported. This is before, like, there's this phenomenon. Like, there was clearly someone one day who's like the wheel. There had to be someone else who's like the wheel. In them circumstances, and in the vastness of time, the idea comes to these people in these areas, circumstantially or whatever. It's fascinating how that I don't. It's weird to me. It's weird reading those papers say those words. Why does Well-Read love hanging out with us, but also dragging you? Because Well-Read will purposely pick on someone like Finn or Risey or anyone who have used like any of their language to like explain their life or whatever. He's that personality who will remember all of those things and use those as like word daggers, as darts. And
well, that's why he can't be that's why he can't be himself around us, which pisses me off, because you're just being a fucking snake.
Yeah, he is incapable of behaving like a normal person and has to put this mask on. It's probably the same mask that Frank Sinatra was wearing when he murdered Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, really? Is that what happened?
Probably, more than likely. And that guy who owned the other building. Have you ever seen the pictures of Marilyn's face, her autopsy, what her face looked like? They beat the shit out of her.
Wow. The fuck did she do?
She was gonna leak all that shit with JFK and Frank Sinatra and those casino owners. And they said, "Oh no, you're not." So they gave her the moose, the Minnie Mouse, and they Rosemary baby her. And, you know, sometimes it gets a little out of hand.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Red's just incapable of, like, and he wants to drag you down with the shit that you've said on your streams a decade ago. He will use that.
Yeah, well. If I was so worried about it, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have said it. You know what I mean? There's so much shit I fucking said. Like, who gives a fucking?
Oh yeah, I don't
fucking care. Like, who gives a fucking shit? You think I'm supposed to fucking? And even if I was embarrassed by it, why do? Like, who cares? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, you trying to drag me down for what? You know what I mean? Like, he's just fucking around. But at the same time, I think it's just because he can't be himself. Because he's so worried about people fucking talking about his fucking business. So he don't want to say anything that has to do with not even the fucking it's the dolphin shit or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers make fun of him about the dolphin, and now fucking that motherfucker don't want to say shit. Nah, bitch, you said that though. Ain't nobody tell you to talk about dolphins in that way, even though you're probably drunk and having fun. You know how much times I fucking said crazy shit because I was drunk and having fun? All the time. Go fucking pick one out and fucking come back and act like I give a fucking shit.
And he thinks he's giving us a taste of our own exactly, Tree Goblin. Like,
yeah, but I don't do that. I don't fucking do that. Usually I just do that either, no? Usually it's in the fucking moment. If I'm gonna try to fight with you or argue with you, it's because I have a problem with you or you're fucking with me. And then I'm going to fucking check your behavior and I'm gonna start finding inconsistencies and I'm gonna start pointing them out. And then I'm gonna start making assumptions. That's all. I'm gonna look at the contrary. I'm gonna look at the contradicting fucking points. You know what I mean? All I'm gonna do is just fucking. I'm gonna break down what you're saying, and if you're right, you're right, and if not, I'm gonna start fucking asking you questions. And it's always motherfuckers never want to answer the fucking question, and you know they're always fucking full of shit.
Yep.
Lying ass, fucking obfuscating, projecting, fucking retards. And I'm not even really talking about well read. I'm just saying. Just in
it's
general.
that type, yeah. In general, and then he just whatever.
Listen, man. I'm not the fucking cleanest guy, but I don't fucking go around lying about shit. I don't think that's I've learned at a young age of 18 probably to stop lying. Well, not stop. I didn't tell myself to stop lying. I just decided that it was too difficult to keep up with lies.
I just be myself. You know what I mean? Like,
just because I mean, as a kid, you know what I mean? Like, I was so bad. I mean, like everything. You know what I mean? Everything was a fucking lie. You know what I mean? Because I just felt like everybody was lying to me, so I just started fucking lying. I wish everybody was lying to me. But then, like, I was like, I think I turned when my father passed away, and I was just like, I think it's time for me to start earning some respect. You know what I mean? And so I wasn't fucking I wasn't lying about shit. I wasn't stealing anything. Fucking I used to be a big thief when I was young, just to fucking steal, you know what I mean? Didn't matter what the fuck it was, just fucking take it. If I wanted it, I'll take it. I wouldn't even think twice about it. And sometimes I get in trouble for it because I didn't think twice about it and I just fucking took it. You know, it wasn't because I wanted to be a thief or I'm a klepto. It's just that, hey, if I wanted it, I'll take it. You know what I mean? I didn't think fucking twice about it. But then I got that out of my system. And even as a fucking brokey, I don't fucking steal.
Yeah.
Now, if I find some money, I mean, I'm gonna keep that shit, but I'm not gonna say. If I find a phone, you know what I mean? I'll fucking find out whose it is. You know, I'm not into that shit. But if I find some money, I don't give a fuck. Shit, you better be right there. Tell me that's yours or something, because that shit is mine. Cards, I'll give cards back. You know what I mean? Like, I don't fuck with people's cards. I don't fuck with people's bank money, or you know what I mean? Like, but if I find some money, that's mine, bitch. Finders keepers, motherfucker. Unless if I know exactly whose it is, or if somebody's like, I just lost my fucking wallet, or yada yada, I'd be like, oh, here you are. Oh, can I give you I'll give you a reward? Nah, I'm good. Well, how much is your reward, actually? How much is your reward? But now I'd be like, nah, I'm fucking no reward.
Yeah.
Even some people, I got my bike stolen Christmas Eve or something, and when I was like, where the fuck is my bike? And this guy in the car was like, yo, some dude took, is that your bike? He's like, he went down that way. And I started, I'm a runner. So I started running down the street, got to the fucking end. And I'm like, I don't know where this guy is. So I go to the store and get my cigarettes, and I walk out and I see a guy in a van unloading or loading the bike. And I fucking ran up to the van, and he's like, yo, this is your bike, right? And I'm like, he's like, I just got it from the dude over at Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin' Donuts is right behind the fucking store I went in. All I had to do was go around, and I would have fucking saw the dude. So I'm like, I had money. I'm like, yo, here, man, I give him a 20. And he's like, nah, man, don't worry about it, man. You're good, man. You know what I mean? So that was, you know what I mean? It's like, that's cool, man. And then I rode up to the guy who stole my bike at Dunkin' Donuts, and that motherfucker was looking down and shit. It was a big motherfucker, though. That was a big dude. And I was like, fucking, thank you, Lord. I didn't have to freaking fight for that one.
Personally, for me, like, I don't do shit that, like, put myself in bad places anymore. I used to do the street racing and all that shit like a fucking idiot all the time.
Oh, yeah. I don't fuck around with these guys anymore. Oh, no. Oh, no. They say, oh, you ain't got no friends or yada yada. I'm like, yes. Like, if you lived where I lived and grew up around the people, and you're still around those people, you'd want to get the fuck away from them too. When you start hearing them talk about fucking shit, like I'm talking to you, we're talking about crazy out of the world stuff, and these guys could not fucking get that. It's all about like black Jesus and fucking black power. I'm not black. I'm sorry. So the minute that fucking, oh yeah, I got the black card until the minute I disagree with you because I don't fucking play that shit. And now I'm not black. And now y'all fucking hate me because I told y'all that Jesus wasn't black or some shit. Or like, y'all were not kings or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Yeah, y'all were kings. Yeah. Tribe of Judah. Yeah, I was a king too. Tribe of Ephraim. What do you want now? Oh, your tribe is better than Ephraim. I don't know. I don't think so. I think we're all fucking a bunch of assholes who got fucking banished. All the 12 tribes of Israel were all bastards.
They were.
Yes, they were. Especially the tribe of Judah. Ephraim were bad. Ephraim is just, you want to talk about haughtiness and fucking like fucking hot-tempered assholes. That was the tribe of Ephraim. That was mostly fucking most of European Puerto Ricans are fucking tribe of Ephraim.
Yeah. That's why they were all kicked out.
Yeah, they got kicked out. Yeah. They were fucking, and Judah was acting like the black people now. Tribe of Judah was acting like the black people do right, like all the ghetto fucking retards acting right now that you see on fucking fighting and tearing up cruise lines and bitches fighting each other. And they got fucking 44,000 cases of STDs down in Houston when they had spring break. And AIDS and all these motherfuckers are, and I'm like, that's why I don't fuck. That's why I don't go around being promiscuous anymore like that. I am totally fucking scared. 44,000 cases in one fucking event. They were always like freaknik.
Nope.
Just a freaknik. No condoms, probably. Everybody fucking each other. A bunch of gay fucking shit going on. Everybody got everything. Everybody got motherfucking see somebody with monkeypox. How the fuck you get monkeypox? You gay. Boy, you gay. That's a gay STD right there. That's a gay male STD, monkeypox.
That shit left the news so quick.
Oh, it did. So did Omicron. Remember that one?
Omicron?
Omicron.
What's that?
That was the virus that came out after fucking after C-19 and monkeypox. I think they're like, but then when you scrambled Omicron, it said moronic.
Yeah, like the COVID-19, that was just the germ that had been labeled that time at that
for that year, C-19.
Yeah, it's not even the year. Like,
there's been corona. It's a cold. It was a fucking cold.
Yeah, it's a cold
virus.
Like the cold you get in Florida, if it's COVID-19, if you're like in some like rural fucking area, no fuck whereville, South Dakota, you're not getting that same cold. It's not even remotely close. You're going to get a variant from the areas that you live. And that's what's like the head virus, the head cold, the flu, the corona.
Yeah.
It's different everywhere. It's not even the same.
A couple months ago, I got super sick, and it was from going over the river that I live next to. I was going to work, right? Or no, I was leaving my last site to go to the shop, and I'm driving on the highway, and I go over the fucking river, and I start feeling my throat itch. And then when I started doing that, I started hocking up loogies because I think that I'm spitting out the fucking virus or whatever. And then it went away. Then I rode my bike back home and went over the fucking bridge. And for fucking about a week straight, I was fucking sick. And I'm like, it was from the fucking river. Had to be from the fucking river, man.
Yeah.
'Cause that's when it just got a little bit warm and the river melted a little bit. So whatever the fuck was under it or whatever was traveling through it got released and freaking
all that scummy, nasty shit.
Oh, bro, that shit is gross down there.
Yeah, but that's like I don't believe in the flu shots and all that stuff, and like because what they're doing is they're putting a specific flu variant into you, and you can actually get that variant. You can give it to your kids, a coworker, and stuff like that, and you will spread that variant that you got from the shot. You're better off just not getting it. This is not medical.
Yeah, I didn't. No, I just didn't. No, yeah, I didn't fuck around it. I knew. I mean, I already watched all the videos back in 2010. All that shit they said all that shit's happening right now. All the fucking videos that were out that we were talking about, all those fucking videos, all the fucking loose change, Camp FEMA, fucking Prison Planet, all these fucking all these fucking documentaries and all that shit, all that stuff is coming true right now. Or it's been coming true for the last 5, 6, 7, shit for a while now. All that shit's been going down. And it's still more, I mean, like, that's why the domestic terrorist shit is stupid, because that's part of the program. Bringing in people from outside of America to police us, that's going down.
There are ICE agents and police officers wearing masks, and HSI, Homeland Security. That black dude who we were listening to the other day, Charleston White, he was talking about in Florida where he lives, a shit ton of Israelis came in and they were all training to police here in the United States.
Yep. And they don't give a fuck about it. They don't even give a fuck about their people half the time.
And so now they will be used in strategic locations for any upcoming event that might happen with crazy. That's why Trump, when that woman got hit by the car, she got shot, and the other guy who had a gun on his hip at a protest got shot.
Oh, yeah, Pretty.
They were trying to drum something up big, and Trump was like, no. Pull them all out. Pull them all the fuck out. And that's what he did. Because they were trying
Trump's an interesting one. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. Is he good? Is he bad? Is he both? Which I can understand if he's both. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Like, there's the techno state coming. Is he gonna kill us all? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck is going on here, man?
There's nothing stopping what's going to happen, but it's a fight for who's going to
run it,
in power and setting up the rules for when this stuff happens. So you want a vicious man, like our military needs a Trump at a time during this reconciliation, if you want to call it that, World War IV. You need a Trump, you know.
I appreciate him. He's fucking, at least I can see some things that I probably would do the same thing. Shit. Don't get me wrong. If I was in power, I'd probably do fucking worse.
I would already had Greenland and Cuba.
I'm just saying, yeah. I mean, like,
would already
done
had
worse.
And I would have told you today about, he's like, I'm coming for Cuba next. Don't tell anybody I said that. It's like, stupid.
It's the Greater America Project. Greenland, Canada, America, Mexico, Guatemala, all that shit, all the way to fucking
Honduras.
All that. Panama, Venezuela, and Colombia. so far, that's pretty much what I've seen. And then the rest of it's going to be South American district.
The Knights of the Golden Circle plan. It was the long plan that was set up well before the Civil War. Now we're finally getting to it. This is the third time we've tried to get Greenland. We almost got Greenland when we got Alaska, and then someone after Andrew Jackson or before Andrew Jackson, something like that. We tried to get it back then. And so Trump, I know he's very superstitious. You know, he might look at this as a third time's a charm. And same thing with Cuba. You know, we've tried to get it a couple times, and we're always stopped by the French and the Catholics. And I think this time, like, it's our strategic place now. It's no longer going to be the Catholics' strategic place. You're not going to have all these crazy Catholic people that you see at the Vatican being head of security for Maduro in Venezuela and in Cuba. Like, I think that's going to change. You're going to start seeing a whole different security apparatus in Cuba come out of this. It's going to be big. They're going to start building roads, telephone poles, allowing new cars to come in, allow them to export their tobacco and dirt. I think that's all they got left. Maybe some bananas. And Trump, there was a video that came out 30 years ago of Trump, 20-something years, 2 to 3 decades ago of Trump telling a whole room of Cubans that he's going to take over Cuba either by being the president or being the best real estate developer in the world. That like 2-3 decades ago to a room full of Cubans. And then we have a Cuban running our State Department. Big plans. He's incompetent. Trump is not incompetent. What are you talking about? He's already told you he has a plan, and he's doing it. He said multiple times it won't be easy and not everything will be pretty. And he's also said that the billionaires and trillionaires that he hangs out with, he would like them not to be tied up in all this Epstein stuff as it relates to like this expansion of what they're doing. So like if you wanted to be anybody, you had to go through Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and Ed Buck and Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi. You know, they're strategically placed. John McCain. Like, and these people are slowly disappearing. And now you're starting to see this. Like, they're doing it. You know, and there'll be some hiccups. There will be burnt offerings. Make no mistake. All right, I'm going to end the stream.
All right, man.
I really need to pee again, but it's 7 a.m. Are you going to stream?
Nah, I'm not going to stream. Try to crash Shirley.
This is another MK Ultra stream.
Yeah.
Showing you the last 750 years of who runs the world, all their companies, all their names, all of it. This is number 4, right? I think.
I'm not sure.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is the fourth one. I think I want to do like some Switzerland shit and some
CERN shit.
Hmm.
Some CERN shit.
No, Switzerland from
Geneva, Switzerland.
1200s to like the 1500s, and then I want to do all the star forts that came out. Basically, all the money of Pharaoh, the Mediterranean, and the Levant from Syria, where all the Mithrans people Pharaoh left the Mediterranean and went to the Alps. And if you know how Pharaoh was at the end, it was basically Roman Mithraism. What were those dudes? That one bitch who's really famous who died. And then you had the two Roman kings, the one dude who was beheaded. What the fuck is his name?
Cleopatra?
Yeah, Cleopatra.
Mark Anthony?
Yeah, Anthony and the dude before that. Like, none of them were Egyptian. They were all like Macedonian, Greek, J1, J2 bloodlines.
Yeah. Cleopatra was Greek.
And
Wasn't she?
Yeah, she was straight up Macedonian.
Okay.
And
she was black.
No. She probably looked like someone from Turkey or Greece.
Yeah.
And Mark Anthony was a pale bitch. And anyway, that was Pharaoh. And then they left. Took them a long time. And it took them, what would you say? From like year 300 to 300 when the Bible first started getting written to 1200. So 1,000 years took Pharaoh to command the Swiss Alps as they do today. Known as what are they called? They don't fight anyone now. They're a neutral country. Pharaoh is neutral. Okay. You fucking liars.
All right, well, good to hang out with you, man.
All right, dude.
I'll see you.